Good evening and welcome to the Leon Valley City Council regular meeting. Today is Tuesday, June 16th, 2020, and it's at approximately 6:20 in the evening. Thank you for your patience. We had been in executive session and ran a little bit over. And we're so glad so many of you could join us. So we do have a quorum. We have 3 counselors in the chambers, Counselor Rodriguez, Counselor Hody, and Counselor Bradshaw, and myself, Mayor Riley. And we have 2 counselors who are online, Counselor Alcacer and Counselor Charles, and we have our city attorney also online, and of course our staff. So we do have a quorum. So if you'll please stand and join me, I'm going to ask Counselor Rodriguez if you'll please lead us in the pledge this evening. Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Oh, there we go. Okay, before we get to the presentation, I just want to remind, we do have a pretty full house this evening. We're all socially distanced this evening, but if you could please silence your cell phones. And just want to remind everyone that our council chambers is a place where we're treated with respect and dignity, citizens, counselors, staff, and visitors alike. Anyone desiring to speak shall be first recognized by the presiding officer. That's me. So please raise your hand. That's council, staff, and citizens and visitors alike. This way we keep it to a more manageable meeting as well. So thank you for that. I do appreciate it. Now, the counselors that are on the line, I will certainly call on you on every agenda item, and except for a point of order, if you want to speak, I still would prefer, you to turn on your video and raise your hand, but I understand that you don't want to do that. If not, if you could maybe let Crystal know or Sandra know if you want to speak, just so we could have an orderly progression so I can recognize you, I would appreciate that. We do not tolerate shouting, displaying any unruly behavior, distracting with side conversation, using profanity, threat of violence, or disrupt the orderly conduct of this meeting. This includes speaking or commenting from your seat or using foul language as you exit the chambers. I would suggest if you feel you have a difficult time controlling yourself, please sit in the foyer. No personal attacks on any counselor, staff, or members of the public shall be allowed. The presiding officer will warn the person that he or she will be required to leave the meeting if the disruption continues. I cannot see and hear all that goes on in chambers, especially with this mask on now. But the rules of decorum allow any counselor to help monitor the situation by calling a point of order. I hope we do not have to go there. Let's again be civil and treat each other with respect and dignity, and thank you very much for your cooperation. So we will move then to agenda item number 2, which is presentation. And actually, I had asked for this particular agenda item, and let me read it. Discuss police policies and standard operating procedure for allowing an individual to self-surrender. Don't know how many of you all were here last meeting, but again, I'm not second-guessing what happened. Those of you that had already gone, we had a gentleman that was arrested after the council meeting, an elderly resident who's lived here 40-plus years. I did get his permission before I put it on this agenda because I wanted to respect that. And I guess I was just shocked at what happened. And I had spoken to the city attorney to see if there was another option besides arresting a citizen at City Hall. And I had asked our former mayor, Baldridge, if she had ever experienced anything like that, and she said she had not. So I'm really not sure how to proceed, but what concerned me was I had gotten an email or a text or something by a citizen who had said that on Nextdoor, and of course I don't know about Nextdoor because I'm not on there, but that one of our regular attendees here in the chambers who's on the police advisory committee had said that there's 4 more arrests coming. So that's what got my concern up, because I thought, is there another option? And so Charlie Zeck said, yes, Mayor, there is. He thought that we could discuss, if you have a warrant for your arrest, could you possibly just turn yourself in? I don't know. So,
Mayor?
Yes, Ms. Charles, I was wondering how we could do this differently than just kind of yelling at me. So, I don't know.
Well, how would you like for me to do it? I'm trying to get your attention.
Yes, ma'am.
so-
I was asking if you could somehow, maybe, Crystal, do you have a chat room? She could, you could say that Ms. Charles wants to speak. Would you turn on your video and just raise your hand? That was really what I prefer. But I understand that the governor,
Voice.
I'm sorry?
I'm thinking that you probably recognize my voice, and I've called your name and asked for attention.
Yes, ma'am. I just would prefer a little bit more orderly way, and I just wish we could, the suspension of the Open Meetings Act has been extended by the governor to July 11th. So you and Ms. Alcacer do not have to appear on video. So we've got another 30 days. And let's
Mayor,
see what
would it help?
happens.
I
Yes.
had a comment. That's why I'm trying to get your attention.
Okay. Does anyone else have an idea on how I could handle that?
I do.
Differently? Yes.
I was just wondering if it would help you, if you see the same screen that I'm seeing, you can see when they're unmuted. So when they're
Oh,
unmuted,
that's
then
a
maybe
good
they want
idea.
to speak. I thought
Okay.
maybe that could help you.
That's a great
So
idea.
that-
Thank you.
that-
I really appreciate that.
I'm just going to make a comment. That will only work while I have the screen up.
Uh-huh.
And once I get onto a PowerPoint, you will not see this screen. Same
Okay.
thing with the reason with the chat room. So I just want to
Okay.
make, it'll work for right now,
So,
but once I move to a
yes, and-
PowerPoint, that won't work.
Could somebody,
I don't have dual screens here, I have
I
one.
understand. Thank you. Very good. Okay. Yes, Counselor Bradshaw, you have an idea.
Well, I was going to say the same thing about a chat room, but I think Crystal said if you're sharing a PowerPoint, you won't see the chat. Is that right? Okay.
Okay.
So I don't
All
know.
right. Sounds good. Well, if we're on a PowerPoint, I don't think it's going to be, unless it's a point of order, I promise you everyone at the dais will be able to speak, as well as the citizens. So we'll just go around and make sure everybody gets their, okay. So Counselor Charles, I didn't notice that you have unmuted yourself, so please go ahead and make your comment.
Yes, I wanted to know if you had spoken to the chief about this topic.
No, I did not.
Okay, my advice and my recommendation and my motion is to remove this item from the agenda and set it for a date certain so that you will be able to talk to the chief and gain some information. So we'll have something to discuss.
I'm sorry, you had broken up. You said to postpone it to do what now?
I would
Talk to
I
the
make a
chief
motion
and then
that
something
this item
else.
be removed from the agenda and placed to a date certain so that you will have an opportunity to meet with and talk with the chief of police about this topic. And then we'll have something to discuss.
We'll have something to discuss. Well, I wanted to discuss an alternative to someone getting arrested at City Hall and turning themselves in. Is that not a discussion item?
However, you need to know the laws about that before we can discuss it.
Okay, let me ask Mr. Zeck if he'll weigh in on that, because he didn't ask me to do any kind of legal research. Mr. Zeck,
Yes, ma'am.
do I need to have some kind of law that Miss Donna Charles was saying that I needed to have a law, the background of the law before we proceeded? We didn't, when we talked about it, this is what you had suggested.
My
that-
comment was that you needed to know the laws on the books so that we would have something to discuss.
Okay, excuse me, Chief, you're not recognized. I'm sorry, just a minute. Mr. Zeck?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you had recommended that I put this on the agenda as is.
Mayor, I did not recommend that you put this on the agenda.
Well, the wording,
You
The wording.
asked whether or not there was a discussion to be had regarding this issue. And I said that it would be an appropriate discussion to have with regards to what is the city's policy, what are the standard operating procedures
Okay,
regarding self-surrender. But let's
Okay.
be clear, I didn't tell you to put this on the agenda.
no, I'm sorry. You are so correct, but you helped me with the wording. That's right. So do I need to get the standard operating procedures down first before we discuss? Is that the appropriate way to proceed?
That's up to this governing body as to how they want to
Okay.
approach the discussion.
I'm
Mayor,
assuming,
may I again state that I believe that you should meet with the chief of police to determine if there are any policies or procedures.
Point of order, Mayor.
okay,
Ms. Charles was
Stop.
not recognized and continues to
And-
violate the rules
and-
that you've set forth.
And if we take it from the agenda and put it at a date certain. that we can
okay,
discuss-
Ms. Charles, thank you for that. I
Okay, but-
appreciate it. I've heard you. And is that that's one person's opinion? Do we have another input from
motion.
other people? Is that a motion?
Yes,
I
I
didn't know-
motion for it to
Okay.
be removed from the agenda till we have additional.
I didn't hear the word motion. Okay, I just thought it was a suggestion. Okay, so do we have somebody that wants to second that?
Mayor?
Yes, Ms. Kinsler, thank you for raising your hand. I appreciate that. That's much easier.
Mayor Riley, this is not an action item.
No.
And
It's
so I don't, I'm
I
not
just
really
wanted
sure
a
what to.
discussion.
So
That's
as far
all.
as
It's so difficult to get
making a
anything.
motion to do something, there's no room for action here.
Okay.
I would
Yes,
like to ask
Counselor.
a question.
Yes, Counselor Alcacer, you're recognized, and then Counselor Bradshaw, you're recognized after Counselor Alcacer. Go ahead, please.
My question is for Mr. Zeck, I believe then, does that mean that it can't just be removed from this agenda and put on the 7th or the 21st when we have more information?
Y'all can do, as a governing body, y'all can do whatever you want with this agenda item, so long as a majority of you vote to decide to do it.
Okay, then I will second Ms. Charles, as long as it's put on either the 7th or the 21st of July.
Okay. We have a motion by Counselor Alcacer and a second by a motion by Counselor Charles and a second by Counselor Alcacer to postpone presentation number 2 to either July 7th or the following meeting, July 21st, I believe. And we do have more discussion, and Counselor Bradshaw, if you'll continue, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm not sure the point of postponing this agenda item, but I'm also not sure of what we can and can't ask with regards to this question as far as the law goes, because, I feel like this is something we could talk about in general terms rather than a specific incidents that happened last council meeting. But, yeah, I would also like to know, what are people's options when there is a warrant out and how they're notified, et cetera. And those seem like pretty basic questions that I believe the chief could probably answer.
Right. Yes, I've got a slew of questions, so maybe I'd like to submit those to Chief so you could answer those, because I wasn't quite sure. I just wanted to bring it to our attention that is there an option of somebody getting arrested at City Hall at 2 o'clock in the morning? I don't know. I just think that there's bound to be another option besides that. So, Counselor Hody, what would you like to say before we vote?
I would like to have it on the 7th, not the 21st.
Yes, sir. Okay, we'll have it on the 7th then. Thank you. So, we have the motion and the second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Oh, wait a minute. Okay, let's try that again. All those in favor of postponing this agenda item to July the 7th, say aye.
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 Any opposed?
No.
The motion carries 4 ayes and 1 nay. Okay, thank you. Okay. Moving then to the city manager's report, agenda item number 3. Ms. Kinsler, good evening and welcome.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Council. Wanted to let you know that the staff has met regarding the expenses for the ILA that we have on the agenda tonight. We received our first notice last Saturday, so it's been like 9-10 days to get this ready before July 1st from the county. So it has been revised a few times. You got a recent revision today. And it'll be up on the screen, and I have copies of some stuff for citizens if they have a hard time seeing it on the screen, had already seen it on the computer. But we're trying our best to, we got all departments, each department director to give us what they thought would be COVID-related expenses, and then we just want your input tonight and the citizens' input. We do have a COVID account that's already marked under manager and council. So in reports, it's going to look like it's overspent for a while until we get reimbursed from Bexar County, and we'll do a budget adjustment at that time. Public Works has received a few phone calls inquiring about, there's some incorrect graph regarding water service fees, Melinda told me. So that this confusion is eliminated, we're going to be publishing the correct water service fees on our e-news for a few weeks and in the next edition of the Lion's Roar. The Alverdi concrete, the final section is being poured this week. Also, I noticed it rained today, so I'm scared to say that. Once the concrete has been cured, this was written before noon, and I noticed an hour or so ago it was raining. Once the concrete has been cured, the roadway will be open completely on Alverdi. A huge thank you to Public Works for doing that concrete work and saving taxpayers a lot of money. But the bigger thank you to the residents for they've dealt with this construction on Alverdi Road for the past couple of months. So I only see one resident that I know of Alverdi here, but please pass our thanks along because I know it's been trying. Once the crew is done on Alverdi, they're excited because they get to go to Raymond Rimkus Park next, and they're going to build those forms for the Butterfly Pavilion Park. So they're excited about that. And then the crosswalks have come to fruition. The crosswalks, the new crosswalks that y'all approved at all 3 intersections, all of the all of the groundwork, the wheelchair ramps, the curbs, the foundation, they've all been completed. All the 20-foot flashing beacon poles have been installed. Before today is over, all 4 of the beacons are going to be built at the intersection of Bulkey and Huebner. If not today, tomorrow, the contractor is going to start building all of the beacons for Leon Valley Elementary. Wednesday, they'll build them for Poss and Peachtree. Once they've all been assembled, they will return back to Bulkey Road, which should be on Thursday if we stay on schedule. They're going to start the programming of them so that they talk to each other, the crosswalks. They have to give the batteries, because they're solar, a little bit of time to charge. We're thinking Friday or Monday, these crosswalks should be done and operational. So the cool thing is that these crosswalks, you all approved them. They've been going on for a year or 2 years now, year and a half. They were all 3 paid for out of red light camera funds as a traffic safety initiative for the citizens. So congratulations on that one. You might not see the mosquito truck spraying. I've heard some rumblings about there's mosquitoes, and you may not think we're doing it, but we are. What we do is we spray during the nighttime while residents are asleep. And the purpose of this is so we can keep the minimum amount of residents from inhaling the spray directly right when we spray it. And so that's why we're lurking around in the middle of the night doing it and nobody realizes it. We're mailing out our consumer confidence report on the Leon Valley Water System to all residents that are on Leon Valley Water. And by the way, we have a superior water rating. If you believe the on-it email system was down for a few days, it was. Thank you, residents. A resident notified us, and we got it fixed, I think, by the next day. So our apologies for any inconvenience this may have caused, but it looks like the on-it email system was down for a couple of days. So if you emailed on it and you didn't get a response from us, please go ahead and email again, because we may have missed it.
Ms. Kinsler, just a correction, it's me. It wasn't the email system, it is the form on the website where you
Okay.
can hit submit. So the email was working just fine, but when you would fill out the form to hit submit, it wasn't, it would say it was submitted, but it wasn't going to anybody.
Okay.
And so we don't know, it was a couple of days that we think it was down, but it was up and running as soon as somebody notified me that it was down.
Okay. And so again, just like the phone, a
excuse me.
resident calls and it's really helpful to us because then we can get right on it.
Excuse me, Crystal, if you'll just raise your hand, I didn't know you were speaking, that, just so I can recognize you before you talk, so we can have an orderly flow of the meeting. Thank you. Ms. Kinsler, if you'll continue, please.
Sure. Yes, Mayor, last time you were going to submit a written list of your questions that you asked. I didn't get that written list, but the city secretary was kind enough just to transcribe your questions you had for Mr. Bohorkis. So I have the answers, and since they were done in open session this time, I thought I'd just go ahead and answer them.
Excuse me, may I just add, the reason I didn't submit them is A, he was already hired, Mr. Ian was already hired, so why have that question? And B, I'm concerned because this is charging attorney fees, and I didn't ask for the answers. So if you want to read them, fine.
Oh, no, I was just trying to assist because you read them out loud last time, and so I was just trying to be responsive. But if nobody's interested in the answers, I've already given them to the council.
Yeah.
If the citizens don't care about the answers, then
Well,
I'll just leave it.
he's already hired, so I don't know if it really matters, but I'll leave it up to the council if you want the manager to read it or not. So, all right, go ahead.
That concludes the city manager's report.
Okay. Let's see. Let's go to the citizens first. Are there any questions for the city manager on her report? And then I'll go back to the council. Okay, see no citizens. Ms. Kinsler, I was just wondering about the FY 2021 budget schedule.
Mayor, council, citizens, we plan on having our first hearing the second meeting in July. We usually do it, we start our council meetings in June, but we are really trying to wait for revenue to come in. I got the first draft. Vicki and I went over it this morning, and I think we're like $60,000 or $80,000 to the good right now, with pretty conservative projections. So I guess what I'll start doing here once the PowerPoint is done, because we just got the numbers done. We'll get the PowerPoint done now, probably the last week of June, maybe first week of July, maybe second week of July even. I will take 2 counselors at a time if you want to. You don't have to. But I like to bring 2 counselors in, go over the budget with you, so that way I pick up your ideas, and then I include them into the overall budget presentation that I do, which is the 21st, I believe, of July will be the first one.
Okay, so you'll be scheduling that in the next couple of weeks with the council.
I will be.
And then
Or
the
Angela
first
will be.
budget presentation will be on July 21st to the residents.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, very good. And then I noticed on your city manager's report that we have the coffee listed. Is that, are we going to have that, or I'm just concerned about the COVID numbers
I am
and the
too.
increase?
I am too. That's a council decision.
Yeah.
If you all want to cancel the coffee, I can put it on the agenda for next time, and we can make that decision if
Okay,
you'd like.
all right. The numbers have just skyrocketed, and
Okay.
they say we're in the second wave now.
Right.
So
I'll put it on
anyway.
the agenda for next
Okay,
time.
I appreciate
Okay.
that. I just saw that and I was concerned. Okay. All right. Any questions from our council? Yes, Council Bradshaw.
Just a quick question on the flag retirement ceremony on the 27th. Who's putting that on? No.
That actually is a notice through Mary Bell Mendoza. Usually it's the Cub Scouts
Okay.
that
And
do
it-
that
and
through the VF, I think it's the VFW that does it with him.
The VFW, maybe. But is
One-
that where people
one of
can
the veterans
bring
groups.
old flags to be retired there? Okay.
Exactly, that's what it
Just
is.
wanted to
And they
double check.
burn them there in that pit. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Ms. Kinsler, this is Counselor Charles.
Yes, ma'am.
Usually it's put on by the American Legion and
There
they
you go.
use the Cub Scouts.
You're right, not VFW, American Legion. Thank you for that correction.
All right. Any other questions from the council on this report? Okay.
My
thank you.
light's been on for a long time.
Oh, thank you. I'm going to need some help with me, Crystal, if you'll wave your hand. See, it says city council. It doesn't say your name, and whereas Donna Charles says her name, so I apologize. Counselor Alcacer.
My comment was to be the same as yours. Mayor, about the coffee. I'm very concerned, and TML's notice that they put out indicated that it was very likely to be extended by the governor. So I think we seriously need a plan on that, because that is not something that I would attend in person. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, so no more green lights except for crystals. Okay, all right. So moving on, thank you, Ms. Kinsler, for your report. We'll move on to citizens to be heard. Let's hear from the citizens here in the chamber first, and then I have some citizen comments to read after that. Is there any citizen in our chamber or visitor that would like to, well, address the council at this time? Please come forward. Please state your name and where you reside. Yes, ma'am. Good evening and welcome. Let's see, do we have the microphone on? Let's make sure we do. The button at the bottom, yes. Nope. There we go.
My name is Deborah Termier, and I live at 7712 Linkside Street.
And how do you spell your last name, Deborah?
Yes, Termier is Termure.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. And welcome. We're glad you're here.
Thank you. So I'm here to advocate for my veterans and my foster care home. I run a medical foster home under the VA for over 2 years now, and we are inspected by them. We have our fire safety codes that come out. We have social workers that do our monthly visits, and the VA coordinator that does unannounced visits. Now, the issue rose on June 3rd of this year. I was visited by the fire marshal stating that under their new rules and regulations, we are seen as a care facility, and which requires us to be able to have a commercial fire alarm and a sprinkler system. Now, state does not require me to, under 3 residents, to have a commercial fire alarm or a sprinkler system. And when I started 2 years ago, I came here to the city and asked if I needed anything to be able to foster these veterans, and I was told I wasn't. So they gave me a stop work order that is going to be effective June 18th unless I install the commercial fire alarm and pretty much it says, if not, immediate relocation of my veterans. So we are in a pandemic. They are 80 and 90-year-old veterans, and they are a high risk of, fatally being infected by this virus, and moving them is, putting them in danger. Pretty much, I had a quote today from a guy, and it takes time. Everything takes time for people to come out. People, even the VA has asked me not to bring people in because it can expose my veterans. And I had a guy come out today, and he quoted me that it could be up to $30,000 to $40,000 for everything. And this is such a short amount of time, and I don't have that money. Mm-hmm. So, and I was told in March when I came here that there might be a chance I might be grandfathered in, but all those things were trampled down when I came here back in June after we reopened, because when I came in March, they were closing down because of COVID. And so when I came back at the beginning of this June, they said, no, that's not an option anymore. You can't be grandfathered in. These are the new rules. You have to abide by them. Now, again, I state I'm a medical foster home. I foster these veterans just like fostering children. We're not here to make a profit. Me and my husband, wasn't able to be here today, but we have brought these veterans in because they can't have families to care for them, and they are become part of our family. We care for them. So my final closing is just I appeal
go
to
ahead
give
and
us
finish
more
up.
time. Yeah.
Okay.
I just appeal to the city.
So the deadline is this coming Thursday, 2 days from now?
June 18th to install the commercial fire alarm.
Install the commercial fire alarms.
And then 35 days for the sprinkler system.
And 35 days for the sprinkler system.
So not an additional, but.
Right. And so is there any, I'd just like to say maybe we could have a meeting with Ms. Termeur, excuse me, I'm very bad on, see what we could work out. That's
Mayor,
just 2 days.
staff is very well aware of this case, and I know that she has spoken with, was it you or Eric? All three of you? Okay, all three of the fire inspectors as well as community development. So staff is
Okay.
well aware of the case
So
and the laws.
if she doesn't have those 2 things installed, or the main thing installed by Thursday,
I
is she
think
going
what-
to get shut down?
I think we need to talk to her offline instead
Okay.
of in this public meeting.
All right, but I just am
Okay.
concerned because you do have those veterans that,
Yeah,
I don't
haven't-
even know where you'd bring them.
The VA brings them because
Yeah.
we had to do inspections with them, and then they bring
Right.
them over our.
Okay, so
No.
is there going to be, so we can set up a meeting with you and?
We can
the
set up
staff?
another meeting, absolutely.
Okay, that sounds good. Let me know, and I'd love to be there to help. Okay, thank you so much for
Thank you
bringing
so
that to our
much.
attention.
For your time.
We do appreciate it, and thank you for what you do. It's a tough job. Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you, Chief, for cleaning the podium. Yes, is there any other citizen in the chambers that would like to address the council? Please come forward. Thank you.
Benny Martinez, Seneca. Last city council meeting, Olin Yarnell asked the city manager, Kelly Kinsler, how much has been spent on Ryan Henry's attorney bills. You replied that you could not discuss that. That is an inaccurate statement. You guys just came out of an executive session talking about my lawsuit against the city. Now, don't you think, and common sense has it, that the city manager would have that number at the tip of her tongue? So, according to TOMA, you, city council, or anybody, as citizens to be heard, can state fact. If he asked how much has been spent on Ryan Henry's bill, you could have said $150,000. That'd be true, and it's not a discussion. In January 2018, the city council meeting was canceled due to a possible hurricane. It was rescheduled for the following Tuesday. During the week, the city manager, Kelly Kinsler, added 6 items to the agenda without the Mayor Riley's approval. Kelly Kinsler sent an email to all council members apologizing for her action. Today, Kelly Kinsler believes she does not need the mayor's approval on the agenda. This has been a precedent for over 16 years. Since December 2017, when the charter came into effect, Kelly Kinsler has constantly doing her best to take full control of the city. And my last item is addressed to Councilor Rodriguez. I think it is a sign of arrogance or insecurity when a person with a PhD insists on being addressed as doctor. In our country, that title is reserved for medical doctors. Unless you are in an academic situation or you're a guest speaker at some kind of a ceremony, or then you can be addressed as Dr. So-and-so. But typically, when you sign things, you sign your name, Catherine Rodriguez, PhD, not Dr. Catherine Rodriguez. Thank you.
Thank you.
Point of order, Mayor.
And what is your procedural rule?
That as a reminder that when people talk specifically at a person and accuse them of things and name them out, that's part of our protocol for the meetings. That is not supposed to happen, and I think they should be told to stop speaking at that point if they can't, if they're going to do personal attacks on people.
Okay.
For example, if I may proceed so I don't have to interrupt again, you have a letter you're being asked to read from Josh Stevens, which is a very personal attack and accuses somebody of crimes. And I think it's very inappropriate if it's read at this meeting for any reason.
Okay, I haven't read it. I have it in front of me, but I haven't read it yet. So, can I ask Mr. Zeck a question, please? Okay, personal attack versus criticizing. Could you address that? Because I know you said that there's a distinction between that, and I just want to be sure that we're following the right procedure here.
I'm not familiar with your whatever procedures you've adopted locally. If someone can provide me a copy of that, I can review it. So I'm not sure what your current local requirements are. The Texas Open Meetings Act, though, would prohibit the preventing of an individual from criticizing the body.
Could you repeat that again? I'm sorry, you faded out. The Texas Open Meetings Act does what?
Would prohibit a council from preventing someone from criticizing the governing body.
Okay, and would you explain that?
I don't know. It hasn't been explained by it hasn't been challenged, and it hasn't been explained by by a court or by the Attorney General. Most folks are interpreting it to mean you can't criticize an action by the governing body.
You can't criticize.
But you can't prohibit somebody.
You can't
from
prohibit somebody from criticizing.
Of the governing body.
Right. Okay. So I guess.
Mayor, if I may,
Excuse me?
if I may.
Yes, Councilor Alcacer. Go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Zeck, it is on our agenda today and later on in the meeting, but what we did was put in that they could criticize the body according to that rule, but they could not do personal attacks on any counselor, on any member of a resident, and not on any council member, staff, or mayor. And he attacked 2 people personally during that last item. And Mr. Josh Stevens is trying to get a letter read that attacks nonstop one of our staff members and accuses her of crimes. And that should not be permitted. Those are the things we have specifically prohibited for many months in our and that was reviewed by your fellow attorney Habib and said to be okay. It was also prior to that reviewed by the prior city attorney and said to be okay. Thank you.
If it helps, am I recognized?
Excuse me, just a second. Mr. Zeck? We need to get you
Yes,
a
ma'am.
copy. We need to get you a copy. In fact, it's in your. I'm
It's already
sorry.
done.
I'm not sure what people are asking of me. This is not a legal issue. This is a procedural issue on how you run your meeting. So if that's a procedural rule and someone believes it's been violated, they would raise a point of order and you would rule on that point of order. And if they disagree with the body, if someone disagrees, they can ask for a vote. That's how the process is supposed to work.
Okay, all right. So,
You just,
yes, Ms. Kinsler, you had something to say.
oh, just to let you know that the city secretary did forward the document to the city attorney
Oh, good.
that you just
Okay,
asked
great,
about. So I just
great.
wanted you to know that that had been done.
Okay. So I don't know if it's, I guess I'm looking at personal attacks like, people that are, calling you names and stuff like that. I mean, it's just real ugly stuff. I don't know. It's one of these, I don't know what's going to come out of somebody's mouth while they're saying it, that kind of thing. And so I do the best I can, but if the other counselors would weigh in on that, do you see that as a personal attack, or is it just their personal opinion? Go ahead. I didn't see it as an attack.
Thank you,
sorry.
Mayor. I
Councilor
believe the
Bradshaw.
law that the state recently passed is that the councils may not prohibit citizens from criticizing any act, omission, action by, I don't believe it says the body. I believe it says any individual, the body or an individual that's done. If somebody wants to come and say, you made a bad choice, you voted for this, and I didn't agree with it, I think that's perfectly within their rights. And if we start limiting, I mean, we're trying to, Ms. Alcacer is trying to limit free speech. They've done it time and time again. We're limiting people from outside of our community from speaking, which people may drive through our city and may not agree with our policies and, have a right to come and voice those opinions, in my opinion. And we're continually trying to shut people down, to shut people up that disagree with this council majority. And I find it interesting that they want to stop citizens' letters from being read that are critical of themselves or of staff members, but citizens come up here and call me names, say things to me, and I don't hear any point of order. I don't hear any complaint there because it's critical of me. So then it's okay.
All right. Mr. Hody, do you have something to say?
Probably not really, but the body or an individual, if they disagree with something, but as far as being accusatory, or anything can be construed as name calling. Certainly, there's a lot of things that each one of us do and vote for that citizens disagree with, and that's their right, certainly. I have in the past as well. But it just needs to be toned down a little bit when if somebody's going after somebody. I don't think we should be doing that.
Okay. All right. Councilor Rodriguez, did you have something to say on this?
Although I agree with Mr. Bradshaw, I agree with Mr. Hody, I agree with Ms. Alcacer. If I put it out there completely, it doesn't bother me. I know what I earned. I know what title I have. And just as any other person with a PhD, like Ms. Caldera is called Dr. Caldera, call me that, don't call me that. I don't have to worry about feeling an insecurity as far as my education and academics. So, and then again, it really doesn't matter who it's coming from.
Okay, so you didn't see it as a personal attack?
No, it is, but it's him. I'm accustomed to it.
Okay, all right. But I'm just saying there's a degree to all of this, and we're just, okay, let's move on. Yes.
May I, Mayor?
Excuse me, I've got,
Mr. Bull had his hand.
Mr. Bull had his hand up first. We're still on citizens to be heard. While he's coming up, Ms. Alcacer, go ahead. Go ahead, your point of order. Did you, you could just, I am going to ask you to go ahead and vote with the council on that one. So it's sustained, I think, or overruled. Yeah, there we go, overruled. This is all new to me, this point of order stuff, my goodness. So if the council does not want somebody to say what Mr. Martinez just said, or I don't know what Josh Stevens said. I haven't read this letter yet. So how can I determine if it's critical or not, So it's just hard. So do you want to go ahead and vote on that?
Point of clarification.
Go ahead.
I think it's a simple rule, or it can be made simple. It's like the colloquial term calling someone out. When you name someone specifically, like Mr. Bradshaw just did with me, and just saying, instead of saying the whole council, he was accusatory toward me. He was accusatory toward Councilor Rodriguez, accusatory toward the manager. He called them out by name.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
And that's in Mr. Pulliam's letter, which he sent to us about 3:00, everybody. And just because it hasn't been read, that's why I'm trying to give you a heads up that it is offensive. And using a name and then making derogatory remarks or whatever they said, or you're saying it's opinion, they shouldn't be using the name. That's a personal attack.
I think that is a clear distinction. So if you have something to say, just don't use the person's name. I think that is perfectly legitimate to make that distinction. So thank you for that. Okay, Mr. Bowl.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Thank you for having me this evening, or allowing me to be here.
Sure.
I would like to make a point of clarification, just to start by saying when you criticize someone, because I'm a very adept at being criticized, you're criticizing, whether by name specifically, their choice as a governing individual, not so much as attacking Dr. Catherine Rodriguez's choice of name. That is a personal matter, has nothing to do with her job on the dais, at work, or any other thing. That is the difference between criticism and attacking personally, which is about the rules of decorum that this governing body passed. What Councilman Will Bagshaw had mentioned about stating the First Amendment right to talk about a choice of how someone voted, that is a criticism. It's perfectly doable. I could say, hey, Councilman Bradshaw, your consistent ability to, or consistent actions of voting nay against many of the measures is terrible. That's a First Amendment criticism. It is not a personal attack. Now to say, well, Bradshaw, because of your opinions and your sensationalism about how you think it's just outrageous, that there's a conspiracy and thus you're fighting it along with the citizens, and to go further into outside the realm of this council's governing decisions, that is a personal attack, which, as I believe Councilwoman Alcacer was mentioning, I've been listening, and sometimes it's hard for people to articulate the idea, and I just wanted to put a clarification to that. I understand what everyone is saying up here, and I understand what she's saying, and I thank her for trying to warn you about any upcoming disparaging remarks from others.
Yeah.
So I also wanted to mention about the pool decision coming up, about the action plan, and with the consistent rising hospitalizations that have just been cropping up since Memorial Day alone, I really, really am putting my 2 feet into the ground on this position that we do not open the pools for the sake of the public. Everyone has the ability to step outside their front doors, go for a run, go to the park currently, and enjoy nature. So no children, including my 6-year-old nephew, no child is without the ability to go and enjoy nature along the hiking trails, along any other available nature ability. But we do not need these pools, and it certainly would save us tens of thousands of dollars to ensure that they stay closed. And thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you. That's 3 minutes. All right, I appreciate that. Anyone else in the chambers? Yes, ma'am. How are you doing? And welcome. And your little kids are going to sit there very cooperatively, so they see you through the, here she comes. How are you?
Too late.
Okay. I spoke too soon.
Oh.
There we go.
I wondered if this would happen.
Go ahead.
Just to introduce myself,
Yes,
my
ma'am.
name is Holly McGill. I live on 6734 Timber Hill.
Okay.
There was an incident, a traffic incident that happened on Timber Hill on Sunday morning, perhaps at like 5:30, 6 o'clock in the morning, where my next door neighbor had a car drive into her living room.
Oh, no.
This is not the first time that this has happened on Timber Hill Drive. My neighbor on the opposite side of me, since he has lived in his home, he's lived in his home for 11 years, and I'm not exactly certain when this happened, but another driver ran into the side of his home. And the neighbors across the street were telling me that since they have been living in their home, which was about 14 years ago when they moved in, somebody ran into the fire hydrant that's right in front of their home, which launched 2 houses down, over a football field, through 20 feet of housing. Those, the speed bumps that are on Timber Hill are completely insufficient. It poses a serious hazard, and the VIA buses are probably the worst offenders when it comes to driving too quickly through that road. There are plenty of cars that are able to straddle either side of the speed bumps and just completely drive over it without a hiccup. And there are plenty of...
She likes that microphone.
Yes, she does. There are plenty of cars... Sorry. There are plenty of cars that drive through on a regular basis that are speeding. And that roll through those stop signs regularly. I see it every day that I drive there. Something really needs to be done for the safety. I know, there's lions. Something really needs to be done to address the safety on the street. I did get a couple of neighbors to write letters that I could submit to whoever I need to. And there are other neighbors who were supposed to attend tonight, but they, for whatever reason, were unable to. But something must be done for the safety of not only my own kids, but neighbors and everyone who uses that street.
And you live on Timber Hill.
That is correct.
Yes, so that's the street you're complaining about.
I live exactly in front of the first speed bump that is after you turn on it from Huebner.
From Huebner, okay. Yeah.
So, and I see people speed past it all the time. I get great views from my windows.
So yes, please submit those other letters, and I'll ask Ms. Kinsler if we could address her concern. Thank you. I appreciate that, because safety is utmost, especially with your little kids. How old are they? Oh my goodness, bless your heart.
That's why I'm here tonight. I can't have somebody drive through my window.
That's right. Well, thank you for letting us know about your issue on Timber Hill. And we will, oops, there we go. Yes. Yes. Holly, do you have flashing lights on your street? On Timber Hill, on the stop signs? That's what you're talking about. On 2 of them you do. Okay. Come forward. Yeah, we're recording. I'm sorry. I had a question about Councilor Hody.
We do have 2 stop signs that have flashing lights that I'm positive of. The ones that are turning from Huebner, the intersection of Huebner and Timber Hill, and then the intersection of Timber Hill and Autumn something or other.
Autumn Chase.
Thank you. I'm not aware if it's flashing on the one for Blacksmith.
Yes.
It might be. I just don't really, I drive it, but not very often. So,
right. Yeah. Well, thank you for bringing it to our attention, and we'll make sure that our staff will follow up with you on seeing if there's anything else that we could do better to keep you all safe. Definitely.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Okay. Anyone else in council chambers? Okay, so I'm going to start reading these letters, and
Mayor, the city attorney went offline. I don't know where he went, but he's not
coming
on.
back on. He just messaged me.
Okay.
Said he got kicked off somehow.
Okay.
all right, so we have citizens to be heard, Leslie Bacon Knopf. Please read these comments that citizens be heard at tonight's meeting. I'm writing to you today with enormous concern that many of our constituents, including myself, fear for our safety right now in Leon Valley. For this reason, many residents will not be attending the City Council meeting in person tonight. After we saw what happened to Mr. Yarnell, an elderly man, very long-time resident, prior Leon Valley City Council and committee member, during a pandemic, we were shocked. It was appalling and dangerous for Mr. Yarnell and frankly to our whole city. I attended the entire meeting, and it was quite clear see, again, that not calling names though, the manager, police chief, and council, and somebody running for re-election were well informed and waiting for the arrest during the meeting. We now know that another council member was waiting at home to hear of Mr. Yarnell's arrest, since it was that person who accused him of the assault. Medical records were not submitted as evidence, and Mr. Yarnell was charged because another council member. It's hard for me to read this and not use names. Okay. At the end of the meeting, another counselor was seen on tape egging another citizen, Mr. Mata, on for a fight. Additionally, after Mr. Yarnell's arrest and out of the public ear during the following days, harassing opponent's family and trying to censor posts related to the arrest that she didn't like. One post said consider removing was a link for a neighbor to donate to Mr. Yarnell's legal fund. The post on Nextdoor that we're all most concerned about and what I'm writing about today was on the post of Mr. Yarnell's arrest, where neighbors were asked what happened. Because I attended the meeting, I answered that Mr. Yarnell was arrested when he left the chambers and the meeting was adjourned. Almost immediately, a member of the Citizen Police Advisory posted under my comment, 4 more to go. It was stunning. I said, is that a threat to this gentleman, who I will not name? Many other people commented on his threat before Nextdoor removed it. I was able to screenshot the threat, which I have attached below, with the comments from the leads showing true alarm as a neighbor and police advisory committee member expressing such threatening behavior, especially what happened to Mr. Yarnell the night before. I do wonder if this council majority remembers during these council meetings that they are being filmed and documented in chambers, in the media, and on Nextdoor. It is very clear that the Leon Valley City Hall is targeting citizens for arrest, as the person on the Citizens Police Advisory said on Nextdoor. I am a tax-paying voting resident in Leon Valley. I should not have to be afraid to go to city council meetings because I don't support the same candidate as the staff. Just know, Leon Valley City Hall, the residents are watching and November is coming. So that's Ms. Knopf. This is from Miss Shirley Jonas, and she lives at 6523 Sally Agee, Shadow Mist Subdivision. I'm proud to be a citizen of Leon Valley, where we do not have problems with the police department like other cities in the United States. Our police department looks out for their citizens and offers to help keep us safe. I have been around Leon Valley since the mid-50s, when my maternal grandparents and aunt and uncle built their homes on El Verde Road. Let's go back to being caring and gentle citizens, looking out for each other instead of insulting, hurtful people. This was a Citizens to be Heard letter that came in last meeting, Thursday, June 4th at 6:45 p.m., and somehow it didn't get to me and Ms. Pasley and Ms. Kensler. She copied everybody, so I'm not sure exactly what happened. And this is from Jessica Moffett, who is a board member of the Ethics Review Committee, and she said, good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Jessica Moffett, and I live in Bandera Pass community. I am also a member of the Leon Valley Ethics Review Board. I am writing tonight to express my extreme displeasure with this council and their deliberate abuse of the Home Rule Charter. As an Ethics Review Board member, I, along with my fellow board members and citizens, spent many hours of my own volunteer time to investigate the accusations against Mayor Riley. I want to be clear that we debated and weighed all ramifications of Riley's actions. As a group, and after hours of deliberation, we concluded that it was not in the best interest of the city to pursue any action against Mayor Riley. I also respect that the council has the final say in what actions to take and pursue on their own. As a member of the board, I implore you not to undermine the findings and recommendations that we as a citizens body came to. The right for us as citizens to choose our own elected officials is being dismantled in Leon Valley in an embarrassing public display. I cannot simply stand idle when our democracy is being attacked. This will be the second elected official removed from office through the weaponization of the Home Rule Charter. In watching all of this unfold and hearing the supposed displeasure certain people have towards the mayor, one question comes to mind. Why don't you run against her? We live in a country that affords us the right to run for office and make real change in our community. If you are so against what Riley stands for, meet her on the ballot and challenge her for her spot legally. If you can do a better job of heading the city, do it. Don't use citizens' tax dollars that we, under no circumstance, gave to be used for this purpose. Respectfully, Jessica Moffitt. Next is Louise Maloof, and Louise, I meant to read this one at the beginning of the meeting, and I failed to do so because she is a resident of Leon Valley. I'm 87 years old. I do not drive anymore, but I do try to watch the city council meetings online. Thank you for allowing us to be able to do that. But I have a problem. I do not know if I'm the only one or if there may be others with the same problem, but that is the volume. I have my computer volume on 100% and the volume of the video on as high as it'll go, and still I cannot hear most of what's going on. This is especially true these days because of everyone having to wear face masks. It was bad before, so I can't fully blame that. I have been told it was my computer. Well, my old computer broke down right before COVID-19. I bought a new computer and I still have the same problems. Sometimes one of the council members will look down while speaking. Others, it is because the speaker has his back to the camera. Most of the speakers speak low anyhow. I believe they think if they speak louder, it will sound like they are yelling. These things I have noticed. I do not know what the problem may be, but I do wish that you would look into this and please try to at least speak louder, and clearer might also help. Thank you for your help in trying to fix this problem. I and others do love Leon Valley, and we do like either to be involved or at least know what's going on. Sincerely, Margaret Louise Maloof. So, everybody, if you could speak louder, and then also, I'm not sure about the podium. I don't know, maybe we should turn it a little bit to where people can project out. Okay, this one actually, I've got to start on April the 8th. 2020, and it was public actors conduct. I'm not sure, Renee Munoz. And it says, Dear Mayor, Police Chief, and all government employees or hired participants for the Leon Valley, Texas City Council. As I was reviewing your meeting online for the past 24 hours, I believe I heard the mayor. I could be incorrect in saying that it was the mayor state that I must state my name and where I live in order to address the council via this government-appointed email that she gave out for citizens to address the council. For my understanding as a citizen, I am allowed to address any governmental body in the United States anonymously. Can I please have understanding from this council as to which law the mayor or whomever that female voice was that gave out this email was referring to when they stated that we must identify to ask questions or comment to a governmental body? Thanks for all you do to help our citizens. Side note, my opinion from what I've seen watching many, many hours of your meeting is that the mayor's demeanor and attitude are exemplary. Wow. I applaud you and appreciate you, Mayor. I didn't know that was coming. And then on April 14th, I viewed the meeting in which, this is the same lady, I viewed the meeting in which you said my letter was going to be read, but the majority of the council decided not to hear from me. Can you please tell me if my question will be answered at all? I didn't ask for my question to read. I only asked the council a question email, expected an answer to that via email. I understand that you have not yet approved my attempted correspondence with this public entity as of yet, but I am giving my opinion anyway because I'm extremely disturbed by the majority of this council's decisions regarding citizens. I truly feel that the same majority do not only could care less about what the people want, but just blatantly disregard the fact that this council and all governmental bodies belong to and are owned and are paid for by we the people. How dare you say and do the many things you have done? I believe the same majority should not only be removed from their public duty, but should be brought to trial for treason. My goodness. If my question and opinion are disregarded, I suggest that you not destroy it because it is still on the record as an email from a citizen, even though the majority of this council and possibly their legal advisor, which again is paid for by the same citizen that you are censoring, clearly wishes it to be ignored. And then she had written Sandra, asking her to please forward this email so that we could read it tonight. So that's what we just did. Okay. Okay, so next I've got Lynn Joseph. She said, I would like to have the additional cost of all the attorney lawsuits pending to be placed on the next city council meeting agenda. And that's Lynn Joseph in Canterfield. And then I've got Josh Stevens, which I guess he heard, Ms. Alcacer, your concerns, and so he has rewritten his letter because he, and I guess I'll start reading it, and he said he's rewritten the letter. There are no attacks. I have only referenced factual events, and Mr. Stevens lives in Forest Oaks. Good evening, Council. After reviewing the proposed expenditures using funds allocated through the CARES Act contained within Agenda Item 8.2, listed on this evening's agenda, I was not surprised by what I saw. It is obvious that our manager is diligently attempting to misuse and abuse the federal funds allocated to Leon Valley via Section 6.01D of the Social Security Act, freeing up other dollars for excessive discretionary spending. The fact that many of these items did not meet the federal requirements for COVID-related expenses outlined in the U.S. Congress's bill or fit the requirements outlined in the United States Department of Treasury's guidance on the act is of no surprise. Very aware of the ease of approval of agenda items and financial proposals by the current City Council, our manager is not generally required to answer council members' logical questions or thoughtful inquiries regarding more complicated matters because there usually are none. My expectation regarding misuse and abuse of funds is based on the manager's remarks on May 19th, 2020 council meeting where she stated we can get that reimbursed immediately prior to the council's rubber stamping of an emergency ordinance for firefighter bunker gear. Because of my own familiarity with firefighting gear as well as healthcare personal protective equipment, I was appalled that the city manager appeared to be setting up for a fraudulent transaction whereby the city would use funds allocated for COVID-19 expenses for gear that firefighters use when they are inside burning buildings. If you are not a firefighter paramedic, it would be understandable to not realize this. However, if you have no knowledge of bunker gear and yet are responsible for the approval of spending nearly $100,000 of taxpayers' hard-earned dollars for this emergency issue, it would seem reasonable to expect prudent elected leaders to exert due diligence and seek to understand what and why they are paying for proposed items. I know that personal protective equipment required to fight COVID-19 is not bunker gear. It is gowns, gloves, booties, face shields, goggles, masks, and some medical self-contained breathing apparatuses, very different than what firefighters would use in a burning building or on the scene of motor vehicle accident. Because of my expectation that our city manager would attempt to fraudulently spend federal allocated funds. I have already engaged Senator Cruz, okay, and he has asked that this be continued to be read under 8.2, which I'll move over. Okay. And then Justin Pulliam has again submitted comments for the June 16th meeting under police policies, which has been moved to the next agenda item. And then under citizens to be heard, he has another comment. Actually, he has about 7.4 meetings of decorum and records management, and then the last, citizens to be heard. And it is again my understanding, because Mr. Pulliam is not a resident or a business member of the city of Leon Valley, the council has voted and moved not to hear from anybody that's not in the city. So with that, I'm sorry, Mr. Pulliam, I've got to follow the majority will of the council. So thank you again for trying, but it's not going to happen again. Okay, I think that's it. All right. So let's move on then to announcements by the mayor and city council members. Councilor Charles, if you'll begin.
The only thing I have is that it's all calm at the Charles residence, and I hope it is at all of yours too. I'm staying safe, and I hope you stay safe also. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Rodriguez.
Welcome, everybody. Glad to see everybody here. I really don't have too much to say except let's keep our military in mind and all the people participating and being active in the protests, that everybody comes out and goes home safely.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Alcacer.
Yes, ma'am. I just want to once again thank all of the essential workers, including all our staff members, the nurses, the hospital people, the people at working at restaurants, at grocery stores, and going back to our own staff. The fire department and the police are doing special things for families, seniors, young kids, for birthday parties and stuff like that gets no publicity. And I'd just like to thank them for the time and effort they give, and for all the time being spent now trying to make our budget work. And I know that the majority of staff members are participating in that and learning while they're doing. And I thank you for that.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Hody.
Good evening, everyone. I'm glad you're here, and I want you all to continue to be safe. Don't forget, don't get lax about washing hands and wearing masks. I know occasionally I do, and I have to stop myself because I keep hearing that things are picking up again. I don't know if that's true or not, but thank you to the staff for allowing us to meet here and to make the arrangements so that citizens and business owners can be here as well. And Mrs. Maloof, we hear you loud and clear, and I hope you hear us loud and clear as well. Please let us know if you don't,
definitely.
And I'll try not to look down when I'm talking. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Hody. Mr. Bradshaw.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to thank everybody for coming tonight and for watching online. We do appreciate everybody who pays attention to try and make our community better. And I also want to wish everybody a safe and happy 4th of July. Since we won't be meeting, we won't have our normal 4th of July celebration, which makes me sad. It's something I look forward to every year. And I want to share a quick experience, if I could, with all the stuff that's going on in the world lately, all the doom and gloom with the COVID-19 and riots and everything else that's been happening. I just want to share kind of a quick happy story that happened last weekend. I was visiting some family in Utah, and we were out with my sister and her friend. We came home, and it was a little bit after midnight, and we started to pull into her neighborhood. As we pulled into the neighborhood, there were several fire trucks in front of us, not with their sirens on, and not flashing lights, but with spotlights. And they were shining out in every direction. And, my first thought, I told my sister, I hope your house isn't on fire. And then we saw some police cruisers up on the side of the road as well. And, sorry, my sister looked and saw an older gentleman there in his pajamas. And she knew him as a neighbor. And he was in his striped pajamas, and she said, oh no, it's the little girl. And I said, what are you talking about? And she said, this gentleman takes care of his granddaughter, and she's about 8 years old, and she's highly autistic, very, super autistic, and he's the caregiver for her. And if he's out in the middle of the night in his pajamas, there's something going on with the little girl. She's, I guess she'd gotten out before and stuff. And so, we went and parked the car and talked about it for a second. What should we do? We should go out and help try and find this little girl. And we went inside. Of course, my nieces and nephews were all still up after midnight, which they shouldn't have been. But and we said, do you want to come help us? And they all, 5 of them ran out and came. We formed an impromptu search party with our cell phones, as flashlights, right? And we started walking down these little neighborhood, looking for this girl. And we decided, we talked about it at first if we should drive or if we should walk. But like I said, the police were driving around with their spotlights, and we said, well, let's walk because she might hear us, or we might hear something, or she might see us and come out from somewhere. And so we were walking down, and my sister lives near a river, so we're walking towards the river. And as we get down to the bottom of the hill where the river is, we see the grandfather, and he was coming up the hill towards us. And my sister, she knew him, and she says, is the girl missing? She's missing, right? And he confirmed, yes, she is. How long has she been gone? Over an hour. So she'd been out for over an hour, and he had no idea where she was. And he told us he was going to go get his bike, because with an hour gone, who knows how far away she could have gotten. And as we sat there talking to him for just a brief minute, I continued walking down towards the river. And all of a sudden, in the lights of the fire engine, I saw something cross in front of me in the dark. And my sister's friend yelled out, is that her? And I've never seen somebody run so fast. This older gentleman sprinted by me like Forrest Gump. He was just running towards the front toward down the hill. And, of course, I ran down there after him and he had found his granddaughter and was embracing her. And, it was really a miracle, and just the coincidence that, we wanted to go help, and we happened to talk to this guy. He would have never seen her because he was coming the other way, and she just happened to pass by in front of those lights. And, of course, there was tons of police officers and fire department, and they were all out there with flashlights searching by the river and all around these different areas. But we obviously called everybody back, and it was just really a happy ending to what could have been a tragedy. And so I just want to say, everybody, get to know your neighbors and care for those that are around you. Thank you.
Very good. All right. Thank you for that. Yeah, that's why we have wellness checks. So through the police department, we learned that last time. Well, I think, Councilor Hody, I agree with you about encouraging everyone to follow the best practices for COVID to keep it down. In fact, Councilor Rodriguez just shared with me 436 new cases of the virus. So it's exponentially going up. So my brother lives in Taiwan, and I talked to him on Sunday of this week, and they've gone 60 days without a COVID-related case. And so they're feeling very positive that they've gotten through. It's just a little island, but it's got 23 million people on it. But they've been consistently wearing masks and taking temperatures and doing all the right things. So we can do this. We can beat it, but we've got to all work together. And again, yes, the 4th of July, I can't believe it's going to be here before we know it without a celebration, but we'll make up for it for next year. Census, please, if you have not filled out your census, we need you to be counted for sure, and you can go online to do that. Last but not least, we did have our Bandera Road work group meeting this afternoon, and so the concepts development workshop is scheduled for Monday, June 29th from 4 to 6 in the evening, and it'll be comprised of the technical group and the planning committee. And basically, again, what we're trying to do is take all of the ideas, funnel them through like a sieve, or whatever you call that, and based on the evidence, we're going to hopefully come up with the best alternative for Bandera Road. And so it's the first of 2 workshops. The next workshop is in July, but it's not been scheduled yet. So anyway, it's a very interesting process, and hopefully, we're slowly going through it, and we're trying to adapt with the COVID. I think it's better to have people in the room, but we're not able to do that because there'd be about 100 people online on June 29th, so we can't meet in person. But anyway, y'all take care and be safe and stay healthy. All right, moving then to the consent agenda item, 6.1 through 4. Is there anyone? Yes. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. And this is actually addressed to Chief Salvaggio from Jerry Johnson on Longhouse Court. Chief Joseph, I am writing you today that in lieu of all the bad press about police officers' conduct in America, I am proud of the work of your officers that they do each day. I guess I am part of the silent majority because most of the time you ever hear of anything from the citizens, it is to complain about something. I have lived here for almost 47 years and at times have had to call an officer due to theft in my neighborhood. I am happy to report that I have not had to call you guys any time recently because theft to my vehicles or to my property, which tells me that you and your staff are doing a good job. Please keep up the good work. I have met a few of your officers through the years and have tremendous amount of respect for Ben Castro, as I know he has been with the department for many years. Also, Officer Amadin assisted us a year or so when a friend of mine had the tires and rims stolen off his pickup while parked on the street next to my home. I am one that fully appreciates the efforts of your department, and that is why I am writing to you today. A few years back, when the police officers in Dallas were being shot, I stopped by City Hall and gave $100 to the department to purchase lunch for the officers on duty that day. Just a simple gesture to show my appreciation for the good work you all are doing there. Through the years, I have had only one complaint, as I did not approve of the city putting up the Gestapo cameras at our traffic lights. But I have gotten accustomed to them by now because I do my best to obey the law while out driving on our city roads. So in closing, I want to say thank you and to all of your officers for the great job they are doing to keep us stay safe. Thank you. All right. Anything else? I think I've got it now. Thank you, Ms. Postley. Appreciate that. Okay, agenda items 6.1, 2, 3, and 4. Are there any items that the counselors would like to pull from the consent agenda for discussion? Okay, I would like the monthly financial report. I don't see Mr.
He's sitting at his desk. He'll be on his way now.
Oh, good. Yeah, I'd like to. The budget is our number one responsibility as counselors. We have to oversee the money, your taxpayer dollars, and so I think it's very important for us to review the budget. Even though it doesn't drastically change, it's still important that you see how your money's being spent. So I would like to review that, and it shouldn't take too long. So while we're waiting for Mr. Messick, may I have a motion and a second to adopt 6.1, 2, and 3 of the consent agenda, please?
I so move.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion by Counselor Hody and a second by Counselor Rodriguez to approve consent agenda item 6.1, 2, and 3. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? The motion does carry. Thank you. And we are waiting for Mr. Messick. Maybe, do we want to go on? And no, that's going to be a big, oh, you're going to do it. Okay, very good, Ms. Kinsler, thank you. And I had.
Mayor, this is Counselor Charles.
Yes,
Just while we're waiting, I'd just like to say congratulations to Mr. Christensen for putting together the Hike and Bike Trail Advisory Committee annual report. I thought it was done very nicely and had great photos.
Yes, and I'm glad that you brought that up, because I had on my consent agenda item notes is to thank all of the volunteers, not only on the Park Commission, but also the Hike and Bike Trail Committee.
Yes.
They do hours and hours of work, and we do appreciate all that they do. So thank you to those two committees that we've approved their annual reports. Okay, yes,
Ready?
yes, I was just looking for, I thought I saw Floyd come in, so.
That's
anyway,
okay.
Go ahead.
So this is the general fund financial report for the month of May, or through the month of May. You can see the FY 2020 budget up there, having a hard time. And then you can see the percent that we should be spent, and then the year-to-date that should be spent about this time, and then the year-to-date actual. Underneath there, you can see the expenditures for the 2020 budget. And in the second column, where they should be trending is the first column, and then the second column is where they are trending. In the next screen.
I had a couple of questions on
Yes.
this piece of paper. What is our sales tax? I know it's 49.4%, and is that, and it's 2 months behind, right?
That's correct. We actually get the collections 2 months behind. So the collection for your sales tax right now would be through April.
Okay, through April, but
Yes,
are we still, I think last month it was 0.03% up? So
we were down.
We're down?
We were down. It was 0.003 or something. It was very, very.
Okay, and
and
are we
then
still
1 month it
down?
was
Are we still down?
1.9. The last report that you received
ma'am.
is the last report that I received. So we don't have.
Oh, we
the
don't
next
have it.
one yet.
Okay,
No,
all
ma'am.
right. And then on miscellaneous,
Mhm.
I was just curious what that entailed.
So your miscellaneous revenue.
383, and we're already at 305. So is that grants or?
Your miscellaneous revenue can be your grants. It can be various fees that don't come out of community development. We just had this discussion in our revenue.
Okay. All right. I just was wanting a little bit more on that, but that's okay. Let's move to a municipal court. That 43%, that's, I'm sure, related to the COVID and not being able to have our regular
So that is
municipal
correct.
court.
Yeah,
Okay.
that
so
is
that's why
correct.
that's
But now
down.
you're going to start seeing 2 court hearings a week.
Okay.
And so that not only is going to climb back up, but
yeah, it's
we're going to spend
expenditures.
more than what we had anticipated. And we're going to talk about that in a little
Right.
while in the upcoming CARES Act presentation.
And then I was just wondering why we're expending more on our council and manager at this. Are we going to be okay for the rest of the year? We
Yes,
should be at 66.
one thing we're doing
and we're
right
at
now with
80.9.
council and manager, and I said that in my city manager's report,
Uh-huh.
is we're expending funds for COVID right now
Oh,
that we're
okay.
expecting
I
some
didn't see that.
reimbursement on.
Okay.
And so that's
So it
one
came out
area
of that budget. Okay, gotcha. Thank you.
But we've now set aside, we've actually tagged them COVID expenses.
Okay.
We've
And
been
we'll-
doing that for quite a while.
Right.
But it's going to look, it's going to look
It's
funny
gonna
until
skew
we
it.
get there.
Okay,
Exactly.
I got you. All right, thank you for that explanation. Okay, so the water and sewer.
Any questions
Oh,
on
okay.
the water and sewer
Yeah, I
fund?
have some questions.
You can see the budget and you can see the year-to-date where it's actually trended and then what we did last year. of
So
course.
I'm assuming the miscellaneous on the revenue is the CDBG grant for 345,292?
Yeah, that
Is that
would
right?
make sense.
And then I just wanted to know why the tapping fees were so off right now, as far as revenue goes. Is that
I
pertain
believe,
to development, I would assume?
well, and didn't we stop the tapping fees during COVID?
Is that what we did? Okay, I knew we did fees,
No,
but I didn't know
right.
it was tapping fees. I know it was
Right.
red light camera late fees and water late fees.
Water late
Oh,
fees,
yeah,
correct.
there you go, water late fees. There we go.
Right.
Okay, and then on the stormwater,
Mm-hmm.
we just haven't expended as much to date as we have in the past.
I look at stormwater and we're pretty close on where we should be.
It said FY actual 25.6%, and then on the budget, it should be at 66.6%. So it's like, I'm just,
Sorry, I thought
yeah.
you were still talking about revenue. You're talking about
Oh, I'm
expenditures.
sorry, I just went,
That's
I
okay.
just went on.
Okay, so you're down to expenditures.
Huh?
I'm not sure why
Okay.
that would be a Melinda question. I don't know why she's not there yet.
Okay.
But she usually does spend stormwater.
Pick it up. Okay. as
You know,
the
you
year
have
goes.
it allocated for certain things in the budget.
Okay.
And a lot of times, what people will do, what directors will do, is some of them don't have their capital spent yet.
Okay. And of course, we have been hit by COVID, so that slowed a lot of things down too. So, okay, thank you. Any other questions on that? Okay, we can move on then. Community Center Fund.
Mayor, point of clarification,
Yes, ma'am. That's Ms. Alcacer. You're recognized.
if we're finished with that.
We are.
I believe it was Mr. Christensen did the Park Commission report, and Henry Deeker, I believe, did the trail hike and bike report. Thank you.
Yes, I'm sorry, I did mean the Park Commission when I mentioned Mr. Christensen.
Right. Okay. Yeah, we're still just finishing up on the, and you wanted to thank them? Is that what you wanted to do, Ms. Alcacer?
Ma'am, it was just a clarification as to who did what. I thought we were finished with the
okay.
budget.
Well, we're at the
but-
Community Center Fund, so we'll finish that.
Yes, and to thank them also.
Yes, you bet. I think that's really important.
So this tells a COVID story right here.
Uh-huh.
When you look at your hot taxes, you're not going to hit your mark. When you look at your rental fees, you're not going to hit your mark. As you know, we've had everything closed down. And then, of course, we're closing down the conference center in order to remodel it into something that's body approved and should be finished by December. So we're not going to hit any of the marks in that fund. And then you can see your expenditures. We are trying to keep them down.
Right. But hopefully, do you think we'll still have enough revenue that covers our expenses?
I think we will, yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Because we're moving things around.
Okay. All right.
There's your sales tax.
Okay. I guess I had the question about how much money do we still have in the projects for specific projects? I know we did take some out of this fund, did we not?
We
for
sure-
our small business?
We did. We took $150,000 out, and we're actually going to come to you July 7th and ask for, I think it's 157, because we underestimated on refunding the businesses their rent. By the time we got to the seventh business, we went over by 7,000 and something, so we're going to need to come back on that one.
Okay.
But we did get all the paperwork signed, and they turned in their complete application, and it's ready. It's Carvel.
So we'll address that at the next
The
council
July
meeting.
7th
Okay.
meeting will address that.
Very good.
And we'll have a better number for you then, too.
Okay, great, thank you.
Because all those checks will have gone out.
Right. Well, the red light cameras is still hanging in there.
They're still hanging in there.
Oh.
Sure are.
And where would we see the late fees? Remember, we
Right there at
waived
the
the
top.
late fees, but it's still,
Don't forget you're 2 months behind, though.
yeah, we're 2 months behind on this one?
2 months behind on your, by the time you reported on your red light camera collections.
All right, I think I forgot that. All right, thank you. Impound lot, yeah, that's, when you compare it to the actual for 19.
We had a pretty good auction last month. We actually did it all online, which may be the way that we end up going.
Really?
And we did very well.
Great. Well, I think that's what people are getting used to, the new normal.
I think
you
so
know?
too. I
Right.
think so too. Was worried about that one, and that we had that impound lot with the fewest amount of cars we've ever had.
Really?
But per car, we made more money than the in-person auctions. So we were pleased with that.
How about that? That's great. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Are there any questions from the council or from our citizens on the budget? We'd love to hear from you. Yes, Mr. Bowl, please come forward. And then I'll ask the council if you have any additional questions.
From last time.
Okay.
Somebody
Thank
asked
you.
for that last time.
I think that was Councilor Rodriguez. There you go. Thank you. Yes, well, let's wait for our chief to clean. Yes,
Thank you,
Mr.
Mayor
Bowl.
Council.
Good evening
So-
again.
Thank you. My name's Evan Bull, 4 Stokes Counterfield.
Uh-huh.
I had a couple questions, and I don't know why this might be for this time, but I'm noticing the percentages up on the various areas of the budget in what was estimated. You have a percentage of 66.6%.
Right.
And is that regarding basically of the year's budget? So currently we're at 66.6%.
That's right.
Okay. And then with the actual revenue and the expenses, is that percentage of what we of that 66.6%?
It's
The
reality.
the actual the first line you see, that's where we should be trending based on the month that she ended this revenue itemization. But then the actual is where we're actually trending. And so by September 30, that first blue column, FY 2020 budget, should be at 100%. And then over to the next column, we should be 100% or under in every column. Does that make sense?
Okay, so that's the actual FY 2020 actual like water sales is 70% of where we should be at by September. Correct?
No.
70%
70% of where
today.
we should be as of the
May.
end of May. Yes, sir.
And then,
And so we're saying our revenue should be at that amount, or 66.6%, and we're telling you what our revenue actually is.
okay. And
Okay.
then there was a screen. There was I believe maybe one screen. I forgot what it was, but it was it had the total revenue of 145% at actual for the year to date. I'm trying to figure out how can you get 145% of that year to date actual.
We have miscellaneous. That was there it is.
There it is. That's it.
Uh-huh.
So how does that exactly work?
So what happens is there's various things that can happen, but you can be, like in that, for instance, the revenue that we have actually versus what we thought we had is more. Does that make sense?
Excuse me, I see it now with the miscellaneous revenue. There was no 191 on the other side. That's where my math was getting confused. I'm sorry. That answers all my questions basically, but because I was trying to figure out how you match up 66.6%, and then you have various percentages that reach some of these, and it was just confusing to me. Otherwise, I have no other questions about this.
Ms. Kinsler, just correct me if I'm wrong, that 191, I think it was 179,000, but anyway, we transferred some money from the EDCD fund to this fund, correct, in order to do the renovation of the community center. That's why that's,
Mayor, the EDCD did approve some money to do the reservation.
think it was
I don't know
100.
if she actually transferred it to this fund or she just did it out of there. I'm not sure.
Oh, okay.
I don't know what she did.
Oh, okay. I thought it was to this fund. Okay, very good. Thank you. All right, anyone, I thought I saw someone else that wanted to speak, no? Okay. All right, thank you all very much for indulging me on going over the budget. I really appreciate it. Okay, so we'll move then to ordinance 7.1, and this is our second reads, and we will vote on the second reads tonight. And Ms. Pasale, if you'll please read 7.1. Thank you.
Mayor,
Yes, I'm sorry, is that Counselor Alcacer or Counselor Charles? I couldn't tell.
Mr. Alcocer, and do we need to vote on that last item?
No, it was just for presentation only.
Wasn't it on the consent agenda?
It was on the consent.
Okay, so I guess we better vote on that
As a
then.
presentation,
As a
though.
presentation, though, yeah, that's right. We usually just have it as a presentation and never actually vote on the budget, so that's why I was thinking we didn't have to vote. So it was just a presentation, but thanks for that clarification. Do appreciate it. Okay, we are moving then to 7.1, and Ms. Pasale, if you'll please read that ordinance. Oh, is it Ms. Kinsler? All
Yes.
right, Ms. Kinsler.
7.1, an ordinance of the City of Leon Valley, Texas City Council granting a zone change from B3 Commercial District with SO Sustainability Overlay District zoning to B3 Commercial District with CIO Commercial Industrial Overlay District zoning on approximately 5 acres, generally located on the east side of Timber Hill Drive, approximately 600 feet south of Grissom Road, providing for repealer, severability, and savings clauses, and providing for an effective date.
All right, thank you. Okay, Mr. Milan, we had a rather interesting discussion last meeting. I mean, we had a huge council meeting. I think we spent about an hour and a half on this. So
Right.
what would you give us as an update on this?
Just have a few things to clarify. Just a couple of things from last week. Want to make sure the council's operating on the facts. It was discussed at the last meeting that I think there were other businesses that have been assisted in getting out of the overlay district. To my knowledge, the only other businesses that have been removed from the overlay district since it was implemented was Mr. Rubio's property at Pawson Grissom, and the Leon Valley Storage was removed from the overlay and moved into the commercial industrial overlay. There's also some properties off of Reindeer Trail that were several years ago. They were removed and placed into the commercial industrial overlay, and also several of the properties over near the aquarium. Those properties were moved from the sustainability overlay district and placed into the commercial industrial overlay. Other than that, we have had one other request. We've had one request, including this one, since I've been here, that's actually been considered. It was a property, a gentleman by the name of Jonathan King, and he requested to be removed. That was last year, and the zoning commission did deny that request, and my recommendation was also a recommendation to deny on that. So I just wanted to clarify that. That's kind of the universe of requests to be removed from the sustainability overlay district and placed into the commercial, to my knowledge.
Okay, but actually on Grissom, we've had 2 businesses already removed from the sustainability.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Rubio and the
Leon Valley
storage. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
And they're on Grissom. All right, thank you for that.
Also, I just wanted to clarify, I think it was stated that I'm the only individual that's in opposition to the request. I just want to make sure to clarify, there were 3 other zoning commissioners, Commissioner Rouse, Alonzo, and Maureen. They voted against the request. Also, previous planning and zoning director, this request isn't the first time this request has come before the zoning commission and the council. It did this similar request to facilitate the expansion of U-Haul was brought before the zoning commission by the previous planning and zoning director, Nina Nixon Mendez. Her recommendation at that time was also a recommendation of denial based on, to my knowledge, the same factors that staff is recommending denial on. Also, to my knowledge, the previous chair of the Board of Adjustment submitted a letter in opposition to the request. So that's somebody else that has submitted opposition as well. So I just wanted to clarify that. Also, it was stated that the request has the support of neighbors. Just wanted to clarify, to my knowledge, it has the support of 2 neighbors, one which is a budding property and the other which is the co-applicant on this. And so I just want to clarify, it has the support of 2 neighbors to my knowledge, but we haven't heard from the residential district to the south. That's not in the city of in the city of Leon Valley, but there's the Twin Creek neighborhood, not in the city, but I'd argue that our civic duties extend beyond our boundaries.
Did you send any? You didn't have to send any notification to them, right?
State law doesn't require that,
Right.
but to my knowledge, I don't know if anybody in that neighborhood,
Okay.
frankly, knows. So I just want to make sure everybody keeps that in mind. Also, we talked a little bit about gateways and my previous discussions, but this is, in my opinion, this is a gateway into the city. It was pointed out that this is not, within the gateway overlay or, we don't have any gateway signage. But again, I'd just clarify, there's 28,000 cars. We're working on the Bandera Road study that are going through that intersection. There's 16,000 going one way and I think another 12 going the opposite direction. So that's 28,000 cars that are traversing that corridor. So again, I would argue that, that's with that kind of traffic, my opinion, that kind of traffic does merit considering a roadway to be a gateway into a city. One other thing too, just really want to make sure the council knows, again, because obviously we have a huge civic duty to our citizens, but again, I always argue we have a civic duty to our neighboring cities too. And we talked about the neighboring zoning, so I just want to make sure to do all the due diligence on the surrounding zoning. So let me jump to I think in my presentation I've got the. Stop. There we go. So you've got C3 zoning. This is all C3 zoning, City of San Antonio. And some of it's C2 for commercial. So C1, C2, C3, those are the City of San Antonio's commercial zoning. Went back through and reviewed the C3 zoning. And C3 zoning does not allow for outside storage by right. You have to get an SUP. And furthermore, the C3 zoning says no outside storage is permitted of any kind in the C3 zoning district. But in the C3 zoning district, if you get, it has an S, if you look through their permitted use matrix with an S, with an SUP, then you can get approved. So I just want to make sure the council knows that, we know that, the first step in potentially approving their request and facilitating their end goal of having outside boat and RV storage is removal from the sustainability overlay, and the next step would be an SUP. But these are all actions, to my knowledge, in particularly the SUP, that would allow for more lenient land use than what is currently permitted there right now. So to my knowledge, if you look around the current area out there, there's one property that's zoned industrial, just a little bit further west on Grissom. They have a lot of outside storage, but none of the other properties have outside storage. You have a used car dealership, but the cars that are outside, that's retail merchandise. They're selling it. So I just want to make sure the council understands the path that would potentially be going down and to my knowledge, creating even more lenient zoning. And again, go back to being stewards of the fringe of our city here. And so lastly, for clarification, I just want to make sure I didn't put a list up there last time. Removal from the sustainability overlay into the commercial industrial overlay. Just some of the uses that would be allowed. In addition, in this area would be an animal shelter and a pound, auto rental, auto sales, auto repair and brake repair, auto vehicle storage, car wash, contractor facility, farm equipment sales and service, flea market, moving and transfer company, warehouse, storage facility, and wholesale facility. So these are all things that you can't do there right now that with this particular action would be allowed. I also want to clarify again too, we talked about highest and best use. I think the question was asked to me, what do you envision here? What do you think? And so I never want to say what I envision here or what I want. It's, I'm up here to implement the city's plan. So the sustainability overlay was put into place. It's my job to implement the goal of that district. So it's not about what Brandon wants or Brandon's vision. It's about what are the laws that y'all have in place currently require? So, in my opinion, highest and best use of the property is some sort of townhouse, some sort of residential use. Just want to clarify that. Also want to touch on the policy aspect of things. Again, the Sustainability Overlay District was put into place to improve the quality of all of our corridors. If you drive down Eckert Road, you drive down Grissom Road, you drive down Bandera Road, you drive, the intersection of Grissom, and you can see there's challenges that we have ahead in terms of our community image, in terms of the current status of our commercial districts. We have some beautiful neighborhoods in the city that we should be incredibly proud of. But our commercial districts need some work, and unfortunately that's what people see when they come through our city. That's the image that they go away with, and that's why the Sustainability Overlay District was put into place to improve that, including this corridor. This is why it was put into place in this corridor. Over time, we've removed a lot of properties from that. Like I said, we've removed properties up at Reindeer Trail. We've removed several properties over in what was at one point in time planned to be our town center. It kind of looks like a keyhole that's starting to erode through there. We've removed some properties, like I said, over on Bandera Road near the aquarium. So overlays are intended to kind of be applied sort of like a blanket. They're not, imagine trying to cover yourself with a blanket with a little bit here, a little bit here, a little bit here, and a little bit here. That's not an overlay. That's starting to become spotty. And so, we talked about the spot zoning potential. I'm definitely going to defer to the city attorney on that tonight, so I'm going to go into that in detail. I just want to talk about the policy aspect. So, we've already set a precedent. Went back and looked at some of the financial numbers. The city spent about $75,000 in 2009 on consultants. I looked at, there's two bills in our finances, one for $52,000, I think the other one's for like $24,000. So that looks like what we spent with Half Associates back in 2009 to implement this overlay. So we're kind of starting on a path to potentially erode away something we spent money planning on. So I just want to make sure the council knows the time and energy and finances and resources we put into applying this. And, I think the question needs to be asked, what will our policy be moving forward? Assuming maybe the council were to take some sort of action. I don't know what the pleasure is of the council, but I just want to make sure to be aware of those things. That's, when you start to erode away at something, you have to ask, what's the precedent? What's our policy for moving properties if we do this and we've done the other ones? You kind of get to a quantity where you really have to start looking at that. Economics, I really, I respect the concerns we all have about economics right now and our tax base. We were looking at the numbers. But, I think, there's also, the applicants, they pulled some reports. There's definitely a lot of reports we should be concerned, but there's also a lot of reports right now that talk about how the housing market's bouncing back, particularly in our suburban communities and particularly in San Antonio. There's a lot of reports talking about how, it's expected that our housing demand in suburban areas is definitely going to grow with the fact that people are working from home and they don't need to be driving downtown. So I'd encourage the council to be cognizant of that. It's talked about, there's no other uses on this land. The residential market is definitely looking to bounce back. And like I said, we have residential developers looking to do townhouses right down the street on property that's zoned exactly the same way that this property is. Same base zoning, same overlay, everything. You could almost argue that the surrounding properties here it's a little bit more conducive to townhouses because you have a nice apartment complex being built and you have a nice single family house to the south. You don't have kind of a spotty commercial area with a real high traffic corridor right next to you. So again, I'd urge the council to keep that in mind. Lastly, I just want to talk about fiscal impact. The applicants, they shared some numbers with us at the last meeting. I think that's great. I really appreciate it when people come out with numbers because it helps you guys consider a zoning request. I did a little bit of research on my own just because as a planner, that's part of our job is to look at fiscal impacts of land use. Just based off the site plan, I did some of my own numbers. My numbers are different. I'm not saying their numbers are wrong and my numbers are right. Mine are just different, and that's just based off research I did on storage. So, if it's the pleasure of the council to consider this, I'd encourage y'all to maybe request a little bit more information from the applicants to qualify some of their numbers. I think it was discussed about they anticipate about $1.2 to $1.6 million in tax revenue over the next 10 years. I looked at some of my numbers and I wasn't anywhere close to that. I do think out of defense for their numbers, I think they were looking at the total tax revenue for the property. I would argue, as your planner, I'd say I think the city needs to be looking at the city's revenue, not the total tax revenue, because we get a small portion of that. And so it's important to think about schools and hospitals and those types of things, but the question is not whether or not this use is going to locate in San Antonio. The question is whether or not this use is going to locate in Leon Valley. So if this use were to go 3 miles down the street, that revenue is still going to the city. We need to look at what revenue is going to the city of Leon Valley. So, they had talked about $147,000 in property taxes. I calculated about 18 is in property taxes per year. And in terms of the expansion, they were talking about $70,000 for property taxes on the new location. I calculated about 10 just based off their site plan, looking at what the other boat and RV storage is getting down the street. So like I said, I'm not saying they're wrong. I just think maybe we're coming at the numbers a little bit differently. And I wanted to point that out for y'all. And I want y'all to make a decision thinking you're signing up for 1.2 to 1.6 million for the city of Leon Valley when, based on my preliminary analysis, that's not the case. So I'd encourage us, if we're looking at spot zoning as a reason, okay, that's one thing. But if we're looking at economics as a reason, I'd really recommend that we dig into those numbers a little bit more before y'all go and make a decision. Lastly, sales tax revenue. I got myself educated on self-storage and looking at national averages. They average 92 cents a square foot that they rent on. The average facility is about 46,000 square feet. I wasn't anywhere near the sales tax numbers that they were, the $2 million in revenue that they were at. I tried. I was really liberal with their site plan and looking at their, split level facilities. I couldn't come anywhere close to it, and I was really trying. So again, 10 years, they were talking 1.2. My numbers, I'm looking at 170,000. I don't know how they're getting those numbers. Maybe I'm wrong. Wouldn't be the first time, but I'd really, really encourage the council to maybe we can all get on the same page with these numbers. Again, maybe, like I said, they're probably looking at the whole value that goes to the hospital districts, the colleges, and everything.
Yeah.
So we really, I'd really like to look at that. So other than that, that's my update. That's all I have. Just really am here to give you guys advice and help everybody make a good decision.
Okay. I just had a couple of things that came to my mind. On the sustainability overlay back in 2009, the council really worked hard with Half and Associates, and I thought it was just along Bandera Road is what I thought the initial sustainability overlay was intended to do. And we wanted to upgrade our commercial district to, mixed use and landscaping standards and colors and all that other stuff. And we wanted to get rid of the car culture industry. The repairs and the car washes and all this other stuff. So we finally worked very hard on passing that. And that was the 52,000. Guess what? The very first zoning case coming out of the sustainability overlay was a car wash on Bandera Road, up by Eckert Road. And that's when we had the first, and we didn't, the ink wasn't even dry yet. And we went to a gateway overlay. And that's what costed the other $20,000 because the council said, no, go back, we want this thing. And I'm like, and this is what Half and Associates said. It's not going to happen overnight. You have to be patient. And we weren't patient, so we changed to the gateway. So that's what happened there. I just wanted to give that history since I've got that history. And then I'm just wondering, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought, Mr. Rubio, and I'm going to let you have a chance to speak too, that you worked with Ms. Flores, and she's the one that guided you to this. That's what I'm thinking. And then, of course, we've got another zoning director who has a different, way of thinking. So I think that's maybe the disconnect here is the way I'm looking at it. And then I'm just wondering how much it's cost Mr. Rubio and his team to get here today, because I know it's not cheap, right, to get through all of this. And then, of course, spot zoning. I will defer to the attorney, but my question is, and again, I thought we heard last time that you had to have two things. I can't remember. It had to be anyway. Who's going to sue? I didn't know who was going to sue on the spot zoning. So that would be a question I'd have for the city attorney. So I don't know. And I've got a citizens to be heard that I need to read as well. But let me hear from the council, and then if Mr. Rubio and your team, you have something that you'd like to say in response to Mr. Milan, especially I think those discrepancy in the numbers, the tax numbers, is it everything or just the city of Leon Valley? I think that would be important for us to clarify. Mr. Bradshaw, you had your hand up.
Yes, Mayor, I was trying to answer your two things that you said.
Okay.
I think I remember that it had to benefit them and it had to adversely affect somebody else.
Thank you.
Like that was close by, right?
Right.
That's what I seem to remember. So the same question that you're asking is who's going to sue would be who's it adversely affecting is what I would ask.
Okay. All right. Any other questions from the council here? Okay. Mr. Rubio, did you have anything you wanted to add, Mr. or your team? Yeah. And Ms. Alcacer or Ms. Charles, do you have any questions for Mr. Milan before we move on to Mr. Rubio?
No, ma'am.
And Ms. Alcacer, do you have any questions before we move on to the rebuttal from Mr. Rubio?
I'd like to hear from Mr. Rubio first.
Okay, very
please.
good.
And I am interested from Mr. Rubio whether he's willing to go ahead and postpone it for 2 weeks so that we can have the numbers to compare.
Okay, he just heard that, so we'll ask him to please address that as well. Did you hear that, Mr. Rubio? What Ms. Alcacer just said, would you be willing to postpone your case for 2 weeks to get clarification on the number discrepancy between what Mr. Milan said and what your team said last time? That's from Ms. Alcacer.
If you all feel you have to, but I actually
Okay.
have the actual records.
Oh, okay, very good.
I'll put up the actual records. So, I have them tonight.
Yes, please,
But
go ahead
but
and
if
start.
there's still a need to wait, that's fine, to postpone for some other numbers. But I have the Barrett County appraisal numbers, the actual bill, the actual invoice.
Okay.
Is the mask mandatory while I'm up here? Or am I far enough from everyone? May I take it off? Because it fogs up my glasses a little bit.
Mine too.
Go ahead. I mean, I think hopefully we're,
Thank you.
hopefully we will. Just don't spit. No, I'm
Okay,
just teasing.
I won't.
You know.
So thank you very much, Mayor and
Okay.
councilmen and women. In reference to the C3 that Brandon brought up around San Antonio, those C3 properties, to have a collision center, to have a transmission shop, to have an auto repair shop and everything that's over on those C3 properties, you have to ask for a special use permit. So all the uses that are there are items that are not allowed, and items compatible to what we want to add, if not more towards industrial. There's mechanical shops, there's transmission shops, there's collision centers, there's a recycling center. It's pretty much an automotive complex, an automotive autoplex, catty corner to that rental facility. And yes, it's C3, but they got the special use permits.
Okay.
It's all developed, and they all got approval of special use permits. And so all that C3 area, there's nothing to protect, as Brandon or as staff alleged that we might be concerned because it's C3, but it's already occupied, and they got special use permits many, many years ago. That auto complex and all those collision centers and recycling plants and plumbing, industrial equipment and sales, that's all been there for 20 years or longer. I'm not sure. So I'm going to run through this as quickly as I can. Hopefully I don't take too long. We bought the property in 2014. You all know that. Due to the Centertown project, and yes, Ms. Flores advised us to go ahead and purchase it, that we could get a collision center there. The previous economic developer
Planning
director.
and zoning.
Planning and zoning. And 2.5 years ago, we did go before the zoning committee, and It was denied to U-Haul. I didn't go, but it was denied to U-Haul primarily because Mr. John White had just gotten his approval like 6 months prior. And so the zoning committee was very concerned about, we don't know, he's going to build a $55 million investment, 70 million. I don't know what he spent. I think he spent at least 50 million or more on my calculations to build those 340 apartments. So they weren't sure, and we could understand that, you know. So the zoning committee denied it. We came up before the council, and we tabled it. You all decided to table it 2.5 years ago. We were going to do a little bit more research, and U-Haul and I decided, you know what, let's wait a little bit. Let's see what Mr. White's going to do and what turns out there. And they had some other projects they were working on, so we tabled it as well. We never came back for an actual vote. Okay, we were asked to go out and do some research for something. I don't know what it was, but we decided to just not come back and move forward after all at that time, 2.5 years ago. But a few months ago, the zoning committee approved it. Okay, so we're here now with the approval of the zoning committee in favor of allowing this request to move forward. We have two properties. One property has 70 feet that fronts Grissom, and the second property has 354 feet that face Timber Hill Road. The property that faces Timber Hill Road also faces the city of San Antonio, and the property there will have a San Antonio address. The Timber Hill Commons that Mr. White just built, they have a San Antonio address. So their address is 5072 Timber Hill, San Antonio, Texas, 78238. So regardless of what gets developed there at any point in time, it's going to face Timber Hill, it's going to face San Antonio, and it will have a San Antonio address. The property is 4.9 acres. 0.65 of those 4.9 acres are going to be used for parking in a driveway. That long stretch that goes over a football field deep, that's going to be employee parking and a driveway with really nice landscaping up front facing Grissom. 2.94 acres are going to be requested for covered RV storage area. Really first class, covered recreational vehicle storage area. That stuff brings in taxes. You get taxes out of that, okay? Sales tax. 1.33 acres will be facing Timber Hill Drive, and that's where they want to do the mini locker units on 1.33 acres. Mr. White believes it's compatible to his property and the area around there. He believes it's the best and optimal use of that property. I agree with him, and I understand where he's coming from, in my opinion. If I were an apartment owner, I have several reasons, and I'll get into why I would also vote in favor of that being next to such a large apartment complex. Mr. Martinez feels it's compatible, of course. He's with U-Haul, and I personally believe it's compatible as well. Mr. White built 340 apartments on 20 acres and surrounds the property on two sides. He has 2 acres that he's rezoned. You all approved rezoning them to B2 that are facing, I'm thinking about 300 feet that faces Grissom. They're on that incline, so there's no direct access into that. They still need to be developed. He plans on using the apartment ingress and egress. The apartment that's there, the entrance to his apartments, is what's going to get him into those 2 acres. That's it. If anybody buys those 2 acres from him, they're going to use the same ingress and egress to get in, because there's no access off of Grissom Road, FM 1478 or whatever it is. There's no way to get into those properties. So he's going to use his apartment entrance to wrap around and get into those 2 acres, which is interesting in my opinion, because that's going to be more and more traffic going in and out of that apartment complex. That's 340 apartments. You know, I'm thinking 2 cars per apartment on average. Some may have 1, some may have 3, but that's 680 cars that are going to be going in and out of that corner, of that corridor, at least once a day, generally, sometimes twice a day. That's a lot of traffic there. That's a whole lot of traffic. You know, I thought of building, you know, years back I thought, okay, you know, the plumber decided to sell to me 4 or 5 years ago I bought this property 7 years ago. The other gentleman, his wife got ill, and they decided to sell. And then the city-town project fell apart. And I thought, okay, well, so I do have opportunity to grow after all here on the property that we were at. Thought, what do I do with this property? You know, I've got 5 acres. I lived on 1 acre at the estates of Westover Hills over there. And I thought, well, maybe I can build a home there. You know, my kids were going to start going to Central Catholic and Incarnate Ward. We were driving to St. Luke here and to work, but now we were looking at driving, and we drove that for 6 months from Westover Hills by SeaWorld to go drop them off would take an hour, 70 minutes, and then back to work another 30, 40 minutes, and then back, same difference to pick them up. My kids were on the road. My wife and I were on the road 3 hours a day. They could be studying, sleeping, exercising, etc. So I thought maybe I should build a home here. You know, maybe I could build a few homes on the property, you know, and sell them or whatever. You know, I've bought and sold a few homes, and really I think I would have been a heck of a developer if I had enough money to go into it in my 20s, but I could only afford automotive. Anyway, so I thought about it, and I thought, well, 2 concerns. I didn't want to own the most expensive home in the area, because that's never a smart thing to do. And so that was a concern. Of course, financing was a concern. But really, one of the main factors that I decided to be against building a home on that property was traffic. You know, because I would drive home down Grissom Road towards Westover Hills, and often, almost every afternoon, by the time I would get to the school or the Northside Independent School, the police station that was there, I would hit traffic. And I would hit traffic trying to go south on Grissom. And I would be on there, you know, 5 minutes, 7 minutes. It feels like forever. You know, the light has to cycle 5 or 6 times before I can finally cross Timber Hill. And Brandon just pointed that out for you all. 28,000 cars run through Grissom Road. You know, and that's a lot of traffic to get through that intersection. If I'm coming off of Timber Hill, off of Ingram Mall, for dropping off a customer or running an errand or whatever, and I go through there at 4:30, 5 o'clock, forget it. The traffic's all the way back to the first stop sign, past the retirement home area. And it's really, really frustrating. So, in my opinion, I decided, no, I'm not about to try to get out of, to go drop off my kids, and as soon as I get out of my driveway, there's 40 cars in front of me that I'm hoping give me a break to go cross through. You know, same thing getting home. You know, it's hard enough to cross that intersection. Now to try to turn it and wait even longer to try to get in. You know, it really wasn't practical.
Okay.
Not even for one home
Exactly.
or for a few. I'm sorry?
I just wanted to make sure that you were going to address the numbers. I think that was what we were concerned about.
Okay,
The
addressing-
discrepancy in the numbers. I understand that you had some plans and whatnot, just so we can kind of
Okay, so on the
crystallize
numbers.
it down. Yeah, if you
Okay.
don't mind.
So I looked at, I just wanted to emphasize
there it
that I
is.
looked at townhomes or a different use, and it just wasn't going to work.
Okay.
You know, and as far as numbers, so, you know, I've been partners with the city for 35 years. U-Haul's been partners for 25 years. And we both plan on remaining partners with Leon Valley.
Right.
You know, and 35 years ago, I paid $48,000 in sales taxes a year. Now we pay $480,000 in sales taxes a year. And the city of Leon Valley gets $10,000 a year in sales taxes from Miracle and $8,000 a year from U-Haul. So you all receive from my office $10,000 a year every year. You're 2% of $480,000. And $8,000 from U-Haul. That's $18,000 from us. Now we pay $200,000 in property taxes. U-Haul pays $150,000. I rounded it off, $147,875. Okay, between both, I pay. You all receive from my $200,000 that I pay for my properties. You all receive $43,000 a year in property tax, and from U-Haul you all receive $20,000. I rounded it down from $26,777 to $20,000. So between both of us, we're paying 43 and 20, and then with our sales taxes, we're providing $80,000 a year between both of us to the city of Leon Valley. $80,000. That's our sales taxes and our property taxes. We're going to be partners with Leon Valley for many years to come. We're not going anywhere, no matter what happens tonight or 6 months from now or 10 years from now. You know, who's here, who isn't, how anybody votes tonight. We are going to remain partners with Leon Valley.
Great.
You know, and we're here, and Leon Valley has been our partner, and we plan on remaining with them. Yes, we'd like to grow. Yes, we'd like to do better for Leon Valley, and we'd like for Leon Valley to do better as well. So we hope we're those type of members of the community. We believe we are. The properties are valued, this property right now, those two properties that we're asking to please let us develop, they're valued at $361,000. So taxes on those properties are $9,000 property taxes. Of the $9,000, the city of Leon Valley receives $1,851.52 a year. That's what you get right now, and that's what you've received for the past 7 years since I bought it. That or less, $1,851.52. U-Haul is proposing to increase that value to over $2 million. Okay, and they wanted to increase it 2.5 years ago to over $2 million. So that's 5.5 times more than it's making now. You know, so in the past 2.5 years that we decided not to move forward, the city has lost 13 times that amount of money, which is 13 times $1,851.62. $24,000 is what the money that has been sacrificed for not approving it 2.5 years ago. And that's what you'll lose every 2.5 years moving forward if it doesn't get approved tonight. You know, so diminished returns, the arm of diminished returns is going to turn the whole townhome thing, it just bury it in quicksand. Because, you know, after a little while, you're going to be buried a couple more years, you know, another 25,000, a couple more years after that. And we don't, I have no problem being up here selling the property to someone that wants to build townhomes or the Hyatt or whatever. We just, no one has approached us. We've had it for sale for 5 years. No one has approached us. I wish we had someone approach us for whatever staff thinks would be best, but we just don't have that. I have no problem, and in fact, U-Haul has no problem if someone were to buy it for any reason, because they'll be his customers. Townhomes, they'll be his customers. I find it difficult for an investor in townhomes or apartments to want to build something so close to the intersection. Mr. White, I think he stated pretty well. He's got his ingress and egress up at the hill. So he's about, you know, he's about 1,000 feet away on Grissom from the intersection. My entrance is 400 feet away from the intersection, 500 feet away. And then the side on Timber Hill, that's 400 feet away. He's a little further. He's like 700 feet away. And I think he's got another entrance and exit around the back towards the soccer fields. I think he's smart enough to do that. So I don't think that is going to really work, you know, for a few homes or for townhomes or for apartments, because it's going to be very, very difficult. And you all, you know, the council, whoever was here, went deep into this traffic situation when you were trying to approve it for Mr. White. I wasn't here, but I've heard about that. I've heard you all discuss that extensively, switching it from a few apartments all the way to 340 or whatever, and rightly so. Rightly so, because that's a lot of traffic, 28,000 cars, he just said, trying to cross through there. And I don't think that it's a proper location for townhomes. I also spoke to a gentleman who has been he's a commercial broker. He's been a broker for 40 years. He's owned his own company for 30. And he's telling me that that's not going to work. It's going to be a low-end townhome facility if they were to develop it. It would be low-end. Middle, solid middle, not even upper middle. And his name's Roy Horn. He's a graduate from UT Austin, and he's been in the real estate business for 40 years. And I asked him, why? Why low end, you know? And he said, well, there's nothing new there. You know, that's old property over there. There's nothing new there. Ingram Mall is deteriorating. It's old. It's past its time. So in his opinion, that is not a place that that he would take one of his investors to go invest in for townhomes. He said, besides, we want to be at $2 a square foot with utilities. I paid way more than that. So I paid way more than that, than what they're looking for. For residential, he says they like to be in the 70, 80 cents a square foot. And then we'll bring utilities. If it's going to have utilities, we want to be at $2 a square foot, right around there. That's not going to work. This is commercial, you know, and it's commercial. I think that lady that approved it back, the third mayor there, in 1985, I have the original plaid. You know, you really can't change the spots on the cheetah, you know, and that was commercial and figured out many, many years ago before I even, well, right when I started in 1986 in Leon Valley. But as I've looked at maybe doing something else with the property, before Mr. White had bought the apartments, before I had met Mr. Martinez, I looked at it for my own use, and I realized the traffic's not going to work to live there. It's not going to. It's really, really difficult. Apparently, they were right. Okay. So now as far as townhomes, I don't see the investment being a lot more than $2 million for that property to develop. So U-Haul is going to be at $2 million. Now, so I don't see townhomes, and you can't build many of them, he told me. You won't be able to build many on 4.25, because remember, 0.65 acres are it's parking in a driveway. It's 70 feet. You really can't put townhomes on that, you know. And so the 4.25, he said, you need roads, you need easements, you need driveways, you need entitlements, and you're not going to have too much room. Most of my investors that invest in townhomes, we look for 10 acres or more.
Okay.
And you've got 5, you know, and really only have 4.25. And I have a lot more that I wanted to say, but I don't want to take up a bunch of your time if you only want to know about the numbers.
Let me see if there's any other questions, but I just wanted to clarify. You've owned this property since 2014?
Since 2014, yes.
And the only person or entity that's approached you in all of these years is U-Haul?
U-Haul.
You haven't had any other bites on the property?
2 others. I'm glad you asked me that question, because I wanted to cover it.
Yeah.
The one offer came about 2 years ago.
Okay.
And it wasn't an offer. I didn't let them make an offer because it wasn't going to, I didn't feel it was practical, and it wouldn't get past what I knew about the overlay and the circumstances here in Leon Valley. This guy had 18-wheelers. He owned an 18-wheeler company, and he wanted to use it as a hub. Okay. So it would be open 7 days a week, 24 hours a day. Wow. So if people come in from Mexico and they're tired and this stuff's going to Arizona, they could leave it there overnight, and then the next driver would come in and load the trailer and take it out to Arizona. And he was just going to be a hub to move stuff around throughout the states and Mexico. And I thought, no, they're not going to go for 18-wheeler trucks parked out there and you coming in and out all night, all day, 7 days a week. So that's not going to work. Forget about it. Don't offer me anything. Now, the second offer came from a gentleman that Brandon says here, staff says that it doesn't make a lot of money, that these places don't make a lot of money. And he mentioned that at some point. And there's 6 of them in the city of San Antonio, Leon Valley, 7 including U-Haul. And 2 of them have outside storage within a half a mile of this site. Well, interesting enough, and I think this is like completely objective, because no one expects to hear this, and I didn't know this was coming, but this gentleman that offered me to purchase this property is Mr. Hank Daughtery. Oh. And he owns those 2 that staff is referring to are located within half a mile. So Mr. Daughtery, apparently he wouldn't be wanting to expand for the exact use outdoor recreational storage facility if there wasn't a demand in the city of Leon Valley. Why in the world, if he owns 2 of them within a half a mile, would he approach me and want to buy this for that reason? And he offered a little bit more, actually, than U-Haul did, but I felt that U-Haul is the better and more likely candidate to succeed because they're right next to it. And U-Haul's been working with me for 2.5 years, and Mr. Daugherty just heard about it and came and approached me and needed a much longer feasibility study. These people are ready to build tomorrow. They were ready to build 2.5 years ago. So I thought, I think it's best that I continue to work with U-Haul on this. But that's objective completely. When someone else comes in and offers within the city to purchase it for the same use, that tells you the demand is there.
Okay.
The demand is there. But I've had no one else to answer your
I was
question.
just curious.
No one for
because,
townhomes, no one for a restaurant
Okay.
or for a business park or whatever.
Very good.
And then I have pages and pages here of information. You know, the sustainability overlay, for example, I think that's a smart thing to do at the right time, at the right place. You know, that area is completely developed. The only one area that wasn't developed is what Mr. White did, and he's in favor of this, you know. And I could see not wanting to have competition right next to you when you've just spent $50 million, and now there's going to be some competitor there with the majority of the front, you know, facing Timber Hill. I could understand that. I also understand, and he told me this directly, is I want my people, my clients to be able to know that they can store their equipment, their recreational vehicles right next door. That's going to be attractive. That's going to help me rent more.
Right.
And so that's just very compatible for and I'm worried, you know, he's got to rent out 340 apartments. That's a lot, and it's just hitting the market. But you know, I could see the overlay for like a bigger area, like the Centertown project. I was in there. That was 10, 12 acres. Hey, let's try to do that right, you know. And you know, plans don't always fall.
right.
They're a plan. It didn't come together. But like Alamo Ranch, the Rim, the Quarry, the Pearl, the Forum, Stone Oak. I mean, yeah, you've got to watch those things, you know. I had a friend that owned a body shop on Broadway. Dale Tabaka, Dale's Collision Center, for 35 years, you know, a building and everything, an acre there, acre and a half, complete building, operating for 30 years. Always thought he would sell to another big chain, you know, Caliber or someone. Well, when the Pearl started taking off, they came in and paid him more than any body shop would have ever paid him, and he sold.
Sure.
This was a complete building, a big 35,000 square foot building right on Broadway, had been there for 30 years. If someone's going to go into that area in 15, 20 years and develop something nice, they'll buy out the retirement center, they'll buy out U-Haul, they'll buy out across the street, and they'll develop it if they want to. They're just a couple of covers. It's not, if they pay Dell over there millions and millions of dollars to build their apartments and shopping center and everything, this is nothing.
Yes.
This is nothing.
I know you're passionate about your property and what you want to do with it. So let me, because we've been at it for about 30 minutes, so I'd like to stop and ask if the council has any other questions in relationship to what Mr. Milan had said. If we didn't get anything answered there, did we get the property taxes? I think we did get that answered. Yes, Councilor Hody, go ahead.
Good evening, Mr. Rubio. I just wanted to say that when I moved to San Antonio in February '91, the company I was working for rented a place in Bandera Road Business Park, and that's where you were, right?
Yes,
Up in
that's
the
right.
front?
That's
Okay.
right.
So I certainly am familiar with y'all. You had mentioned the other, the recycling center and some of those things. So directly across Timber Hill from the property that we're discussing, are those C3 with SUPs, or are those just C3s? Do you know? The city of San Antonio.
They're C3s.
Okay.
And directly across is a vacant piece of property. Directly across. And then catty corner to the left is a wholesale warehouse that I think they sell candy and Chinese stuff. I don't know. I haven't been in there. There's like one door, and it doesn't have storefront windows. I don't know what they do, but I think they wholesale candies, or I really don't know.
So this is the strip center directly across the street
So
from, on Timber Hill, not across Grissom, or not catty corner from Grissom, but directly across the street. I think there's like a screen printing shop there, or there was, little individual units.
Directly across, can you show it, Evan? Directly
Timber Hill,
across
right?
is a
Yes.
is a
Just so
probably
we're on the same
a
page.
2 acre and a half lot that's completely vacant. To the left is that warehouse that I think they sell wholesale stuff. And to the right is a shopping center. They sell tamales. There's a vape shop. There used to be a bar in there. Elizabeth's restaurant is in there. And I think a place that sells ice cream or, flavored waters or something. A lot of it is empty. And so that's what they have, about an acre and a half maybe, little strip center there, Elizabeth's restaurant, a tattoo shop, a vape shop, and delicious tamales. And then there's the empty property that's right across Timber Hill. We're not seeing that. You don't have it? Okay. And then over to the left is that warehouse that I don't really know what they do, but they don't have very many cars parked there, and it's just a strange situation.
Okay, and then I have just, and
Well,
please.
there it is. There it is. That's a little better. There's right across is that empty property.
Okay, I see it.
And over here that's that warehouse that I don't quite know what they do. And in the corner over there, that's the strip center where Elizabeth's restaurant is, and
That's the one I'm thinking about, and I just didn't know whether or not there were auto shops in there, and because we had discussed, if this gets changed, then it would be in the manner that you want, and then we get the SUP, or the SUP is granted, then that would allow for auto repairs shops. What is to prevent, or what is going to keep that from happening? In other words, if we're, okay, a storage facility is fine, let's say that, just for argument's sake, then what happens if U-Haul or U-Haul sells it before developing it? Is that, and maybe this is a Brandon question, I'm not sure, is that going to allow the present owner or the future owner, after this is all hashed out, to do anything with a B3 SUP, B3 and an SUP?
I believe, I'm not certain, I'm not an expert, but I believe you all can approve it with the special use permit, identifying only that U-Haul is allowed to do storage and nothing else. So you can lift the overlay specifically for U-Haul and specifically for a use. So it's not a blanket overlay forever and ever and ever. It's specifically for one use and specifically for that owner. So he can't sell it and go into auto repair or anything other. He's stuck with what he's presenting, which is coverage, storage, parking, and only that, and only him.
Okay, I'm going to let Mr. Milan answer that in just a second. But the one other question that I have is along the lines of Mayor Riley asked about, other offers and so on, whether you had tried to sell it or not. You had mentioned a broker that had given you some numbers about price per square foot, and kind of like almost like you wouldn't touch that. I mean, did you employ someone or retain somebody to try to sell it for other?
I had a realtor. I had it on the market with Northwest Real Estate, Mr. Ibarra. I had it on the market for a year and a half, and I've had it on the market personally, but I gave it to a realtor for a year and a half, and he's the one that got the bid on the 18-wheelers.
Okay.
Mr. Daugherty didn't go to him. Mr. Daugherty came straight to me. But the realtor, the only offer he got was the one for the 18-wheelers. It wasn't an offer. It was an inquiry. I didn't accept an offer. There was nothing to talk about. It's not going to happen. Don't waste your time or my time. They're not going to approve it. Forget it. Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
But he had it for a year and a half, and nothing else.
All right.
Nothing else was
Thank you.
offered. And I'd like for you all to know that there's a microeconomical impact, which we've talked about, additional sales tax, additional property taxes that U-Haul will be able to contribute towards Leon Valley. And the funds that I'm receiving, I'm sticking them right back into Leon Valley. I'm not taking them elsewhere. I'm going to come right back and increase my property on Grissom Road. I've got a permit right now, a building permit. I've done some of the work. This sale is going to allow me to finish that permit that's been approved for me there on 6645 Grissom Road, Poss Road. So I'm going to stick $200,000 in there, increase the property taxes there, pay more property taxes to Leon Valley.
Okay,
You know, and then I want to buy Collision Pros. I have that under contract, ready to close in September if I make this deal. If I don't make the deal, I have to cancel the contract tomorrow.
Where are they located?
They're 3 miles inside the loop on Nacogdoches Road, inside
over there.
1604.
Okay. They're
So
not in
how does
Leon
that
Valley.
help you guys? Well, the way we plan on growing in the next 5 years is to build 3 or 4 small express stores throughout San Antonio. And they'll be able to do, that's a 1 acre shop. I have a 6 acre shop over here. They'll be able to do small, easy repairs. So what are you going to do with all the big repairs and the large repairs? We're going to bring them to Leon Valley. And we're going to say, get the sales tax here.
All right.
You know, and I did that on April 11th. It stormed in Del Rio, and COVID-19, I had to let go of half my staff in March.
Sure.
And it stormed April 11th. I was there Easter Sunday, April 12th.
Right.
Opened up the 13th on Monday. And from the 13th of April through today, I've brought $600,000 to the city of Leon Valley. That's
Okay,
$40,000 in sales tax. And when we say $1.2 million in sales tax, and taxes, that's state and local taxes. Yes, it doesn't all come to Leon Valley.
State and
but,
local, that's what I
But the
wanted to
school district, Northside Independent School District, we give $125,000 to the school district, to children for lunch programs and for school and so forth every year between U-Haul and I.
Okay.
But that's what I do. I should have like a deputy star. Maybe the chief can get me when I say
Okay.
controller
All right.
taxes or whatever. Because I go out and bring money to Leon Valley from other places. And this will be the first one in San Antonio. People don't want to drive 20, 25 miles. That's 18 and a half miles away from here.
Mm-hmm.
And I get 3 or 4 from over there a month, but I can get 40 from over there here to Leon Valley, and we reap the benefits here.
Sure.
China Grove is 27 miles away. It's a
Okay.
good market over there. Skips Body Shops for sale.
Very
So
good.
that's my next target.
Okay.
You know, just small shops. I don't
Gotcha.
ever want to build such a big store.
Right. So let me, thank you, Mr. Rubio. I
Okay.
didn't want to interrupt you. I also want to be sure if we have any other questions from the council. Councilor Rodriguez, Councilor Bradshaw, Councilor Alcacer, and Councilor Charles. Any questions from Mr. Rubio? And then,
I don't, thank you.
okay, Councilor Alcacer?
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
He
Go
put
ahead.
up, Mr. Rubio, I really appreciate what you do for Leon Valley. I just have a problem with your being a salesman for U-Haul. But anyway, I have a question. When you kept talking about sales tax, you put up a slide that showed all the storage places in Leon Valley, and not a single one of them paid sales tax. I thought that was very interesting. You have an explanation for that?
Can we see that slide, please? Thank you. There it is. It's down there. Yeah, I see it.
Yes, mini storage lockers do not pay sales tax. So the only gentleman that's collecting sales tax for the city of Leon Valley, the only entity is
Yeah.
Hank Daughtery, and it's only for his outdoor recreational storage. So
It
U-Haul,
Doesn't say that. It doesn't say sales tax generator, Leon Valley Storage.
well, Leon Valley has outdoor storage, 2 of them. Mr. Hank Daughtery, he gets sales tax off of those. The others don't. There's Leon Valley Storage.
But there's just not a check. That
there's
was,
not a check.
I think that's
Okay.
what Ms. Alcacer was saying.
Okay, no, Leon Valley Storage collects taxes on his recreational vehicle storage.
Okay.
U-Haul will be the only full-fledged facility in Leon Valley where they rent trucks and trailers. That brings in sales tax.
Okay.
Renting trucks and trailers. They're the only ones doing that.
Okay. Ms. Alcacer, go ahead.
I don't want to with you on it, but am very interested in seeing actual figures and not spoken figures. And I really would appreciate if we could wait the 2 weeks and get Brandon's figures to compare with actual figures. talked a lot about things, but mainly there's things that you might have done or you might do, that U-Haul might do. As you know, and I think as Mr. Hody was saying, there's no guarantee that anybody, you get this change and anybody can buy the property that can have whatever happens. U-Haul, the owner there might die tomorrow, and then nothing goes through. So I'm having a serious problem with this. If we can't see better figures and accurate figures that compare apples with apples and not speculation, that's my request.
Okay.
I agree with that.
Okay,
And I wouldn't want them to do anything other than what
I
they're
wanted to ask
requesting.
Mr. Milan, would you answer that question about the SUP and the property owner and where does it, that kind of, does it stay? And what if the property owner dies? That kind of thing. So that came up. I'd like to clarify that.
So just make sure I understand. The question was, what is the effective term of an SUP?
Yes.
So a specific use permit is just, it's just like a zone change. It's approved by ordinance and it runs with the land.
Runs with the land.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Very good. Okay. Yes, Councilor Bradshaw.
So more specifically, I think if this was an SUP approved for outside storage, right, and the council approved that, does that mean somebody else could buy it and they could put a mechanic shop on there, or they could do other things with it?
So the uses that would be allowed without an SUP. So say it was the pleasure of the council to approve this zone change tonight. Effective this evening, the uses that would be allowed by right, meaning they would not need additional SUP approval, they'd be allowed by right. Those would be the uses that I listed off earlier: animal shelter, auto rental, auto sales, auto repair, brake repair, auto vehicle storage, car wash, contractor facility, farm equipment sales, flea market, moving and transfer company, warehouse, storage facility, wholesale facility. Those uses would all be allowed by right. They wouldn't be able to have outside storage, though, but they could still operate. Now, the used car sales, that's not outside storage. That's not non-retail equipment. So you could have a used car lot on this property tomorrow if it was a pleasure of the council to approve this. But farm equipment, auto repair, brake repair, all that stuff would need to go inside at the end of the night. They wouldn't be able to store it outside. So, again, the SUP, what's needed is, the SUP is required for outside storage. But all those uses, they could go in tomorrow.
But, I mean, if the council approves it, then the SUP would follow.
Right.
Right? I mean, and what's going to happen between approval and SUP, I don't know if it'll convert into something else that you were saying. It could. I mean, I'm just trying to be realistic, but it does have to have an SUP.
It does have to have an
Yes.
SUP
Okay.
in order to have outside storage.
Yes.
So
Okay.
say y'all approve this request tonight, they could put boat and RV storage in, but it would need to be completely enclosed. It wouldn't be able to be like, Mr. Daughtry's Leon Valley Storage Annex over on Grissom Road. It'd have to be enclosed.
Okay.
And that would run with the land, and, whatever conditions y'all put on the SUP.
Okay. All right. Okay. Yes, Mr. Hody. Councilor Hody.
Sure.
So again, if we did approve the B3, right?
Well, it's already B3 right now.
I'm sorry.
It's the commercial overlay.
Commercial overlay, yes. Then any of those items that you listed, there would be nothing, even though the plan was for outside storage with an SUP, those could be given the okey doke, right?
Yeah, these uses could be developed. Somebody could submit building permit for any of these uses, provided none of these uses, had any kind of outside storage proposed with it. It's the outside storage element. It's storing things outside, storing non-retail type of things that you're not selling. That's what requires the SUP.
Very good.
Mayor, this is Councilor Charles.
Yes, Councilor Charles, you are recognized. Go
I
ahead.
would like to take Councilor Alcacer's recommendation and come back in 2 weeks with the figures, comparative figures.
Okay. I don't know if Councilor Alcacer was that an actual motion. I do have a letter that I need to read. citizens to be heard on this particular agenda item, and I didn't also see if there was any citizens that wanted to speak on this issue. So let me read this from Liz Malloy. It says, and she actually addressed it to Sandra Pasale. Could you please submit my comment to the City Council June 16th regarding topic 7.1, presentation, discussion, and possible action on an ordinance on a request by Manuel Rubio for a zone change from B3 Commercial District with SO Sustainability Overlay District zoning to B3 Commercial District, you were right, with CIO Commercial Industrial Overlay District zoning on approximately 5 acres, generally located on the east side of Timber Hill Drive, approximately 600 feet south of Grissom Road 8.1. I oppose zone change from B3 Commercial District with SO Sustainability Overlay District zoning to B3 Commercial District with CIO Commercial Industrial Overlay District zoning. This does not conform with our future land use plan. The sustainability overlay was done with the purpose of positively impacting a major entry into the city of Leon Valley. This zoning change would be contrary to the intent of that overlay district. Making the property pretty with plants and fencing of the property does nothing to change the proposed use of the land, which is contrary to the zoning district, nor does it guarantee what future use could be made of the property if the change in zoning was approved. I do consider this to be a case of spot zoning and can open the city to potential expensive legal implications. I request the City Council deny this request. Liz Malloy. And she is Master of Urban Planning, and her phone number. Okay, so I wanted to read that into the record. Okay, before we entertain the motion that's before us, any other citizens in the chambers that want to address the council on this issue? Okay, yes, Mr. Martinez, go ahead. Yes, just fine, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is John Martinez.
Yes, sir.
I actually run the U-Haul facility that we're discussing. So I wanted to, I appreciate you all for having me. I don't know if I said that or not. I wanted to reiterate first that my number one business is in fact storage. So I know from previous times in the early 90s and such, they had a different product, and it gets this thing in people's minds that there's trucks outside that are getting repaired and they're just sitting around and this sort of thing. That's not what I'm about at all. So what we're trying to do here, just a couple things that I heard that were getting tossed around. The area across from us, the reason that there's only me and Mr. White in this scenario, because the property is surrounded by me and Mr. White. The nursing home is actually after his property. So there's just, a little part of that. And also too, the outside recreational vehicle storage, and last time I tried to be very polite about how I mentioned that it would be nice because you'd previously approved one down the road at Leon Valley Storage. Mine will be clearly better than that. I tried to be nice about it last time, but I mean, the product that we are building is far superior to anything that's out there. And to the question that you had, sir, we've been in business for 75 years. We're not going anywhere. Everyone else had a pretty hard couple months. We also had hard months, but our hard months were we didn't make profit improvement. We still made profit. In fact, I've been hiring people this whole time. In my surrounding area, a couple of my stores are surrounding Leon Valley. I don't mention them because they're not in Leon Valley, but I have one that's directly across from Marshall High School. This side of the road is Leon Valley. This side of the road is not. Right. So I employ 100 people. My half of San Antonio is $15 million. I'm just specifically talking about the Grissom Road location. That's why I only said right now it currently produces an income of $1.758 million total. Right now, as far as to your question of possible movement or anything like that, if you will look on Bandera, in between Bandera and Evers on the 410 access road, I have the Ingram Road U-Haul. It's a teeny tiny little U-Haul, and it's sandwiched in between Cavender. Everything in that neighborhood is owned by Cavender, but for me, right? And it's there because our CEO does not sell property, period. So the thought that we would sell to someone, it would have to be just an atrocious amount of money. Like Miss Rubio was talking about, if they want to build the next Pearl or something of that nature, then, possibly he might entertain it.
Okay.
But that'd be the only way that would happen. So Cavender's been trying to get us to sell for years because, as you can see when you drive by there, we're it. I mean, everything else is Cavender this, Cavender that, Cavender that. So just to address that question.
Appreciate that, Mr. Martinez. We're going to try to keep to the time limit tonight.
Absolutely.
So
And then
thank
one
you.
last thing I wanted to
Okay,
mention
go
to you
right ahead quickly.
was the when you showed the slide with the question about the tax and why they
Right.
it's actually inaccurate. The reason that he said earlier $8,000 in sales tax, because where you get sales tax is from the ancillary items like the boxes, tape, rope, tie downs, things of that nature. That's where you get your sales. That's why I'm the only one listed, and I did $500,000 last year of that revenue.
Okay.
So that's where that comes from. So I just wanted that to be known, and hopefully it was helpful.
All right. Very good. Thank you.
All right.
Appreciate
Thank you,
that clarification. Okay. Okay, we have, yes, I'll give you 3 minutes. Miss Lovelady, right? Linda Ladyman, that's right. 3 minutes, yeah. So.
I do think there's something I need to bring up.
Okay, let's.
As we're talking about the removal of the sustainability overlay and how bad that would be. I would like for y'all, and I know we're going to delay this, so I'm going to just give this information to the mic. Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
I know that this hearing is going to be delayed for 2 weeks or whatever, and but I wanted to make y'all aware of this. While the zoning director's over here downing this project and saying there's no way to do this, it's lifting the sustainability overlay, it's unfair, they're recommending to the zoning commission that they do exactly that in this June 9th, 2020, just as of last Thursday, in this recommendation to the zoning commission. I think this is something that y'all all need to look at and be familiar with, and I'd be happy to go over it, but I'm going to run out of time.
Yeah.
One thing I did want to point out is they're lifting the sustainability overlay for certain properties for certain uses, and the reason is essentially because they're vacant properties, because they can't get filled and comply with the sustainability overlay. The same problem we have here. But we're going to make Mr. Rubio wait with vacant land, and we're going to help them by removing the sustainability overlay. I would really ask that y'all look at this, and I'll be happy to send it to you.
Well, if you'll just give it to Crystal and we can get it out to all of the council, I'd appreciate that.
Thank you.
Did not see that. Okay, very good. Okay, so yes, go ahead and clarify that. And then I wanted a clarification on the numbers. How are we going to come up with those numbers? Can we work together on it to where we can both agree on the numbers before the next meeting, if that's the pleasure of the council? Yes, Mr. Milan.
Yeah, I'm glad they brought that up.
Okay.
In effort to facilitate good dialogue and not confusion, I'd really recommend, you guys give me a call before y'all come out. Yeah, well, there's a lot more you need to read into that. So this zoning request that I took to the zoning commission, it's not a zoning request, it's a code amendment. We have 2 properties in the city. We have a firing range that exists. It's been there for about 20 years. And we also have an oil change facility that exists that's been there for quite a while.
Is this on Bandera Road?
Yeah, it's on Bandera Road.
Further down.
And so what they're trying to do is get a certificate of occupancy to occupy the space that already exists. And so this code amendment that I recommended to the zoning commission was, in my opinion, and as I put there, although it's been 10 years since the adoption of the Sustainability Overlay District, the redevelopment of these areas is a process that's still in its infancy. So my recommendation to this council regarding the sustainability overlay is not to remove it. So this is not a zoning code amendment to remove or lift the sustainability overlay. This is a code amendment to allow for 2 uses that exist, 2 land use types, small arms firing ranges and auto lube facilities, to be able to request a specific use permit only in the situation where a building exists and is designed for that specific use. So what this is intended to do is provide flexibility for property owners that have property that is designed for a specific use so they can continue to use that use. This code amendment does not allow vacant property to be developed with these uses. It merely, it's a middle ground for the transition period for redevelopment that allows a building that's already there, that only allows a building that's already there to continue to be used for the purpose in which it was designed.
Okay.
So that's what this
Very
is
good.
for. So again, give me a call, before.
Thank you for that
before we have
clarification,
this
Mr.
stuff out here
Milan.
so they're not confused. But no, this is not
Okay.
a code amendment to lift the sustainability overlay. So I
Thank
just
you
want
for
to
that
make that clear to the
distinction.
council so we
Okay.
don't leave
Really
tonight
appreciate
confused.
it. Okay, so we have a motion by Counselor Alcacer and a second by Counselor Charles to postpone this zoning case until a date specific, July 7th, 2020, the next city council meeting, for the purpose of getting the tax revenues solidified, is what I would say. And I just want to be sure that Mr. Rubio will work with Mr. Milan or whatever, so we can have a document that we can all agree on. Would that be all right? All right. So we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All right. Okay, did you have something to add, sir? Yes.
If a council person would like to volunteer, I think that's who we should work best with in terms of getting the numbers. I'd rather have them approved by a council member or, as opposed to Brandon. I think it's best to get a council member opinion. Because we're going to present what we're forecasting, what we're paying, what we're doing, and what we're expecting, and what we see the other, just what we're going to do. I mean, we could compare the other 6 storage facilities if you want us to, but I think we should compare that and prove it up to one of the council members, as
okay,
opposed to Brandon.
That's an unusual. I have not. Yes. Do we? Okay. I don't know. That's never been asked before. But Mr. Bradshaw, what did you want to say on that?
Well, I just want to say, Mayor, I think that the problem is they're disagreeing on how they're arriving at the numbers. So if Mr. Milan could show us how he arrived at what the sales revenue would be, what his logic was, and the math that his projections, and then Mr. Rubio also could do his presentation, and we can compare how they both arrived at the answer. I don't know if we need a council person to do that.
That would work.
As long as they both come
All
up
right.
and present.
Sounds good. So separate, but both.
To compare.
But I heard apples to apples. So that's important that it be the
I
same
understand.
on both sides. So, okay, very good. Yes, Counselor. Ms. Postlewaite, excuse me. Agree. Get everybody.
Mayor, I actually did not get a motion. It was just a comment from Councilor Alcacer.
Counselor Alcacer, was that not a motion? I'm sorry.
If I could get it
I
in a
believe
motion, that would be great.
Counselor Charles said she was going to second.
Okay. Mayor, I will make another motion because I would like it, based on what I've been hearing the past however long.
It's been an hour.
To need extra information, especially since I would like comparison from Brandon, and Mr. Rubio can work with him or work on his own, but some of it Brandon needs to do. I don't think it's appropriate for council. So if my motion is that Mr. Milan provide information on real estate taxes for Leon Valley, sales taxes for Leon Valley, and employees in the storage facilities in Leon Valley. And Mr. Rubio, we more or less have his projections, but I would like him to be much more concrete than nebulous, and that's my motion.
Okay. And Ms. Charles?
Yes, I second it.
Okay. Let me repeat the motion. We have a motion by Counselor Alcacer and a second by Counselor Charles to, at the next city council meeting, delay this zoning decision until July 7th. I believe that's still your intent. Is that correct, Ms. Alcacer? To provide information on the real estate taxes, the sales taxes, and employees in the storage facilities, in all of the storage facilities in Leon Valley?
Yes.
Okay, very good. I just want to be sure of that. And Mr. Rubio can work with Mr. Milan or however y'all want to do it, but to come up with that specific number. So we do have somebody raising their hand that wants to speak. When I say, is there any further discussion? Okay. 3 minutes, because we got to move on. We've already given over an hour to this. Thank you.
Jacob
Okay.
Smith. I just ask that, we've provided the actual tax documents and tax records up here. Just to be clear for Councilwoman Alcazar, we've provided the actual factual documents, and I'd be happy if she would respond to her email. I would send her anything she would want. The other council members have responded. They've been very diligent. I'm happy to do the same for her. And I also ask that whatever documents Brandon provides, that he makes that public and shows it on the screen as well. And we are actually comparing apples to apples, and that's all I ask.
I agree. All righty, thank you. I think that's, yes, ma'am.
Just a reminder that the council should not be responding to emails that are sent like that. You might want to send them. No, sir. That would be a TOMA violation. You probably want to put them in the packet to provide them to all the council. They shouldn't be responding like that.
That's what I meant.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Postleigh. So, but whatever Mr. Milan comes up with, you'll exchange, and Mr. Rubio, you'll exchange back? Is that what we want to be sure that the transparency? Is that all right? Between the two of y'all? Okay. All right, so all those in favor of this motion say aye.
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 Any opposed? The motion does carry. All right, so we'll see y'all back here on July the 7th with those specific numbers. Thank you. Really appreciate it. Yes, same to you, sir. Bye-bye. All right, moving then to agenda item number 7.2. This is our emergency declaration that we've been working with, and I know we have some updates on the pool and on the library. And Chief Salvaggio, are you? Yes.
Can we read it?
Yes, please read the ordinance. Thank you.
An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Leon Valley, Texas, extending a declaration of local disaster, establishing rules and regulations for duration of the disaster, restricting certain activities, repealing all previous ordinances, establishing penalties and violations, amending Leon Valley City Code Appendix A fee schedule, Article A.2000, administrative fees, Section A2.003, municipal park fees, G, swimming pool fees, to provide reduced pool admission fees during the fiscal year 2020 swimming pool season, providing an effective date and of the revisions of the publication, and providing for conflicts provisions.
Thank you.
Good
okay,
evening,
Chief, can you do this in 5 minutes? No, I'm just teasing.
My part is real easy, real easy for my part. It's Rosie and Melinda that
Okay.
you got to talk to
There
about
we
that.
go. Okay.
So I've got a lot of data in here, but most of it's historical, just so that we can have it as a record. I don't need to go over every time that we've had to change, because we've had a lot of changes.
But this is what we had last time, right?
Most of it is what we had last time.
Okay.
There are some updates because
Okay.
we have new dates and
Okay.
things we're already doing at the library and such. So for the most part, I want to go through them. You know, our purpose is to look at our ordinance that's been in place for a couple of months now, and this is all the historical. These are the things that have happened really since our last meeting, June 3rd. The new executive order came out June 4th. They let theirs expire. And then the same night, we did ours to incorporate GA 26. Again, it's just a reminder, and I just want to touch on it again for everybody that's listening out there. The governor's order, even though it does allow for a lot of things to be open, he still is telling everybody that we still need to do these things, and so they don't want to get people in groups of 10 or more. Maintain the social distancing of 6 feet, and then people of over 65 stay home as much as possible. Maintain that appropriate distance,
if you have relatives coming over to visit, they should be quarantined or stay out if they haven't been there in 14 days, and then practice good hygiene, environmental cleanliness, and sanitation. So that hasn't changed. In fact, today the governor gave a press conference where he reiterated these things today to everybody, because we are seeing a spike, and it's a little bit more concerning than actually the initial spike was. So we're seeing some of those things getting a little bit out of hand. So in the last ordinance, a lot of things were changed. We don't really need to go over them again. Basically, the only thing that's really changed since then is that today's what, the 16th? As of yesterday, kids could play baseball again, and the fact that they went up to 75% in our dining facilities since then. So that was in June, or June 12th on those. So nursing homes, state-supported homes, the type of homes that the lady came in and talked about earlier, still nobody should be going inside of them. Stay out of it. That's relatives, unless it's for emergency to provide critical assistance. So at our last ordinance, we did ended the suspension basically starting July 1st. So even though they're still in place right now, I just put it up there to remind everybody they're already taken off of the ordinance as it's written, and it's in your packet. We said the fees are going to start on July 1st. The water disconnects prohibition will start on July 1st, and the sign ordinance for the bandit signs that are up and down our main streets will be starting taken down on July 1st. And I will be sending out an email to all the business owners that we have emails for to let them know in advance. I just didn't figure to do it just yet. But we'll probably, towards the end of this week, I'll start sending it out saying, on July 1st, you can expect us to start picking up the signs.
Okay, good.
So the physical facilities were ordered open. Municipal court is still limited to technology courts, even though we had some good news that we were approved to start opening. So on July 2nd will be our first in-person, but we will still continue to allow for people to do it by Zoom, especially those that are elderly or have any kind of underlying conditions where they don't want to come in. And that's totally their choice, not ours. They have that option. When we send them the paperwork, they'll have that option to say we want to do it by Zoom. So that is a good thing for us. Park amenities, we opened immediately. They went out there immediately, opened up the following day, all our stuff. Public Works did a great job on that. And the library started the phased approach, and we'll let Rosie talk about how that's going in just a minute. So, and now's the minute. Where's Rosie?
Has this changed at all since the last meeting? Because this is about what we had last time, I believe.
This has.
This has changed?
Okay. Yeah, we started that on June 8th.
Right.
Yes, hello.
Good. Hi, Rosie.
So
How are
June-
you?
I'm
Good
good,
evening.
thank you.
Welcome.
June 8th, we opened up the library, the drop box for book returns. It's going very, very slow. So far,
Yeah.
we received 150 books. So I'm asking everybody to bring back their books.
Okay. Do they have to follow the A through E, or can they just bring them?
We'll take them all.
You'll take them? Okay, good. All right. And they can put the library books and the videos in the book drop?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Outside, the metal drop
Yes.
box outside.
Okay, very good.
And that is it.
Okay, very good. Now, can I ask you a question? When are we gonna phase into curbside anytime soon?
Yes, next week we start
Okay.
curbside on the 23rd.
On the
actually.
23rd? Okay.
So we start curbside on Tuesday at 12
Okay.
o'clock on the 23rd, actually, because we're closed on Monday.
Okay. Very good. And so tell us how that's going to work.
Well, so you can reserve a book through the online catalog right now.
All right.
Or you can call the library. We're taking the request right now. We're putting them into the system.
Okay.
We're asking everybody to bring back their books. So far, we are getting requests for curbside next week.
Uh-huh.
However, it's going to be slow, just as we are now, because people are not bringing in their books.
Okay. So what I hear you say is that if you don't return your books, you can't get another book, right?
Correct.
Okay. Just want to clarify that. And then, so say I order a book. Are you going to give me a date and a time to show up to pick up that book, or how?
We're going to run the reserves, the holds. We're going to call you.
Okay.
or you can call us to give us a day and time to pick it up. Once you call us and tell us I'll be there in 5 minutes or I'll be there at 1 o'clock, you drive by, we'll put the book outside on the outside table.
Okay.
Where you can pick it up.
Okay, excellent. Very good. All right. Great, thank you. Any other questions? I didn't mean to, I just want to communicate it out, so know it properly. Okay.
And to answer your question, I think I misunderstood what I was saying. Yes, it changed on June 8th, but nothing else on the slide changed.
Right, that's what I meant.
Okay,
That's what I meant.
I realize that's what you meant afterwards. So
right.
nothing on that slide changed.
It's all the same.
Nothing on this slide changed.
Uh-huh.
The future will be a date to be determined, and that's a discussion that y'all can have at a future date after we see how things go with curbside. And nothing on these slides have changed at all.
Okay.
So the on the Leon Valley Ordinance 2020-26, we ordered remain closed the senior center and pools, but open July 1st. But we also needed to discuss the process for opening up and what we were going to open up. And so that's the next thing tonight. If I can get Linda up here. That's just the law that hasn't changed.
I'm
so
sorry.
The executive order said 50%. The law hasn't changed on anything.
I had another question. Did Rosie already leave? About the library, the fines. So when the fines are going to start on July the 1st, so from the July 1st forward, then they're going to have to be, they're going to be charged, but nothing from June 30th backwards,
No,
right?
no,
Okay.
just starting from July 1st.
Just July 1st forward.
Forward.
Okay. All right. So in other words, yeah, I just wanted to make sure I got that right so I can add that. All right. Thank you. I'm sorry. Hi, Melinda. Thank you so much for waiting. Do appreciate
Mayor
it.
and City Council.
How are you this
Different
evening?
mask, so it's maybe a little more muffled.
I know. I tried a new mask tonight too, and it, they're just,
I'm
it's
thinking
crazy.
I like that one because it's a little far forward. Okay.
It's hard to breathe. Go
Yes,
ahead.
and fog up.
Uh-huh.
At the Forest Oaks Community Pool, you can have up to 90 persons at that 50%. However, with the social distancing requirements, we figure 60. And so that's what we're going to recommend. If we get to that 60 patron capacity, the patrons will only be allowed in at the same rate as patrons leave. We'll have signage to this effect at the pool entrance. The exception would be only that persons that are age 65 and older would be allowed in the pool facility during the hours of 10 a.m. and 11:30 a.m. if you chose that option. And I think everybody kind of liked having a separate 2 hours for them, or hour and a half. We will keep with the CDC recommendations. So we would do the hand hygiene and respiratory etiquette, so your signage and all that good stuff will be placed throughout the facility. We would recommend cloth face coverings, encouraging everybody to wear them unless they're in the water, and also acknowledge that it's hard for little kids to do that. We will have signage up that talks about being 65 or older or being having been exposed to COVID-19 and expressing our desire to have them stay home. We'll make sure that there's ample supplies at the pools to include soap, hand sanitizer, paper towels, tissues, no-touch trash cans, and we will only be serving prepackaged food and drink at the snack bar. We prepared notices to inform patrons of the behaviors that do prevent the spread, and I put that in y'all's packet as a letter to the residents, and what we were going to do is go ahead and attach that or have them available at the counter at the pool. We've also got notices prepared to inform them that they are entering the facility at their own risk. We have a release of liability form prepared for each patron's signature. We have a questionnaire like the one that you had today at the beginning of the council meeting. Bless you. And we will be taking temperatures prior to entry to the facility. The San Antonio pool management staff will clean and disinfect frequently touched surfaces before the pool opens each day and at the 11:30 a.m. interval. So the seniors would leave, we'll disinfect everything, and then we would allow the regular public in. So that includes handrails, umbrellas, restrooms, all the normal suspects. The patrons will be notified to bring their own chairs or a blanket, their own pool noodles, floaties, and kickboards, and they will be advised to clean them once they leave the pool facility. Staff will provide the physical cues, such as the floor markers and things like that, keeping everybody 6 feet away from each other. And then we will stagger the use of the communal spaces. So if they have their chairs set out, we'll have like a circle or something on the ground that says, here, y'all can sit there, and then 6 feet away, we'll have another circle on the ground so they still know how far. And then we're going to encourage people to not allow children to share things like goggles, nose clips, and snorkels, or the food and equipment that they bring. So I don't want one kid using another kid's pool noodle, for example. We recommend limiting the pool to only Leon Valley residents, and that just protects us. The pool attendant will ensure that the lifeguards who are actively watching the pool are not also having to watch the people that are on the pool deck for their safety. We want them staring at the water, not the deck. And then they're going to stagger and rotate their shifts. The pool attendant will be the person responsible for responding to COVID concerns. You know, if people have questions or if they want to rat on their neighbor for getting too close, we'll have a person specifically for that. We'll have the notices posted to warn them not to avoid group events and the social distancing of 6 feet between the people who don't live together, with the exception, of course, of the lifeguards trying to save somebody's life. If planned events are conducted, the patrons will be reminded to stagger their drop-off pickup times as much as possible so that they can maintain that 6-foot distance. The letter that's attached to the pool application will suggest that parents consider if their children are capable of staying at least 6 feet apart before they take them to the pool. We'll provide signage stating that we have to self-report if anybody has a symptom. If the above is reported, the pool manager will notify the other staff and patrons as feasible, while maintaining confidentiality. And this is our current fee schedule. And we had made the recommendation at the last council meeting that we don't offer the season passes and only offer the $5 per day passes and maybe a 10-visit splash pass. As you know, the COVID cases are kind of spiking up right now. And so I wanted to make it to where you didn't get robbed, if you paid for a season pass and then now all of a sudden we've got to shut it back down again or something else happens. And so this is just a recommended fee schedule. Y'all are free to have your own suggestion on what it is you'd like to charge. Again, with affordability, because we're limiting the passes and limiting the amount that they pay, we recommend taking that out. And then on swim lessons, they could do the private and the semi-private because we do have lane markers in the pool, but I would not do the group sessions. This is the part where I wasn't sure what y'all wanted to charge. We do rent out the community room, and we rent out the hill at the Forest Oaks facility. And I'm looking at this. If you can only have 10 people in your party, this seems like a really steep fee to me. Because typically, that you could have a party that had 20, 30 people in it. Well, if you're at 10, why would I pay $250 for 2 hours? You do have to provide lifeguards, but the lifeguard's nowhere near the $250 mark. And so you might want to think about that kind of a fee. The hill reservation is not as bad. It's $100, so you could leave that one in place. But again, we're limiting that as far as patrons as well. Because of the COVID and the spike, we're still not recommending the opening of it. But if you decide that it's in the best interest of the citizens, then we do recommend opening the Forest Oaks pool with the previous guidelines. And that's all I have.
Okay, so you still, I think the question last time was, would you be ready to open on July the 1st with all of the criteria that you've outlined here?
If not on July 1st, shortly thereafter.
Okay.
We had a little problem with the internet over there, and so AT&T's out bringing AT&T fiber to it, and they're burying the line. But the rest of the stuff, I'm pretty sure I can have in place by then.
Okay, all right. I was trying to find, I don't know if y'all saw in the Sunday paper, I was trying to find it and cut it out, and I couldn't find it before I left this evening, but they had, your summer events, and I realized that COVID is spiking, but again, if we follow these measures of wearing a face mask and social distancing and doing the hygiene and everything, hopefully we keep it down. But they said pools were low because of the chlorine. It's outside, I think, when you get too close. And I would I would just wanted to clarify on the social distancing, if a mother had her child, if it doesn't pertain to the families, right? I mean, they can
A
still.
family group, they can
Right,
swim
they
together
can,
all
they
day
can
long.
interact, so that's, you know, as far
The
as.
thing that makes it high risk at a pool is
Uh-huh.
the social interaction between children. I mean, you've got, these kids have not seen their friends for the last 3 months. If you've got a family there that you have not been hanging out with for the last 3 months, and those kids see each other, it's going to take a lot of strength of these parents to keep these kids apart. And, you know, they laugh, they talk, they blow water, they suck water in and then blow it on their friends. I mean, they're kids. They have no social mores. So, you know, that's the difficult part. And then that child goes home to a grandparent and the adults that are with them and can possibly spread it.
Yeah.
So that's the big worry.
Yes, ma'am. Councilor Rodriguez, go right ahead.
Melinda, I had a question. Of any of the pools that are open now or planning on opening, are any of them planning on eventually now shutting down because of the spike?
I have not heard that.
Okay, just curious. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Any other questions for Ms. Mortz on the pool?
I know this
Yes,
is
Councilor Hody.
difficult to quantify, but do we have any kind of an idea? Have citizens called Public Works and said, hey, we're really interested in having this open? I know we've had some talk and discussion about it here, but
The funniest thing, I've been over at that pool for the last 2 weeks, right, trying to get it ready and seeing what we need and all that stuff. And I leave the gate open because we're in and out, in and out. I've had 5 people walk in there going, are you open?
Uh-huh. Yeah. Right.
And they were adults.
Yeah, I know. I've gotten a lot of people asking me if it's going to be open or not, and I said we'd make the decision tonight. Yes, Councilor Bradshaw.
Yeah, I don't know if there's any citizens' letters to read on this subject, but I know in the past meetings when we've talked about the pool opening, we've got a lot of citizens who are anxious for the pools to open. And I know that, you know, there's been talk of the COVID cases increasing, but I've also seen that the tests have increased. So I think the percentage of positive tests has not changed from what I've read. It's been at the same rate in Texas. So I know we're concerned about safety, but as Ms. Moritz said, it would be a waiver. It'd be at people's own risk to do this.
Yeah.
I think it's something that we should do. Open at least one pool.
The recent email that I got was from a senior citizen because they wanted to know, and I said it could be where there's a window in the morning, and she absolutely loved it. I think she emailed me back and said, "Yippee!" I'm like, okay.
You can see, sorry.
So.
It's going to cost a little bit more. It'll cost you $72,174, but it's within what we've already budgeted.
Yes.
So it's not like I have to come back and ask for a budget adjustment.
Okay, very good. Okay. Any questions from Melinda Mortz, from Councilor Charles or Councilor Alcacer?
Yes, Mayor, Councilor Alcacer.
Yes, go
I've had
ahead.
my light on for a while.
Yes, ma'am, go ahead. You're recognized.
Melinda, I was, or Miss Moritz, I was wondering if I'm concerned about the opening and the number of people coming. If we don't get a lot of people, and or if we start to get COVID outbreak with staff or any other people coming, are we going to close it down, or are you going to continue to open? And can we do this for a trial period, say for the first 3 weeks of July, and have a follow-up on the 21st as to whether it continues to stay open depending on what has happened the first 3 weeks of July? And my other question has to do with the information about the schools. Seems to be that they will be opening August 13th, either in school or at home. And is that taken into consideration since the original plan was to open through Labor Day or on weekends? The weekends might need to start a lot earlier. because the schools will be opening earlier.
Let me
And
address
that's my questions for now.
Yeah, good questions. Okay,
Let me
yes.
address the latter question first.
Okay.
The San Antonio Pool Company has been training their lifeguards at our pool, as y'all know. And he has indicated that he would leave the pool open 7 days or 6 days a week until August 26th.
26th.
Most of the lifeguards that we have out there are college students, and so maybe one or two of the lifeguards are in high school. And I believe that the August 13th was the high school and lower date. And then he would open the pool on the weekends only until the end of September. And so that's doable for him. For the first question, I did prepare some statistics for y'all. Last year, the highest week of attendance was just coincidentally the week that we want to open this year. So for that week of 6/29 through 7/5, so July 5th, you had a total, of 780 persons at both pools. We know that the Forest Oaks pool has a higher attendance rate than the Leon Valley Community pools by about 30 to 40%. So if you look at splitting that, I split it first by 40%. It looks like you would have 468 people at the Forest Oak pool in a 5-day period, and that equates to 93.6 persons per day. So we're over our 60. We'll have to play with that. At the Leon Valley pool, you would have had about 312 people, and that would have been 62.4 persons per day. So you're looking at about 150 if we get swamped. So they're just going to have to play nice with each other and, limit your hours of play at the pool to 2 or 3. But if you have small children, you don't spend 8 hours at the pool a day anyway. It's mostly the 12 through the 16-year-olds that camp out. So we'll just have to manage it like that.
So would it be something like, say we're at capacity at Forest Oaks at 60 people, and so somebody comes in with the mom and the dad and the 2 kids, well, they can't come in until 4 people come out, that kind of thing? I mean, that's how they'll regulate it?
Right. And then as time goes on through the summer, now, of course, this was last year, and last year we were not restricted in our places, and we could go places like the lake and the beach and not have to worry about things. But the attendance drops off the farther you get in through the summer, because you've got band camps and all kinds of other summer camps going on, and people wanting to visit relatives in other states or go to national parks. And so you saw the attendance drop down until by August, when the kids were back in school, it was basically 0. So as far as shutting the pool down, once we get a number of cases, that would be up to the council. I mean, we have the risk signs up that say swim at your own risk, and we are making them sign the waiver of liability. So you have those protections in place.
How would we know that, other than the lifeguards and the staff? Do you
The
see
lifeguards
anything?
and the staff would be reporting out if anybody, if they showed up to the pool with a temperature, we're turning them away.
That's
period,
right.
Number
That's
one.
right.
But then number 2, people gossip and people talk, and
Okay.
and so
I mean,
then,
I just.
God, my brother got COVID. Really?
Okay. Yeah, I haven't heard of too many people. What are the hours, proposed hours, besides the
From
10 to 11:30?
11:30 for the seniors, and then it would be from 12 to 8 for
there we
everybody
go.
else.
Okay, great.
Wonderful. The other thing that I need for y'all to decide too is about those parties. What do you want to charge for the parties? I don't know that we'll get very many of them, especially at a limit of 10 people, but there should be a charge in place for it. If you're going to charge.
And both the Hill and the other community has to be 10 or less?
Right. Correct.
Okay, 10 or less. So maybe look at it as a per person charge and equals whatever. Okay. Councilor Bradshaw, do you have an idea?
Well, just to clarify, you're talking about for the parties, it's just for the rooms, right? Not for the pool use.
Correct. The pool party.
If they had a party, they would be in the room. They couldn't go
Well,
in the
they
room.
can have them in the room, and then also there's that place called the Hill.
At the Hill.
Have you been over there?
I don't know which one you're talking
There's
about.
a little side hill part that's at the Forest Oaks pool.
Right.
That has in the past been rented out for private parties.
Gotcha. But would they be able to access the pool as well?
Definitely.
Okay, okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
And they like to have them after hours. And so if they're after hours, they're that's all regulated, but done through the pool company. And so they provide the lifeguards for those parties.
Okay.
So what's the cost for the lifeguards after hours?
I think I actually had it.
But the person who rents that facility has to pay that charge in addition to the per person, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
And so you're probably looking at, for 2 lifeguards, it would be $50 per each additional hour.
For 2?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so for each additional.
Now, there could be instances where, in fact, there probably will be, come to think of it, if you can only have 10 people, you probably only need 1 lifeguard.
Yeah, definitely. So would that go down to $25?
Right.
Okay.
Mayor,
Yes, Counselor.
I was looking at the charge for the community room, and it's $250 for 25 participants. So if you average that, say it's $10 a person. So if now you can only have 10, maybe we should lower it to $100.
I agree. I think we need to lower it, definitely.
It would be $10 per person.
Uh-huh. All right. Anybody else have anything else to add besides the $10? That's for the Forest Oaks community room, right? Includes the community room?
Right.
And then the facility rental, what's the difference?
That's where they just come to the pool and have their party on the pool deck. They're not renting a specific room.
Okay. All right. So again, limited to no more than 10. So maybe it should just be $10 per person no matter what, if it's Forest Oaks for facility rental or the Hill. Is that easier to
And then they can
regulate?
pay for the additional lifeguard.
Plus the lifeguard. The 1 lifeguard at $25 for each hour.
Right.
Okay. So if it's
So that won't even barely cover the lifeguards.
Well, you
No,
you
it's
get
in
the
addition
additional-
to.
yeah.
It's in addition to.
It would be $10 per person plus the
Plus
lifeguard.
the
fee.
lifeguards.
Okay, well, that isn't in here, so they need to know that.
Yeah, we'll need to add plus the lifeguards. Or plus the lifeguard. You were saying just for 10 people, you only really needed 1 lifeguard. And what are the hours? How late do these parties go? Because you're saying
I think they can go till 10. Some of them hold their parties during the operating hours. But then there were a couple of them, I think there was more than a couple of them last year that held it till like 10 o'clock at night.
Okay, so that window would be 8 to 10 after the closing hours then. Okay. All right. Very good. All right, any other questions, comments on the fees? All right. Is that a consensus, I think, for $10 an hour plus the $25 for 1 lifeguard per hour? Okay. All right.
Well, for each thing are you talking about, Mayor? Because
we just said we'd be consistent. Forest Oaks for a facility rental. Can y'all see that on your slide? And then the Hill just do $10 per person up to 10 people. So that's $100 for each one of these reservations. Is that what I'm hearing? Yes, sir.
That doesn't seem quite right.
You don't? Okay.
Should be 15 at least for the rental, the community room and probably a little bit more for the community room than the facility.
Okay. All right. Well, that's what we're trying to decide. Okay, because it's enclosed and it's got air conditioning and all that. Yeah, it's a little bit better than the Hill. Okay, I got you.
However, it averages out to $10 per person now.
Mm-hmm.
That's only if you have 25, and I don't know how many would have 25. But what if you have 20 a person for the community room, 15 for the facility, and 10 for the Hill?
And that's always a maximum of 10 people, right?
That's what I want
Is
to say.
that okay? That's what I wanted to clarify that. That's what I thought the governor said.
Well, no.
No?
The governor, there are some instances as far as facilities, it can go up to 50% of the occupancy. I would
Okay.
urge you not to say a number of people, because
Okay.
if next month he goes up and says 75%
Oh, yeah.
or allows, whatever, or comes down less, we're going to have to come in here and change it. So if you just want to come up with a dollar amount per person, then that would allow us not to have to come back here multiple times
Gotcha.
to
Okay.
make those changes.
All right.
Thank you.
So, Counselor Alcacer, did I hear you say Forest Oaks Community Room $25 a person?
No, $20 a
okay.
person, 15 for the
Facility?
Facility,
Okay.
and 10 for the hill.
And 10 for the hill. Okay. I'd like to hear from the other counselors. What do y'all think about that versus just a flat $10?
May I say something real quick?
Oh, yeah. There you go. Yes, ma'am.
That's
Please.
that's a little backwards, because if you're doing the facility, then you're just partying on the patio in the pool. If you're doing the hill, you actually have your own space on that hill plus the pool. So that's reversed. I would do.
Okay. You would do 15 for the hill and 10 for the facility. Okay. All right.
Why so low for, I was going by what you have there already, 250, 150, 100. And so I was making it comparable.
I think that's a typo. I think I have it backwards.
Oh, do you?
I think so.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
Okay.
So the facility rental should be the highest?
No, it should be 100. It should be the lowest, is what I'm hearing Counselor Ms. Morris to say. She should reverse that.
Is all that stuff on the screen a typo?
No, just the hill and the facility rental should be reversed. The hill should be 150 and the facility rental should be 100. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yes, ma'am. Okay.
Okay, then reverse it.
Okay, so we have Forest Oaks Community Room, $20 a person, the Hill, $15 a person, and the facility, $10 a person. Yes, Chief Salvaggio, go ahead.
And I would just also say up to the normal maximum amount, because if it goes up to 75% and then we're charging $20 a person, then that would be over the $250 or the $150 or the $100. So I would say up to the maximum amount that's already allowed in Appendix A of the fee schedule.
Okay. All right.
I just don't want to, you end up with allowing 75% into the building, for instance. That 75% ends up being $500 if you charge them $20 a person, possibly. I'm just throwing a number out. So you don't want to go over the max of what you normally would charge for the Forest Oaks pool.
So maximum of 250, maximum of
Correct.
150 for the Hill, and maximum of 100 for the rental. I see.
Yes, ma'am.
I gotcha. Okay, thanks. Yeah, I was. Maximum 250. Max 100. Did y'all, any other questions on that? Does everybody agree with that recommendation? Max.
That sounds good to me.
150. Okay. All right. What other considerations do we need besides? Do we need to say $5 per person on the
$5
entry?
per person and the 10 visit pass.
Okay, $5.
And did you like the fees with those?
And yes, and then the $10. Where was that? There it is. No.
Other way.
The splash pass.
I think those sounded reasonable. They're like mini season passes.
So in other words, a 10 visit splash pass for a youth would be 25, 40, and then 15 for the senior. Okay. That's your recommendation?
Yes.
Okay, very good. And can they pay that for the summer now?
Online, they can pay it at the pool, they can pay it here at City Hall, they can pay it because we're having that ActiveNet software.
Okay.
And so it'll all go through that software.
Okay.
So they can sit at home and get the pass at midnight if they decided, you know what, I'm going to take the kids to the pool tomorrow. They can get online, pay for their $5 or pass or that one, and then be able to go to the pool the next day.
All right. But there's no reservations?
No, ma'am.
It's just first come, first serve.
Cut off
Okay.
at 60.
All right, first come, first serve. And the occupancy rate is?
60.
60. Okay. Okay. Okay, so.
If that goes up by to 75 or whatever in that time, then 75%, I mean, then it'll go up correspondingly?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay. All right. What else do we need to address in this motion?
I think that's it.
Okay.
Did you have one more? Oh, yeah. Did you want to limit it to only Leon Valley residents?
Oh, yeah. Okay.
The San Antonio, they're opening the 11 pools that they have, but they're staggering the days. So 5 of the pools are open like on Tuesday and Thursday, and then 6 of the pools are open on Mondays and Wednesdays. And then they're all open on the weekends.
Oh, okay.
So hopefully that keeps them at bay.
Okay. So is it also just City of San Antonio residents?
No.
Or it's open to anybody? Okay. All right. All right. Yes, Councilor Bradshaw.
Mayor, I would say it'd be hard to control that, especially with kids. They don't have IDs and stuff, but maybe we could say at least one person in the party has to be a Leon Valley resident. Somebody came and, had the ID.
When they register online, they'll have to put in their street address, and so it'll go by street address.
Okay.
There you go.
They're not going to ask every single little kid at the pool, where do you live?
If we limit it to Leon Valley residents, could a senior bring their grandchild who doesn't live in
Valley
Leon Valley?
resident and their guest.
And their guest, Leon Valley resident and their guest. Okay. That sounds good.
I think we should do that.
Okay. Very good. All right.
That's it.
Okay. Okay, we have Mr. Bull who wants to say something. I thought you already said no to the pool opening, so you want to add some more? Okay. I'll give you 3 minutes. We're getting late here, 10 o'clock. Up to 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. And yes, I did mention earlier that it was kind of a broad, vague statement of just being against opening these pools. What I wanted to add in addition to the presentation that was just given by Ms. Moritz is that just a bit of information for y'all. Currently, thanks to the San Antonio Metro Health, the numbers are that the newest cases of COVID-19, whether they're tested or not, is coming out of the age groups of 20 to 39 at roughly 20 to 22% per age group. That's 20 to 29, or 21 to 29, and then 30 to 39. And the hospitalization rate, which is increasing, is irrelevant to the increase in testing. If you're hospitalized for COVID-19, you're hospitalized for COVID-19, not just because you are tested for it. And we are seeing an uptick of, I believe what I was just reading a day and a half ago out in the sun, so forgive me, I don't know the source, but it was close to an uptick in 4% in hospitalizations, of over 200 plus hospitalizations since Saturday, I believe. And I strongly and adamantly speak for many others when we say we don't want the pools open, because granted, San Antonio has opened their pools. No one is closing down anything right now, but the idea to avoid us being the only outbreak center is to get ahead of it. And I think we should show the leadership in leading by example to the rest of the county and to the rest of Texas, because in other places in Texas, it has grown, the numbers are growing by the hundreds, by the thousands, since I believe it was like 19,000 new cases in Texas alone, just for positive cases. And so we have another, 100 plus dead in the state of Texas alone. And Bexar County is one of the newest outbreak centers. And I don't want Leon Valley in Bexar County to to be part of that. And so if you choose to open up any of the pools, it was advised that anyone who brings their own equipment, their own toys and whatever, that I think you should recommend, or it should be recommended that they be forced to clean them right there before they go in and when they come out, because you don't know where they're coming from initially, and I think that would reduce the risk that already exists. So I appreciate y'all's consideration on that.
Yeah. I'm not sure if that can that be done? I mean, everybody has to bring their own Clorox wipes. You know? I mean, I don't know. That's just, I just wanted to follow up on that comment. So.
It would be rather difficult.
Yeah.
I mean, I'd have to have a fogger backpack and those things. We have one ordered and it's still not here. And so I don't know if it's going to be here in the next 2-3 weeks or not. But we're already encouraging them to not share their toys. And we're already going to disinfect the spots that are on the deck. And so I would think that bringing in a piece of equipment is a lot less risky than it is to have a child breathe on another child. You know, so 6 of one, half a dozen of the other, you know.
Okay.
Mayor, the only thing that's left is
Yes,
just
sir.
a reminder and actually ask y'all the question of whether you want to change any of these things that we're doing, that we've been doing since we opened back up, even including for in-person council meetings. And these are all CDC recommendations. The governor's recommended we follow the CDC recommendations, but they are just recommendations. And, you know, we have the autonomy not to do it, but we would recommend, I think, that we would do it. But these are the things we're doing already to come into the building. Same stuff you guys went through tonight to come into the building. And the same thing that the pool would do if you say you're still good with these same recommendations. And that's the questionnaire being filled out, the on-site screening, including temperature scan, the stringent cleaning and hand washing protocols, face masks required to enter city facilities. Obviously, when they're in the pool, they're not going to have that on. Education about proper use and storage of face coverings and other personal protective equipment. We've got signs out front that we're putting out that's going to advise everybody of those best practices as well. And then placement of visible signs about preventing the spread of COVID-19. There's signage is going to be out front, even on court days and out front in the pool and stuff like that. And we have signs here on the door. And so these are the things that we are doing now. We just want to make sure that y'all are still good with us continuing to do it until, 2 weeks from now we come back to you with the next presentation.
Right. Well, I think we have to learn how to live with this virus. I mean, it's here. It's not going anywhere. And I think what I'm hearing is face coverings are even though they're not mandatory, they're essential. They're going to cut down that transmission. And actually the evidence, I think, is the HEB employees that have gotten sick because they cut the mask wearing. I don't know if y'all heard that yesterday. Yeah. You know, I think there's like 30 of them that have gotten sick. Have we gotten anybody ever since we've started this? Do we know of anybody that's been positive for COVID that's been coming to counselor and back? I mean, so I think that we just have to learn to live with it. And I hate to, just, and I like Counselor Alcacer, I like your suggestion about giving it a trial. Maybe not 3 weeks, but maybe, like the first meeting in August, a month, unless we see the numbers going crazy, and then reevaluating it. As I think that's always, can we do that with our management company, the pool management company?
I'm sure. I think we'll see our numbers going up just through the tracking that goes on. If we start seeing our number go up exponentially, the tracking is going to hopefully
definitely. I mean, that's a no-brainer. Yeah.
And so it takes 14 days to, for some people to get sick, anywhere from 2 to 14 days. Right. And so, if we opened it up on the 1st, the earliest we could really give you a good answer is 15th or later. So it'd be, that second meeting in July or in August
first meeting
before we
in
can
August,
give you any
yeah.
kind of numbers.
Okay.
But if there's an emergency, we're seeing crazy stuff go on, we can call an emergency meeting, we can come back and discuss it.
Definitely.
It is an emergency declaration that we're updating. We can come back at any time we start seeing any problems.
Okay, very good.
And Mayor, if I may?
Yes, you certainly may, Councilor Alcacer, you're recognized.
They had a very interesting scientific experiment done that they talked about this morning, and they compared the cloth mask, the surgical mask, and the N95 mask, as to their vulnerability when you're wearing it and when you cough or spit or whatever, not spit, I guess, but cough and sneeze in your own mask, and everybody wearing it after 50 hours, there was no transmission, virtually none out of any of the three.
Really?
So
Wow.
wearing a mask
That's impressive.
is
Yeah.
phenomenal protection.
Yes, exactly. Right. Okay. Thank you for that input. I did not see that. Okay. All right. So how about this motion here? Yes, Councilor Bradshaw, I've got
Yeah,
some
so
notes
I don't know
down.
if we have to go through everything on the motion, or can we say, I move that we adopt 7.2 as presented with the recommendations of staff and the amendments discussed. Is that enough?
Okay. I think we could I think we all generally
You have to go
know
back and watch it.
that we
Got it.
we approve the splash pass and the $5 and all of that. So I think just for brevity, we'll just do that. So go ahead, if you'll make that motion again.
Okay, I move that we adopt 7.2 as presented by staff, which includes the recommendations and the amendments that were discussed.
Second.
Okay. We have a motion by Councilor Bradshaw and a second by Councilor Hoey to adopt 7.2 as presented by staff, including recommendations and amendments as discussed. Any further discussion? Do I need to add anything about follow-up? Oh, that's part of the amendments. There we go. Never mind. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? The motion does carry. Thank you, and keep us posted. Yeah, I think that's, and I'm going to write on this too. So, thank you, Melinda. Good night. All right. Okay, 10 after 10. And agenda item number 7.3, Ms. Posley, if you'll please read that ordinance.
An ordinance of City of Leon Valley, Texas, City Council amending the City of Leon Valley Code of Ordinances, Chapter 1, Article 1.04, City Council, Section 1.04.001, meetings, adding that all City Council agendas be posted no later than the Friday before the scheduled meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening. So can I have a little clicker? Oh, right here. So this is a second read. This is a second read, but there has been a change at Mayor Riley's request on here. My request originally during the first read was that City Council agendas be posted no later than Friday at 3 p.m. And that is for the obvious reason that I don't know of the last time when Sandra actually and or I did not have to come in on nights and Saturdays to get the agenda done. And then the Mayor Riley asked that I add to this one and to define the mayor's role in approving agendas before they are posted. So what I did is I added the red exactly like it was before, and then I added the mayor's language for this one that says, and will be reviewed by the mayor prior to posting. There's no fiscal impact to the city, but I don't think I'm exaggerating or understating one bit the fact that your city secretary easily works an 80-hour work week, many weeks, because of this problem, and it needs to be addressed. So although the city's not feeling the fiscal impact, a human being is feeling the fiscal impact, and it's not fair. C statement, it's equitable to have packet materials ready the Friday before a regularly scheduled council meeting so that all council members and citizens can review timely. It's been interesting because we've been beat up for not having agendas done timely when the majority of the time it's not the staff's fault. that they're not done timely, specifically by, I can just think of a few, but Councilor Martinez was up here, I think last time or the time before, criticizing the timeliness of the agenda. It had nothing to do with staff. Environmental stewardship, the only thing I put there is when staff's not having to make repeated trips back and forth to City Hall, less fuel is utilized. I remember the last agenda, and this is definitely about Sandra, but not about me, but I decided that I was going to be able to take a 3-day weekend, so I went to the river. But it never works because the agenda's not ready, and so I'm having to go drive to the top of the hill to get reception, to talk to Sandra. She's waiting for me. It's a disaster. And so there needs to be some hard and fast deadlines on when this is done. This is council discretion. I don't have, my strong feeling on this is that whether the city manager approves it, the mayor approves it, whoever, has to be posted no later than Friday at 3. And our preference is going to be that we, if she can, she post it Thursday night, so there's not so much stress throughout the weekend and we're not coming back and forth. But I would like the change in 1.04.001 that says that requires her to post no later than Friday. So if I'm gone and have not given my approval, there's nothing wrong with her posting. So that's my request. And I'll stand for questions or leave it up for discussion.
Okay. All right. So are there any questions or comments from the counselors?
I have one, Mayor.
Yes, sir. Yes, Councilor Alcacer, go ahead. You're recognized.
I think it needs to be clearer, and I think it should say the mayor or the mayor pro tem if the mayor's not available, but I think it should be reviewed by Thursday, by the mayor or the mayor pro tem, so that it still can be posted on Friday, because it's my understanding that that's been part of the problem. And I noticed that, I think it was posted Thursday afternoon this week, if I'm correct, which was really a pleasant surprise. Because we've had 600 odd pages the last couple of meetings. But anyway, I think it needs to be more specific than it is, because the review is what held it up, and if it's not reviewed, it can still be posted.
That would be my request, that it still be posted. If I'm holding it up, she can still post it. Because the fact of the matter is, your city charter says it limits you as a council, and you've been held to your feet to the fire 8 days prior. This staff is considerate of Ms. Pasole's time and understands what's going on. It's the city manager and the mayor that there's no deadline on them. And so that's why I'm asking that Ms. Pasole be required to post by this body by Friday at 3. If the city manager's not being responsive and not getting his or her stuff in on time, she still has to post. Same thing with the mayor.
I think that's a good idea, and that should be included. All three, the city manager, the mayor, or the mayor pro tem, if the mayor's not available, have to, if they have not reviewed it by Thursday at 4 p.m., and it still can be posted on Friday.
Right. Posting on Thursday is great because it gives the citizens and the council that much extra time to read. Look at the packet today. Look at how thick it is. That's a lot of reading when she's posting on Saturday at 6 o'clock, and we're at 5:55 trying to change things. That's a lot of reading for, a couple of days for people. So it's respectful of everybody's time when we do it this way. Citizens, council, staff.
Okay. Councilor Hody.
Thank you, Mayor. So I have a question for Ms. Pasole. If Thursday, would it be reasonable to have it reviewed by Thursday at noon so that it could potentially be posted by Thursday evening or at least Friday morning? Is that doable?
It is.
That would be doable.
It is doable.
Okay. So
Staff has all their stuff done.
Okay, so that would be my recommendation is Thursday at noon, which gives both of you Thursday morning, Wednesday evening, whatever, to get it lined up. I mean, certainly I want y'all to work together on it, but it's been staggering in late. And I agree with Mr. Martinez. It needs to be in so that we can see. I'm shocked that it was in Thursday. I wasn't expecting that, so.
But we didn't get any requests. We got our request from the mayor on Friday, and it turns out 2 of the requests from the mayor I already had up there, and the 3rd we were able to incorporate, so it worked out fine. But we would have reposted. There was something different.
So what do you think, Mayor Riley, on Thursday at noon?
I'm a deadline person.
Okay.
It's all communication. I cooperate, and I want to cooperate. We haven't had any hard, anyway. No, we're not looking back, we're looking forward. And so you give me a deadline of noon on Thursday. I just want to get in. And it's funny because I tried, maybe a couple of months ago, remember, Sandra, and I asked you if I could have the agenda early. Oh my gosh, that was DUMB, because whatever I got, it was changed. So I thought maybe I'll get a jump on it. But I learned that you don't ask for it early, because it's not the way it's going to be. So you just tell me, and I've given you my cell number, so you have both of my numbers. Tell me when I need to review. Get me the agenda, and you tell me when I need to get it reviewed, and I'll get it to you. So that's it.
Staff's deadline is the Saturday before we post. And the reason we do that is because
the Saturday before you post?
Right. Yes. So we have a 10-day deadline before the agenda is posted. And that's so that the city manager and the city attorney have time to review it. Now I have stopped having, sorry, my mask is falling. I have stopped sending it to Charlie because you're paying for him to review it, yet we keep changing it, and I have to keep kicking it back to Charlie to review. And I think it's causing some frustration there, which I don't blame him, because we keep saying, okay, now can you review this and this? So now I'm just not sending it to him until I think it might be final, but this last time I don't even know when it was final. I finally just said I'm going to just send it to him. But our deadline is Saturday.
And council deadline is Monday, because it's 8 days. So you have to have your items in by Monday, like last Monday, 8 days before the meeting, and staff has to have them in 10 days before the meeting.
Okay.
So that it gives city manager and attorney 2 days to approve.
Okay. All right. Yes, Councilor Bradshaw.
So just backing up the deadline, if it's posted by 3 p.m., if we say it has to be posted by 3 p.m., and it has to be submitted by Thursday at noon, is that what items you want to be submitted, or is that submitted to you for review?
Submitted to me for review,
or
so I have to get my
it,
items earlier, is what I have to.
I guess what I'm missing here is how long do you or a city manager or the mayor pro tem have to look at the agenda and make any changes? Do you see what I'm saying? How long is that approval going to be?
So our roles are completely different. Neither one of us have the autonomy or the authority to throw anything off the agenda. And we shouldn't be, not if it's a request that needs to move along from the council. Now, sometimes we can move things around if it's not an emergency, but my review is different than the mayor's. I'm looking for different things. I want to make sure that's placed right. I want to make sure that, if there's a budget that's with it. I'm looking at different things. The mayor's just looking at the order of the agenda and the placement of items, right?
Well, I'm also trying to look at the length of the agenda. Is there something we can postpone because we've got so many items? Just trying to balance that too. But anyway, we'll work together on it. Yeah, you bet.
I'm assuming Charlie still, or Mr. Zek is still listening, but I don't know if Thursday at noon is going to be enough either, because like I said, we used to be able to post on Wednesday because of our early deadlines, because that was your deadline to meet, to go over the agenda. And sometimes y'all would meet and we'd be good to go. So if you add items.
Wednesday?
Yes, because if you add items say I'm not there or whatever.
Wednesday
It's late
at
in the
noon,
afternoon.
or Wednesday
If you
in the
just did
afternoon.
it, and I had it all day Thursday to send it to the attorney to review,
Okay,
he's
all
got
right.
all day Thursday,
Okay.
because I don't know what his schedule is either.
Sure.
But
Oh,
if
I
you
know.
just gave him only Friday to review it and he's in court or whatever, then, that's not giving him much
No,
time
and
either.
because of that, I would ask that if you have an agenda item to add, Mayor, that you just adhere to the same deadline as the council does, or the staff is 2 days before it, by Monday, because then we'll have a clean agenda the agenda won't change on that Wednesday unless we say, oh, it's really long, we could move it to the next week because there's nothing there. The reason we've had to change it on Wednesdays is because you're adding items on Wednesdays, so then she has to add your item, we have to get it in the system, it has to get approved by the attorney, and so that's what extends it by a couple of days. If it's ready and we don't add anything on Wednesday, she's posted on Wednesdays before. So maybe we could do that.
Okay.
That would be helpful.
I will try, definitely. I like some flexibility. That 8 days is, because sometimes something comes up. But anyway, I will try to do better and meet to where you're not. Anyway, and sometimes I can't get a hold of Mr. Zek, that kind of thing. But anyway, we'll work on it, definitely. And we got to reduce the stress level. I agree with you there, definitely.
So items by Monday, review by noon on Wednesday, and posted no later than 3 p.m. Friday?
Or, sure, I would even like language in there to, no later than, because I'd like her to have the flexibility to post on Thursday. Takes so much stress off of her.
But no later than Friday is
Exactly.
Because something might come up and we just don't know. And so, yeah. Okay, so Wednesday.
I think it has to be an emergency item, but I think it all ought to be specific in there, that it's agenda items by Monday at noon, unless they're an emergency, review by mayor, city manager, or mayor pro tem by Wednesday at noon, and posting no later than.
I'd like to revise that for the agenda item on Monday at 6 p.m. Mondays are a bad day for me at the office. It really, it's like a day without sunshine, And so I think Monday at 6 p.m., if I can get the agenda item to you by that time, along with the council, right? That's your same deadline.
Council can get them in by Monday at 6 p.m. as well.
I think 6 p.m. is a little bit more reasonable. And Wednesday, I'd even like it, I just don't noon. I'd like a little, maybe 3 p.m. or, or no later than 5 or something. But I'd like a little bit more time on Wednesday. But just as long as we get it to you, and then we'll have Thursday, right? To run it by Charlie and then post it either that day or the next day. That'd be all right? Okay, thank you.
Very much appreciated.
Okay. All righty. Anything else? Okay, thank you. So we do need a motion with the changes.
So, Mayor, I make a motion that we follow the recommendations to include the agenda items no later than Monday at 6 p.m. unless they're an emergency, the review by city manager, mayor pro tem by no later than, I think, it has to be 5 p.m.
Okay.
Wednesday.
5 p.m. is good. That's good.
Think, and posting no later than 3 p.m. on Friday. That's my motion.
I just, one more item of discussion if we can. Ms. Pasoley's gone by then. Her schedule on Wednesday is at 3:30. So if we can, try to respect her time. If we can do it before she leaves, that would be great. If we can't, we can't.
Is that for Wednesday?
Yes, ma'am.
I thought I had put it at 3 PM. Can you do that,
Oh,
Mayor?
okay.
Well, let's say 3:30. I'm just trying to get.
It's gone at 3:30.
Exactly.
Oh, okay, but you're not going to deal, are you going to deal with it on Wednesday afternoon, or will you deal with it on Thursday? That's what I'm saying.
I'm not in your meetings, so.
Yeah, so you're not, yeah.
But so many times I go in there, she automatically changes it, and she's ready to post that Wednesday. That when you used to come into City Hall, that happened a lot.
Okay.
I mean, I can stay late on that day too.
You don't need to stay late. That's what we're trying to stop right now.
Okay. All right. We'll say 3 PM.
We need a second.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion by Counselor Alcacer and a second by Counselor Rodriguez to implement the following guidelines on the agenda posting. Agenda items from counselors and the mayor by Monday at 6 PM, the week of posting. A review by the city manager, mayor, and/or mayor pro tem if the mayor can't do it by 3 PM on Wednesdays, and posting of the agenda no later than Fridays at 3 PM by the city secretary. Any further discussion? Is that correct? Yes, ma'am. Uh-oh. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you kindly.
Okay, moving then to agenda item number 7.4. Ms. Postlev, if you'll please read that ordinance.
An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Leon Valley, Texas, amending Section 1.04.001 of the Code of Ordinances to consolidate the meeting date and time rules of the rules of conduct and decorum for public meetings and hearings held by the City Council, adopted in ordinance number 2019-48, and making substantive and non-substantive revisions to the rules of conduct and decorum, providing for repealer, severability, and savings clauses, and providing for an effective date.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
Okay,
Ms.
I'm going to try
Counselor.
to do a quick recap from my notes. This is a second read, and this was one that Attorney Habib Erkan and I did on December the 17th. I actually did the presentation. No, I actually did the PowerPoint. He did the presentation. And we didn't end up doing a second read. So this is, I'm aware of, this is really more of a housekeeping item. But he looked at Ordinance 2948, which is your ordinance on conduct and decorum. And the first thing he noticed that it wasn't published, it wasn't codified, it wasn't in the Code of Ordinances. Well, we don't codify but twice a year. And so I didn't realize that the city secretary had it in the on deck, ready to get codified. So because you all, this council values transparency, Habib asked that I get it codified in our Code of Ordinances, and that it would serve two purposes. Number one, God bless you. Everyone can look it on Franklin Publishing to see the regulation. Number two, it would cure codification challenges that the current ordinance has. Some, and then the question was, where do we put it? So he decided the right place to put this was in the rules of meeting when meetings are conducted and open to the public, which for you is section 1.04.003. One. Mm-hmm. And consolidate it with conduct and decorum, which is 2019-48. And then what he did is he added definitions, which you'll see right here. Where are they? Thought he added definitions. He did.
It was at the beginning.
Okay, I remember.
There
they are. He's like, I knew I saw them. So the staff was defined. The member, I don't need to reread the whole thing to you. Member was defined. Citizen was defined. Conducting of a meeting, public meeting, presiding officer, and staff. No substantive changes, which codifies the process that we currently have, participation by citizens. Councilor Alcacer was concerned with the word testimony, and she preferred the word comments and opinions from my notes that I have. Mr. Erkan also said that Section B was a substantive change, which is right there. Participation by citizens and agenda items. Citizens may speak at the conclusion of staff presentations, but before council deliberation on each item after recognition by the presiding officer. When council deliberates, they will have already heard from the staff and the citizens. This clarifies when citizens participate in agenda item discussions. Citizens have 3 minutes to speak. Citizens can speak before and after agenda items in citizens to be heard. The one thing that I noticed up there that we do have, and we're not following to this day, is citizens may speak one time at each of the following. So they get to speak at citizens to be heard at the beginning, on an agenda item, or at a public hearing, and then at citizens to be heard at the end. But there have been agenda items or citizens to be heard where citizens have come up 3 to 5 times sometimes. And so it would be great if citizens could possibly put their thoughts together into one time for each of those things, to each item, because don't forget, we're paying a city attorney to listen to a citizen have 3 to 5 thoughts each time. Maybe if they could put, get their thoughts cumulatively, written down or something, maybe that would help. But that's what you all were looking at last time, but I noticed that we're not following it. Section 3. There's Section 3 back here. There's non-substantive revisions. That's how the mayor should enforce the decorum in the council chambers. Habib discussed how the mayor is the parliamentarian, that the council should raise a point of order. If you don't like the ruling, then you appeal it to the rest of the council. But there's a substantive change here in the codification of Robert's rules. It says any member can raise a point of order described in subsection F. So if the member calls a point of order to the mayor, as was confirmed, but if someone feels she's not adequately addressing that, then they appeal it to the rest of the body. And then the decision made by the body is conclusive, is my understanding. The mayor wanted to add this under number 3. A member who has spoken should refrain from speaking again until each member has spoken, and she would like the councilors to raise their hand first to be recognized by the chair before speaking. Of course, until the governor's orders are lifted, we've come up maybe with another way to kind of help you with that. The mayor also wanted to put that when the councilors add an agenda item, that they be given meat to their agenda item. And I don't know if you want to talk about that a little bit, Mayor.
Okay, well,
but those are my notes from the first reading back in December. So if I missed anything, my apologies. That's a long time ago.
I could have sworn we had already done this, right?
We didn't do a second read.
We didn't do a second read, but we did do on September 17th, 2019, and September. I went back to the agenda because I kept thinking, I know we've
The conduct and decorum?
Yeah.
What Habib is trying to do is marry the two.
Right. So we had a first and second read in September of 2019, and that the thing about having somebody speak, making sure everybody speaks first before the second person speaks, that's been kind of a long-standing. In one of our rules of conduct. I mean, we've had that a long time. So I was wondering what was the difference between what we did and I think you were saying, Ms. Kinsler, that it wasn't codified. We added the definitions.
And he wanted to marry the two.
And he wanted to marry the two into one.
Exactly.
And I was
It's a cleanup item for him.
I was going to add because in the one in September, and actually the one in December, I think.
I remember Mr. Erkan calling it a housekeeping item. He was
Yeah.
trying to just clean it up.
But in our first read, we didn't have, we had the 3 minutes for citizens heard, agenda item, and public hearing. but we didn't have, they can only speak once, which I don't oppose that, but that's something that was just added this time. It's not back in the
Right,
December
that came
17.
from these notes.
Yeah.
That's exactly right.
Exactly. So
Mhm.
that just wanted
That's why it's in
point that
red,
out.
so I could make
What was
sure
the
that-
other one then? Well, that's all I was saying is that when we get an agenda item from the council, and it'll just say, just the caption, but is there any supporting documentation that goes with that to where we understand more fully what you want to accomplish? That's,
I mean, I think that's up to you all. You had an item this morning, that today, that was first on the agenda that had no documentation with it.
I know.
And so you
get
I think
penalized
they need
for
to be
that.
consistent, that's
Yeah.
all.
I understand, and I'll try to do
Um,
something different next time. So, yeah, that's
So
point
whatever
well
you all
taken.
want. And some items they just want to discuss and there's not accompanying documentation for them.
Yeah.
Like for your accompanying documentation, I feel like, you should have met with the chief and we should have helped you get policies that you wanted, so we could have helped you with your item.
That's right. So we'll do that the next time. But I think if it's just a discussion, that's one thing. If it's discussion and possible action,
right,
that's what I worry about, action.
Sure.
So not
Sure.
just the discussion.
Right.
So, but I will be better prepared next time. So, all right. Yes, Councilor Hody.
I was just going to say, just like that we need to speak into the microphone.
Yes,
It's just
for Ms.
something that we
Maloof.
need to do. We'll keep that in consideration for future agenda item additions. Maybe even there could be a page that said is no supporting documentation, but a little more explanation.
Yeah.
Just anything. And I hear
That's
you.
right. Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Okay. What else did you have on your notes? Just.
Those were my notes from December. Let
Okay.
me see back here.
Anyone else have anything in addition? Yes, Councilor
that's all.
Bradshaw. And then I'll call on Councilor Charles and Councilor Alcacer as soon as Mr. Bradshaw finishes.
So my issue with the citizens may only speak one time
Uh-huh.
is that oftentimes we have an agenda item, we might not even have a discussion on it or a presentation about it. And so then we allow citizens to speak first, and they might not even know what the agenda item really is talking about. And then, so nobody comes up, and then the council all discusses it, and then people want to talk. And if we say they can only speak one time, and we're making them speak first, to me, that's an issue. We're not allowing citizens, you're allowing citizens to be heard, but they don't know what it is exactly that we're discussing. Because a lot of people aren't going to go, they might see the agenda, but they're not going to go into the agenda packet.
But
Online.
it says citizens may speak at the conclusion of staff presentation. So citizens wouldn't speak on an item until they've heard the whole presentation.
Understood, but sometimes there's not a presentation, is my point. So we might have an item on here without a presentation, and we read the item, and they don't know what it's about. I mean, I think we could go through
Do you
previous
have any
meetings.
suggestions on?
Um,
I don't.
Well, I think the only way to
I'm
address
trying
it
to
is
think
to do it, switch it back to citizens speak after council before we vote.
Okay. there
Right,
was-
council, there's a presentation, council discusses it, then citizens get to speak, and then we have
Remind me why we switched it back, because that's how we used to do it. Why did Mr. Habib?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, because he had said
I
the
wish I could
citizens needed
remember
to speak
back.
first and then the council. So what if we reversed it? Presentation, council, citizens, and then we wouldn't have that, and then it's just one time.
I
don't think
would-
that-
I think that would be better.
Yeah, I don't think the order is, we can just
That all right?
reverse the order and just say one
Just
time.
reverse the order, and then again, one time, because I think that's and then you also have one time per agenda item. So say you forgot to say something, you still have the citizens be heard at the end of the meeting if
Exactly.
you want to stay, So, yes, Chief Salvaggio, thank you for raising your hand. I
Thank you,
appreciate
ma'am.
it.
I just want to remind the city manager that anything that we put on the agenda will have a presentation. It is required by policy
Okay.
that we provide a presentation. The only thing we don't have presentations on is when one of y'all put it on there.
And you don't have anything
And you don't have a presentation, so, or consent stuff. The,
An internal policy. We have.
correct.
An internal policy?
Yeah, they have
Okay.
to have a presentation.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that. Okay.
You keep-
Council, thank you, Mr. Reg. So we'll reverse it then, if if that's agreeable
No,
to everyone.
no, ma'am, may I talk?
Oh, yes,
have a lot.
I was going to ask you if you'd like to talk, and Miss
Yes, I've
Charles,
had it
Counselor
on for a
Charles.
long time. I have a lot to say. First is on that item, the reason we changed it was to minimize the acrimony that was occurring every time somebody objected to a specific member that they did not agree with or like or whatever. There became terrible acrimony. To minimize that, we switched it that they spoke first. And I think it should be kept like that because it should be their thoughts based on what they think, not based on what a council person thinks. That's why we changed. That's my first item. My next one is when the difference between the person speaking, I think the word only needs to be in there, only once. There may be rare exceptions, but almost never. They're just, what we have experienced is it's just being petty toward a person or whatever. But when a citizen speaks at a meeting, anybody can speak if they're present at the meeting. But they do, I think everybody should say what city and state they're from. But if they are not a resident or business owner of Leon Valley and not present in person to speak at the meeting, then his or her comments shall be included in the meeting minutes, but shall not be read out loud. Nor may comments of the person who is not a Leon Valley resident or business owner and not personally present at the meeting be read by any other person, including a member. I would also like another provision there. And this we used to practice, but we don't anymore, that there's no debate between a staff member, a counselor, or I guess a staff member or counselor or mayor shall be allowed or permissible. Questions directed from the podium to an individual on the dais shall be provided in writing or an individual response. Questions directed to a staff member shall be responded to in person outside chambers unless the response will be beneficial to the whole body. And then I'd like under the F, the disruption part, if the disruption continues or is repeated. So that was just an added part on where we put if the disruption continues, I would like to add or is repeated. So those are all. Does anybody question on what I'm talking about?
Okay.
I have one more thing, if I may, Mayor, to throw in there.
Yes. Ms. Kessler, go ahead. You're recognized.
Thank you. What about letters? Like I watched Ms. Postley go and get 3, 4, and 5 one-time letters from an individual person. How many? When is that cut off? And then also, sometimes somebody's submitting a letter and they're here, or they're submitting a letter and then they also speak. So some guidance on that too might be helpful in
I think that's where the one-time only comes in, and then the one other requested one to avoid the place of favoritism. I think the city secretary should read all of the letters, no matter who they're addressed to.
Well, I disagree with that, but also, the citizens to be heard, I mean, y'all really want to put that in, that it's only, I know y'all, then we ought to do citizens to be heard dash Leon Valley residents only, because, what about, what if State Representative Ray Lopez drops in and wants to speak to us? He can't speak because he's not a Leon Valley resident.
Only referring, anybody can speak if
Mayor,
they're
point of
very.
order.
Excuse me, yeah, I can't see you, Ms. Alcacer. So let me just finish that. So the reading of the citizens to be heard, I think, should be the presiding officer's responsibility. The keeping the order, staff, citizen, council versus staff, council, citizen, and that was because of acrimony. Is that? I don't know why. Maybe my brain is. Questions provided to the counselors on the dais must be in writing. Questions to staff, you can go outside and answer. And then you said, unless the answer is important to everybody, right?
Beneficial to everybody.
Yeah, beneficial, okay. We're making a lot of changes here. Yes, Councilor Bradshaw, I don't.
Yeah, Mayor, I would just say to Ms. Alcacer, first of all, we cannot see when your microphone is on, as
Yeah, I can't with us.
Ms.
Yeah.
Caldera pointed out earlier. We can't see because the PowerPoint is up, so we don't see when your microphone is on and off, and you keep on saying that. Also, it's just way too much to add to this, to continuing to limit free speech of our residents and non-residents. I totally disagree with it, and I don't even know what her comment means about that citizens could have to speak first, is so we don't influence them with our thoughts. But that's the point of the debate. Sometimes is we argue for and against an item, and then allow citizens to give their input on it. If they don't see all arguments of it, then because we can, to me, and correct me if I'm wrong, we can debate a subject, citizens can be heard, and then we could discuss it some more and make a motion. So, but they don't, they get one shot and they're done, the way it is right now. And I just don't think that's fair to the citizens. If they didn't say something that they wanted to say, they could wait till the end, but at that point, the action's already taken. And so it just doesn't make sense.
Yeah. I have a hard time limiting it just to citizens as well. I just feel like, that's democratic to allow people. Why are we afraid to hear from other people? I mean, especially if it's in writing, you're just reading it. I don't know.
I don't think it has anything to do with fear. I think it has to do with guidelines and guidance. Let us know what you want.
Yeah,
Let us know. Do you want the city secretary to keep running in there at midnight gathering, oh, I forgot to say this, and running the letters back to you? I mean, do you want that to continue?
Well,
because we're usually here till, past midnight, and we missed one last time, and she felt horrible about it. And she didn't even get it, actually, but, we're both trying to watch that. So just some guidance. I've not heard a single counselor yet not want to hear from the citizens. I think it just has to do with order and how many times and placement, and so we know. Give us a policy so we know what to do.
Yeah. Okay. I don't know if we should have a cutoff time or not. This evening, the reason you came to me, let's see, second time I think, was because Ms. Alcacer didn't want me to read Josh Stevens, and so he revised his letter and that kind of thing. So he's watching, and so that's I think that's fair. I mean, he wants his letter to be read. But as far as a cutoff time, I don't know. I don't think we get too many people past. I don't know. What do y'all think? I mean, that's just.
I recommend that we postpone this to the next meeting so that you can understand my input. I think we have been told by every one of our attorneys that we're the only place that lets people speak 3 times at a meeting. We are already giving them more than almost any other place in Texas that we know of. And I don't think we're trying to get the meetings to move along and not have them 5, 6, 7 hours. If we have limitations, it will facilitate the meetings, making them more practical so that more people can even participate. And if we let someone talk 6 times, then someone else sometimes can't talk at all.
I'm not for letting people speak 6 times, that's for sure. I don't oppose they may speak 1 time on each of the following for 3 minutes. I think that would be a good way to move the meeting. I think Mr. Bradshaw's point was, when do they speak? I think that's what I heard you say. So, Mr. Bradshaw, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, that was my point, but Ms. Alcacer, was that a motion to postpone this to the next meeting or a future meeting? If so, I second.
Yes, so that we can iron out because I would like to have what I would like to contribute better understood than what it seems to be. And so I'd like to have it inserted in as read, and then we can work on it from there at the next meeing.
Okay,
I
that
second
sounds
that
good.
motion.
All right, so we have a motion by Councilor Alcacer and a second by Councilor Bradshaw to postpone this agenda item 7.4 to the next meeting or to a date certain? What did y'all?
Next meeting.
Next meeting, that's July the 7th, with additional comments to be reviewed and decided at that time. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Okay, thank you.
Who, just for clarification purposes, who am I supposed, did you want me to take a stab at revising this based on what I heard tonight?
I thought I heard.
Send it to the city attorney?
Okay, I thought I heard Ms. Alcacer say she wanted to submit her ideas. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Alcacer, this is what I heard you say, that you wanted to submit your ideas and incorporate them into the presentation, I guess in red or green or whatever, so that we could understand better what you wanted to accomplish.
Yes.
Is that what I understood?
Yes, Mayor, I would like to submit them to Kelly or who's ever doing this so that they can incorporate into the presentation and you see it in red the same way we're seeing the changes today.
And then I would also encourage Mr. Bradshaw, if you have something that you'd like to, anybody, just add to it so we could kind of flesh it all out. Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Moving on to agenda 7.5, Ms. Pasley, if you'll please read that agenda.
An ordinance of the City of Leon Valley, Texas, City Council amending the City of Leon Valley Code of Ordinances, Chapter 2, establishing a records management program, designating a records management officer, establishing a records management committee, developing a records management plan, implementing a records control schedule, and a destruction record schedule, approving Form SLR 508, and declaration of compliance and applicable retention schedules, providing for repealer, severability, and savings clauses, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Yes.
And I have no changes.
Okay. All right. There's no changes from the last meeting. Any additional questions for Ms. Pasley? If not, may I please have a motion and second to approve? Yes. Councilor Rodriguez.
I'd like to make a motion that we accept 7.5 as presented by Ms. Pasley.
I'll second it.
I second.
Okay, we have a motion by Councilor Rodriguez and actually a second, Ms. Charles, by Mr. Hody, Councilor Hody here in the chambers, to approve 7.5 as presented. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Okay, thank you very much. Moving then to the regular agenda. Ms. Pasley, if you'll please read agenda 8.1.
An ordinance of the City of Leon Valley, Texas, City Council amending the general budget of the City of Leon Valley, Texas municipal budget of the fiscal year 2019-2020 in the amount of $1,500 to provide funding to the Leon Valley Public Library Summer Reading Program, providing for repealer, severability, and savings clauses, and providing for an effective date.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Good evening
Leon Valley
again.
Public Library is requesting a general budget adjustment in the amount of $1,500 for a summer reading program. We received a grant from the Dollar General Literacy Foundation. So in 1993, the Dollar General Literacy Foundation was established in honor of co-founder J.L. Turner, who was a functional illiterate. He has donated $182 million in grants to literacy organizations. And of course, their mission is that everybody deserves an equal opportunity to receive a basic education. Our summer reading program takes place in 95% of all U.S. libraries, which we do have currently at the Leon Valley Public Library. And of course, summer reading programs are to motivate children to read, develop positive attitudes, maintain their reading skills during the summer to prevent the summer slide. Fiscal impact, none. Of course, this is all coming from the Dollar General Literacy Foundation grant we received.
Very good. This is our first read, but congratulations, Rosie, on another grant that you received. Appreciate that. And just, I had one question. This is all going to be online this year, or is there a change?
Yes, summer reading is going to take place online this year.
Okay. All right. Very good. All right. Any other questions for Ms. Amaya on the $1,500 budget adjustment? Yes, Councilor Rodriguez.
Ms. Amaya, we sure are going to miss you, but we do appreciate all the hard work you've done. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. All right. So then this is our first read, so we will have the second read on July the 7th. Thank you for that. Moving then to agenda item number 8.2, presentation, discussion, and possible action on an interlocal grant agreement between Bexar County and the City of Leon Valley for the distribution of federal corona relief funds, and a resolution approving the interlocal agreement to accept the relief funds from Bexar County. And is Ms. Kinsler going to be here to present? I've still got the rest of Mr. Stevens for 3 minutes to read, if y'all want me to read that now or just wait. Go for it. I think we ought to. Okay, I was continuing Mr. Stevens' comments from Citizens Be Heard for 8.2, and because of my expectation, oh no, I finished that, didn't I? In my opinion, the following items listed in the city manager's presentation are not compliant with the federal law regarding allocation of tax dollars. The ambulance for $320,000. First, the city already owns 2 operating ambulances. The fire and EMS department operates with a crew of 6 firefighters, paramedics, and so logically do not even have the staff for 2 ambulances unless they reduce the engine crew to 2 firefighters, which is not an ideal or appropriate for adequately responding to service calls. Because one of these ambulances is toward the end of its working life, the council approved the purchase of a brand new ambulance in the council meeting of November 5th, 2019 for the price of $310,000. This funding was approved well before COVID-19 came to the United States. According to previous presentations, the ambulances generally take 6 to 12 months to build, and to my knowledge, the city still does not have the ambulance ordered because of the November 2019 budget adjustment. I don't know if the plan is to purchase another ambulance. The city would have 4, would then have 4, or to reimburse the original budget adjustment proposal. But both reasons are not compliant with the provisions of Section 601, subsection D of the Social Security Act. Another ambulance would not be here until 2021 at earliest, and the reimbursement of previously allocated budget adjustments is an explicit violation of the Act. The next one is Mobile Integrated Health Resource Vehicle, $120,000. Again, has this vehicle already been ordered? How does it impact the ongoing COVID-19 crisis and constitute a necessary expense? How is it being used to respond to the COVID-19 crisis? Unlike San Antonio Fire Department, I don't believe Leon Valley Fire Department is conducting any mobile COVID rapid testing, participating in staffing of drive-through testing sites, or staffing decontamination centers. Why is this vehicle needed? When will it arrive to the city? 2021, 2022? And how is this expenditure a necessary expense for the city's response to the ongoing COVID-19 crisis in accordance with the CARES Act? It is intriguing to me to compare the City of San Antonio's usage of the funds allocated in accordance with the CARES Act, to that of the proposals tonight by our city manager. The City of San Antonio allocated well over 50% of the CARES Act funding, their recovery and resiliency plan, directly to benefit residents to the community. In the City of San Antonio, over $150 million went directly to utility assistance, workforce development, housing security, rent assistance, mortgage assistance, homeless assistance, temporary child care support for working families, domestic violence prevention and assistance, and other direct assistant measures. Exactly. Okay, there we go. Thank you. I'll stop right there. We just thought we would read this, finish this citizens to be heard letter, but that's...
Sure. Before I get started, I just want to make a couple things clear. Number one, this absolutely is not a city manager plan. I would never do that. I don't know the departments. The department head knows the departments. So what happened is the CARES Act got forwarded and the reimbursement from the county got forwarded to each department director. Each department director determined what they thought they either needed or could use in light of the current pandemic. And so that's how, and as I emailed each of you today, directors changed their budgets somewhat. And so you actually have the new budget. You should have the new budget with you. And the new budget is what you're going to see tonight. So first of all, this is not a city manager plan. In fact, the city manager didn't put anything in here. Second of all, Mr. Stevens says you can't reimburse something that you've already purchased. He's absolutely right. That's called supplanting, and we would never do that. We can reimburse for expenses that they allowed, but not that. That is absolutely a no-no. So I don't think there's a single director that doesn't understand that. That's really basic. So tonight the presentation is about trying to get a resolution to approve an ILA to accept relief funds from Bexar County. And what Bexar County did is a distribution of the funds. Leon Valley didn't get any funds, but Bexar County did. So Bexar County, through a formula grant or formula method, went to every suburban city, and based on your population, you got X amount of dollars. And so what I had the staff do when we met, where's my little thing here? When we met is I had them review the CARES Act that was passed by Congress, bipartisan support in March of 2020. It's over $2 trillion, and it's meant to protect the American people from the public health crisis and the economic impacts of COVID-19. The funding for the proposed ILA is between Bexar County and the city of Leon Valley. So the city of Leon Valley, again, is not getting any money. Bexar County is getting it, and they're distributing it through a formula grant to the city of Leon Valley. So what we would do next is we would prepare and submit a budget for COVID-19 expenditures already made and for future expenditures and programs. We would request reimbursement, which is allowed, from March 1st to May 14th with the following categories that you see on the screen up there. And then we would institute programs for economic support, make necessary expenditures for public health and medical as approved by Bexar County due to the public health emergency. So what I asked the staff to do way from the beginning, because we thought that there would probably eventually be a pocket of funding coming to Leon Valley, is I asked the staff to start coding their invoices that were COVID related. And so there's no arguing with the actual expenditures that are up here as far as do we spend them or do we not, because they're spent. And so what you see for the first couple of pages is your actual expenditures. They total $110,670.36 thus far. And we can go through each one of them if you'd like, or we can keep on with the presentation and come back. What I asked the staff to do, so what happened is Vicki then, everything that the staff marked as COVID related, that was an actual expenditure, She has now a separate COVID line item, and it's up to $110,670.36 that we feel like we're eligible for reimbursement for. Okay. Then I asked the staff to get what they thought they needed, every director, in the form of disposable glove, hand sanitizer refills, masks, decontamination systems, and let Chief Naughton know so that we weren't saying, 7 refills for the library and so. We just put them all together and lumped them all together for you. We know how they're distributed. It's based on what the director feels the needs are in their certain department. But as far as this thing goes, this is comprehensive for all of the city's departments. The other thing that the staff, and by the way, the reason we're not meeting budget tonight is because we want input. We want input from you. We want input from the citizens so that everybody agrees with the way that we spend this money. What you see up here tonight is not a balanced budget. This is just proposal. This is what we think we need or what we think we could use with these funds. And so we're going to have you look at it, ask questions, see if the citizens want to ask questions, and then get a budget together. The other safeguard in assuring that there's no misspending of this money is even after we read the CARES Act and the directors submit expenditures to me, it still goes to the Bexar County Auditor, and the Bexar County Auditor still has the ability to nix any of the expenditures if they don't believe that they fall within the CARES Act. So you have many gates before you get cut a federal check. Right now, I want to show you what your directors in Leon Valley believe that might fall under the CARES Act if you want them to justify. I think the ones that really need to be justified, or that I believe you're going to ask be justified, are your 2 chiefs, especially Chief Naughton, and they're here. And we can start, nicking away if we need to. And we did a little bit of that today. So I don't think I don't know if there's any questions for that. The suits are for the police departments. I don't know how to say that, Tyvek. And they're those gowns that they would wear. And so as they were having to wash one as they're processing something, they would have another clean one. And they're pretty cheap, actually. So they'd be like $10 a suit. The reusable gowns, are they for the police department as well? Police department as well. 100, you have 50 officers, that's 2 for each. Reusable face shields, police department. Mobile ozone generators. Let me get back to my notes here.
I don't even know what a mobile ozone generator is. Sorry. Yes, sir.
It's a police expenditure. Can you explain what it is, Chief?
Yes, ma'am. So right after all this occurred, we had somebody that was doing these things. They clean out any germs in a vehicle, and so they were doing it already, and so they were closing down. So they brought it over to us and said, "Here you go. We want to donate this to you to use until we open back up." And we were very grateful. You put it inside the vehicle, goes for 15 minutes. Kills all the germs inside. You let it out for a few minutes, and it's just safer. And so when we had anybody in the vehicle, the next shift before we put anybody in it, we'd put the machine in there, let it run, so we can make sure that nobody got sick. The machine is very cheap, and we could have it. We've given it back, and they've opened back up, and we could have our own to be able to do that on a regular basis. And it's also, you can put it in here at the end of the night and let it run. And it will kill anything that's in here during that time period as well. So
okay, thank you for that. Yeah, thank you.
It's cheap. Then at the top up there, the lobby kiosks. What we're doing is putting the receptionist behind the plexiglass there with the court clerks. So there's not going to be a receptionist up there, but instead 2 blocked kiosks, so that you could literally do your city business up there, and you don't even have to meet with the staff person. And I'm going to show you in a little while how those would be protected. But we could get Public Works to build 2 of them, and the most expensive thing up there in your kiosk is not the building of them, it's the computer that has to go in each of them. Disinfecting solution, disinfecting wipes, if those are no-brainers, those are for all departments and not just one department. COVID-19 payroll. So this is, I wasn't there this morning, but Dr. Caldera and Chief Salvaggio and the court people had a meeting. And what we're having to do right now, we're having to pull Public Works, Fire, and Police in order to scan people at the door in order for them to be able to sign those forms. With court, it's going to take a lot of extra personnel. And so I don't think that's enough. If we follow, and the court, you don't decide how the court is run. Their administrative office decides that, as Mayor Riley knows. And so the Mobile Integrated Health Resource Vehicle. So this is actually one that Chief Salvaggio and I questioned at the beginning until Chief Naughton, if you want to come up here, explained to us. And if we get the position that I've mentioned to the council, we want to switch positions in the fire department and have somebody that's doing the preventative stuff out there and trying to stop some of these calls. This would be their vehicle, which would be a suburban type vehicle, but would be filled up with medical supplies and ambulance things that are in the ambulance already. So you want to talk about that vehicle a little bit and how it would be helpful during this time?
So this would be a new thing for Leon Valley. This is purely preventative. Those of y'all that understand medicine know that every time we take somebody to the hospital, we basically risk their lives when you talk about infectious disease and things like this. Think of how many people we take to the hospital that come home and don't have any way to support whatever they're supposed to do, get their medicines, make contact with people, fix the problem that caused them to be in the hospital, the falls. We take them to the hospital, we get their hip patched up, they come home 6 weeks later and they slip on the same rug. This vehicle would stop that because it would be following up after every EMS call that was appropriate to find out what we can do to prevent that EMS call from coming in again. We have a patient right now, an elderly gentleman that fell and hurt his shoulder, and within 7 days he called 5 more times. And when you ask the why of it, he didn't have anybody to pick up his prescription, so he went back to the hospital 5 more times, 5 more EMS trips, 5 more ER visits because he didn't have pain meds.
Okay.
The other thing this will do exactly what Mr. Stevens said it doesn't. It provides preventative stuff. We don't have any way to go out and do COVID testing. We don't. We can't use an ambulance. They're busy. So this vehicle and this person assigned to this is to go out and help our residents every day solve the problems that cause them to call EMS before they happen, and to help them after it happens. Okay. And this will prevent disease, and this will prevent further injuries, and this will keep people out of the hospital where they get infectious diseases. COVID is spread in the hospital a lot. And if we can take one of our at-risk elderly patients, treat their root cause of their problem so they don't have to go to the hospital, the chances of them getting COVID drop. So yes, that vehicle is directly related to COVID prevention.
Because I know that's what it's got to be connected to, because I haven't seen vehicles on any of the lists that the city or the county has been designated the money to. So that's why I also wondered how this related to COVID.
So this program is up and running in San Antonio. It's in the fire departments that surround us. And this is exactly what they do.
Okay, but I thought, is this a testing? Do they do testing out of this kind of vehicle?
They can do anything.
Okay.
We don't do testing currently because we don't have any way to go out and provide that testing. The comment made about the decon station that San Antonio set up, we were one of the first people to assist with that setup. They revived an old fire station that was closed, opened it back up for drive-through decontamination. We don't have the manpower currently to set somebody in dispatch like some of the other departments do and give full-time people, you just report there, don't come to work anymore. We don't have those people. But we're in this, and this vehicle, we would rather prevent people from having to call EMS and have to go to the hospital and be exposed to stuff. If we can go and put a rug runner, I can't say it, a rug runner under a rug that causes them to slip and fall and alleviate going to the hospital or alleviate getting a communicable disease or infectious disease.
Okay.
That's what this is.
Okay. And that's just $90,000 for the vehicle?
That's the vehicle.
Okay, just the vehicles,
and the program.
No, the vehicle and the supplies.
And the supplies.
And the
okay,
supplies.
But not the personnel. You were going to rearrange somebody for the, okay.
And the program, if approved, wouldn't stop. I can tell you that if you give this program a chance, you will fund it continually because it will help that many people directly in our community.
Okay, so what's the percentage of the vehicle cost how much and the supplies cost how much? So
I projected
you can,
it as a suburban type about $50,000.
Okay.
And then about $40,000 worth of supplies. It wasn't all the supplies
Okay.
that we wanted, but we were trying to scale it back some.
But the
I also want to tell you, this may not be. Chief Salvaggio and I had the exact same question. We were like, not sure about this one.
I'm not either.
But when Chief Naughton explained it to us, it was like, well, it could or couldn't be. And so that's why we're here. That's what we want to discuss it with you. But I didn't take anything out. I let the directors let you know what they think they need. So again, there's not a city manager budget.
Now, Ms. Kinsler, we have till July 1st to get the ILA in.
And
Is that
so
with the budget, the proposed
yeah, we need to
budget?
get
So
the
we
budget
have to do
in
it tonight, right?
Exactly. We need to get that ILA in. And so, I mean, we got that from him last Saturday. It's not like I've had the staff has had a week to get their act together.
We didn't have it in time for the last city
we did
council
not.
meeting. That I remembered.
Correct.
That. Yeah.
Exactly. And we don't have another meeting till July 7th and it's due July 1st. So we can start cutting stuff here. You can tell me what you want cut. The other thing we can do that we may very well, that I think we can do, I don't have to double check this, but we can submit everything and see what they take out, and then still have some room. I don't know.
Okay.
So, washer and dryer for the fire department. We talked. Oh, sorry.
Mr. Bradshaw had it.
I had a question.
See, I can't see you either because we've got a PowerPoint up, but Ms. Alcacer, Mr. Bradshaw had his hand up, so let me call on him, and then you will be recognized after him. Mr. Bradshaw.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I just had the same reaction, I guess, with the mobile integrated health resource vehicle. I don't doubt that it's a good idea and something that would be useful for the city. I just struggle with how is it COVID related,
Right.
and just
We
because
had this struggle this morning.
Yeah,
we can
exactly.
use it right now, and as the chief said, we'll probably continue to use it. So that kind of tells me that it's not a COVID related expense.
I think it would be, you could argue easily that it's preventative for COVID, but a direct related expense I'd have a hard time with.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Alcacer.
Yes, Chief, in relation to that, what's the average cost of one run for a person from their home to the hospital?
I'm gonna say $750. 1,500? Really?
It's about $1,400 if advanced life support is provided.
$1,400.
Okay, so for 5 of those, it would be, what, 7,000? I would, part of that is what's, that one example is what made me think that person, going to the hospital so often at their age and being subject to, one of the prime people for likely to catch it and die from it, that would be just saving one, you multiply, that's 10 or 12 people you might be saving from getting COVID just by doing that. So that hit home.
So one more example of that, just to help you understand, is currently we have a single address in Leon Valley that has a patient who claims to be COVID positive. I can't tell you for sure if they are. And also has some other disease processes. And we have been to that house in 24 months 160 times.
Wow.
And every one of those probably could have been prevented. And I know that the next page has the ambulance on it, but our current ambulances, in relation to that thing, it takes us about 4 hours to decontaminate our ambulances, clean our guys, clean the clothes, clean the equipment for every COVID call we run. About 4 hours. So if we can stop it before it happens, we can save money, we can save patients. And with all due respect to Mr. Bradshaw's comments, I do think it's COVID related, or I wouldn't have put it in. If we can treat these people at home and solve their problem, they don't infect firemen, they don't infect policemen, they don't infect hospital staff, they don't go to your HEB and try to solve their problem. If I can go pick up a prescription for them that keeps them at home. And that's what mobile integrated health does. It's all the stuff that y'all have been asking us to do right now. Mobile integrated health does that to stop EMS calls, to stop bleeding resources. It's all those things that y'all asked. The community care box, it would find a way to deliver stuff to people and get them the correct things that they need. I do think it's COVID related. It's preventing COVID, or it's stopping the spread of it by these people trying to go into HEB to get things. My thought.
Thank you. Yes, I'm sorry. Thank you for raising your hand, Chief. I appreciate it. Thank
I just
you.
want to add one
Go
thing.
ahead.
I was on the medical directors roundtable when San Antonio, we voted to do this. It's been very successful in San Antonio. The one thing that well, two things. He said it stops a lot of the fire calls, but actually it stops the fire and police calls, because of most of these calls that they go to, we also get dispatched to as well. So that's one thing. The second thing is that a lot of your social programs that you hear about, the failure in communities not having social programs, this is a direct social program that can help solve a lot of these problems before it gets to the police or fire issue, so that they can be dealt with at the lowest level, the cheapest way possible. It saves us money and saves the citizens money exponentially. And so it benefits both of us. So regardless of whether we do this in the COVID expenditures, it is definitely something we need to look at doing for us long-term as a position, because it's going to actually save the city money in the long run.
Okay, thank you.
Agree totally.
All right.
Yeah, I agree totally. We need it. It's a good thing. It's just whether or not, it fits in with this CARES Act. Next page. A washer and dryer for the fire department. We talked about that last time in your emergency ordinance that we did, or budget adjustment, so that we could get them the uniforms. So now they can actually, once they've gone through the disinfectant process, they can actually dry them or wash and dry them. We put an ambulance in there because Chief Naughton is able to prove an influx in calls during this pandemic. And so I don't know if you want to talk a little bit more about that, Chief?
Yeah, and would you also address Mr. Stevens' thing about, the delay, and we won't get it till 2022? And that's one of the things that I don't know if we're going to, I hear what you're saying, the increasing, but again, I've not seen vehicles in any of these budgets. I've seen rent assistance, mortgage assistance, that kind of thing. So anyway, please enlighten us.
Okay, this ambulance is almost like our current ambulances, except it's specifically designed for infectious disease. It's not the only thing it can do, but it has a negative air pressure system in it to draw the air out. It has decontamination systems built into the ambulance, and it can be sectioned off in the back so it's faster and easier to clean and return to service. Whereas right now on our current ambulances, we have to clean and disinfect every single thing in the truck because it can't be sectioned off. The surfaces are antimicrobial, germicidal paint. So they're supposed to say germ-free. You're able to close off the patient compartment from the cab so you don't have to disinfect the cab. It has a special air return system that creates negative pressure, so everything is being sucked out all the time. I don't know which other budgets people are looking at, but this very specific ambulance is having this done right now in a lot of other cities. There's a lot of people looking at this because they can get their ambulance back into service and their crews back into service faster using this ambulance.
Okay.
Yes, it's an infectious disease ambulance, but when all this is over, in a couple of years, it's still a regular ambulance. You can still use it. But based on the current models, we're going to be doing this for a while. We're going to be doing it for a while. Yes, sir?
Yes, Councilor Bradshaw, go ahead.
So the ambulance was approved in 2019. What's the status of that? Do we have that yet?
No, we're still waiting.
We're still waiting on that. So by the time if we order this, we're going to be another 9 or 12 months out to get it. Is that correct?
They're putting more crews on to meet the demand right now because this ambulance.
Okay.
This is the same one San Antonio's using. It's the same one all the surrounding areas are using. The COVID shutdown of March, April, May slowed down production. So I think we're about 30 days behind. And if the county says, this has to be sitting in your parking lot.
That's what I'm afraid of.
On this day.
September 30th. Yeah.
So they have these trucks made right now.
Really?
It won't be exactly like ours, but you can buy one today.
I'll be.
But it's a good choice, at least for us, because we can get our crews back in. And I don't know if you've heard it, but they've made 5 runs since we've been sitting here. And we do COVID every single day. And those crews, that's the entire crew having to clean the computers, the stretchers, all that stuff. This ambulance would stop 3/4 of that.
Oh, I'll be. Okay.
So the answer to your question is we could get it before September the 30th, because that was my question.
Yeah. I mean, that's what I understood, that we had to have this.
Yes, that's my understanding as
Yeah,
well.
by
The
the
invoice needs
30th
to be
of-
paid by
yeah,
September 30th.
By September
Mhm.
30th, and I'm thinking, wow, that's not enough,
Mhm.
that's not a lot of time.
So
Mayor, I
then-
have a question on that.
Yes,
please.
I'm sorry, Ms. Alcacer, I could not see your little light on. You are recognized to speak, thank you.
And Chief, do they know, my problem with some of these is they're kind of just a statement. Do they know by what you're saying, what you're actually asking for, this specific ambulance?
Councilor Alcacer, Council, Mayor, yes, this is a presentation for you. We have accompanying documentation for all of these things.
Okay.
Oh, okay, so
Quotes,
whatever you're
bids,
asking
whatever
for,
they might be.
everything else is there? Because
Yeah, we
that
will-
has been my concern on a few of them. All right,
Yeah,
thank
we
you.
will have to send those to the county in order to prove what we're paying. We can't just send this.
So how's
Next one is the germicidal lighting systems for the EMS units, which are obviously for the cleaning purposes. Reconstruction of planning and zoning office. So what they're trying to do is reconstruct that front area so that it's a counter area, the glass at the top with the plexiglass at the top, so that there's, people can't just walk in there. Although that's something after today's decision in executive session that we could probably remove at this point.
Thank you, that's what I was going to ask on that.
Yes. So after today's executive session, that answers my question on that.
And excuse me, Chief, the washer and dryer, that's COVID related as well? You're washing your bunker gear or whatever, or washing everything after you go on a run?
That's for uniforms, ma'am.
Uniforms, okay.
Uniforms, every run that they go on that has any sort of infectious component to it, they have to strip everything. We have an outside shower, and they have to wash all their uniforms, and we do some days 10 loads of wash.
Really? Wow, okay.
In our Home Depot washing machine, it's already been replaced twice. It doesn't hold up.
All right, thank you.
This is a commercial washer and a dryer.
Okay. I just know it's got to all be COVID related, so, all right. So we all know what PPE is.
So we'll take out that 14,000 for sure. We all know what PPE is, as Mayor said. Court supplies to cover the Zoom notifications so that people don't have to come in to get their court hearings heard.
Is that like postcards that we're going to email to them and say, here's your Zoom in order to get with the judge? Is that what that is?
Yes, you remember when we were meeting with the judge, he had extra language he wanted to add to those letters. So those letters have to go out. You're looking at increased postage. So additional notifications that we normally don't have to give, or when we have to reschedule their court date because they couldn't appear at that Zoom, we have to send them another notification letter.
Okay.
Now we're going to have to send another notification letter for in-person court. So it's
boy.
just additional supplies for that.
Okay, and then economic support for businesses. Actually, I have a little handout here for you that I have enough to for citizens if they want it. But Mr. Cox tried to do a really quick meeting so that he could get some feedback from the EDCD because we want to get input from people. And so they came up with what I'm going to hand out to you right now. Here's some ideas.
Thank you. Whoops.
So that's pretty self-explanatory. So that's where your 25, 75, and 50,000 come from. Something just happened. Oh, okay. Is that your additional doc that you want to use? No. It's not. And then in addition to that, I'm going to hand this out as well. And Crystal has this as a document that she can put up at the end. I have it at the end of this presentation once I go through everything real quick. But in addition to the $150,000 of economic support for businesses, we have been involved with 17 programs that we have made residents and businesses aware of, and we've helped facilitate to assist the community of Leon Valley. So I'm going to hand those out to you as well.
Did you send that to us today, right? Via email. Yeah, I think I got that. It's the blessings box and yeah.
So you've been involved in all of these programs as well. This is just this round of COVID funding. Some of this money here has come from small business. Some of it has come from COVID, funds directly from COVID. Some of it's come from Bexar County. Others are, SAWS and CPS programs. But all of these are things that we've been involved in, assisted in the implementation of. So those actually supplement the $150,000 that extra support that we are recommending through those programs that I just handed out. Plexiglass for the pool and the library. Backpack fogger. I don't know if you've seen Chief Naughton walking around here spraying stuff. A UV light system for the pool that's open for this year. And the reason we didn't do 2 is because we're not going to open both pools, and it said to have it done by September 30th. So we could put the light system in the one pool that we are going to use this year. And then the last item, and with the removal of what we just did before, we may want to do 2 sprays. This is called First Defense Atomizing. This is an EPA registered and approved product. And what they do is they start by disinfecting a premises with a basic solution that has enough strength to kill any virus in this room. So right now it can kill influenza, SARS-2, and COVID-19 that lay dormant on the surfaces. So anything that's in here right now, the disinfectant would kill. After they initially disinfect it, they spray a sealant that continues to defeat the viruses, including COVID, and any other harmful microorganisms that might be living around the area, and on surfaces for up to 90 days. So what they do is they come in and they concentrate, like this would be an area of concentration. Door handles would be an area of concentration. Seats would be an area of concentration. But maybe this area right up here where nobody walks would not be. And so what happens if the harmful microorganisms actually come into contact with the surface that has this solution on it, it actually destroys the bacteria for X amount of time. So David Dimmeline got one bid, and then we got another one, and this is the cheaper bid. It's 30 cents a square foot, and what they do is they come in, and the facilities that Melinda thought needed to be sprayed, I don't have them here, so I'm going to go off the top of my head. It'd be fire, police, city hall, library, library annex, public works, and conference center for right now. Not the community center because it's being remodeled. And so and that's the other thing, the other company also was going to charge us for vehicles. First Defense, if they do the atomizing here, they will do all first responder vehicles for free. And so here's David's quote. Here's the First Defense quote. Here's what we wanted to get was the documentation that it was in fact EPA approved. And so I've got that documentation, and it's also FDA approved.
Okay, so this is all a one-time spray.
So
all
what
of
it
these
is
buildings, right?
it's a one-time spray that can last up to 90 days.
Okay.
So if we got them in and they sprayed, I don't know, July 1st or the end of June, and we want them to spray as soon as possible, we could actually get 2 sprays in and you could actually double that one right there. The antimicrobial defense mechanism that's used, it's what they do is they spray it into the air, and it's not a liquid-based formula with ammonia in it. It's actually enzymes, not enzymes. What are they called, Chief? I don't remember either. Anyway, it's little things that they spray into the air, and you want to be out of the room for 2 hours, although it's safe enough according to the EPA that if you ingest it, you're fine. But you want to be out of the room for 2 hours, and we want to go ahead and get our areas clear before they come in. And then during the 2 hours, the microorganisms float until they land, and then they spray a sealant on top of that. So that what ends up happening is if Chief Naughton is to come in here and spray this room, which he does, with a disinfectant, it is going to kill everything in the room, or it's supposed to. The problem is we all leave and somebody comes in contaminated tomorrow, it was for nothing. This will do something very different. So Chief Naughton, Chief Salvaggio, Melinda, and I are all in support of spraying all of the facilities. And if we can get them in twice with this budget, I just realized that because it's 3 months with the 90 days, that might be, we may want to double that one. So the total for the proposed expenditures already exceeds the budget, as you can see. It's 674. So there I just have the actual is 110 that we've already spent. The proposed is 674. If you add them together, they're 785. They're way over budget, so we need to start cutting. The C statement, I don't need to read it to you. You know, if we can get this amount of CARE Acts fund plus whatever round comes next, all these extra expenditures that we're having to pay, I think social equity is really important. It does assist the residents in that as a body, you're not sitting there having to increase taxes or fines or fees or anything like that. It has an economic development component. We've used our own funds, the 1/8 in the Economic Development Department already to help. In fact, we're going to be featured next month for what we've done with that part of it in Texas Town and City Magazine. And we would use part of this, 150 of this, plus the 14 or so programs that I've shown you. Fiscal impact, there's a potential $631,675 reimbursement, which is a purchasing package for Leon Valley for COVID-related expenses if the expenses are approved by the Bexar County Auditor. So if we have $631,000 and we're at $785, we have $150,000 to cut out of there. Or if you know of something that you want to add that we haven't thought of, we can consider putting that in as well.
I have it. I do.
Yes, please.
Because, you know, I mean, I think there's a great need for a lot of things, and I was just hoping we'd hear from citizens, but about, you know, how are they hurting? What do they need? And I know the Bexar County, which we are eligible for a rent system, workforce, you know, but the one thing that the county doesn't have that the city has is mortgage assistance.
Correct.
And that's going to impact us because if somebody loses their home to foreclosure, then that impacts our bottom line eventually in the budget, right? With the property tax.
But under the CARES Act, the banks are required right now to work with the homeowners, whether it be deferring their payment for X amount of days.
Yeah.
That's going to expire, I think, in July. And so I don't know if that'll get extended or not.
Yeah, I was just, because you had sent us the city of San Antonio, and they had mortgage assistance there. So I don't know how much, I've got so much paper, I can't find it at this point, but they had a bunch of money for that. And I was just curious as to who, they don't they don't administer it. United Way administers it. So I don't know. I mean, I just wish we knew if I don't know. So mortgage assistance was one. And then on that defense spray, I had talked to David Marquez, and I thought that same thing. Oh, we can spray things. And he said it's a one-time only reimbursement is what he said. It's not a continual thing. That's what he had told me. And
Okay,
yeah.
so that is correct. It's a one-time reimbursement, but
you're
we
saying
could do
for that
both
amount-
sprays in September. We don't have to submit all our invoices by July 1st. We have to submit a plan to see what gets approved. And if something doesn't get approved, then we can put something else in there.
I just wish we knew more of the needs of the community. Anyway.
I can tell you that, William Cox might be able to help you. He has been very active between him and Maribel. All calls are getting deferred to them. And so rental assistance was a big one here for a while. We got that fixed with Bexar County. So are there any other holes by the calls that you're getting? Because you're the one taking them.
Hi, Mr. Cox. How are you?
Good evening, Mayor,
Thank you for being here.
So indeed, when this first started and some of the citizens were being laid off, we had some requests for assistance, and it was almost always predominantly lease assistance or rental from apartment dwellers. I had a total of 5 different calls, different people I worked with, got them in connection with their different ministries. Ultimately, TRAM was what was able to help them out. I've had no requests for assistance on mortgages at this point. I'm not saying that
you don't know
it
if there's
doesn't
the
exist.
need.
There's not a need, because I think that'd be oblivious of me to think that. But for sure, we did see some apartment assistance, because that's what seems to be a gap where a lot of those are not protecting them. But even us, we had 5, and they all were able to find assistance, because there's quite a few programs out there.
You know, I had an experience. I had a one-on-one with a small business here in Leon Valley that I went to, and they didn't know anything about the help out there. And so, that's what I found. It doesn't matter how much we educate. They're so busy running their business that they don't, and so anyway.
That is a very common theme that I'm finding.
Exactly,
Even people that have access to our
and I'm saying
programs.
$10,000 free money from the LIFT fund. And then it was, who do I call and where do and then you get this free bag. What? It's just amazing.
To put it into perspective, last Thursday, I went personally to deliver the essential items. We've had 3 distributions and kind of dismal results of people coming. Decided to go business to business. I had to visit 29 businesses to hand out 10 bags.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, and I'm like, and then I've got this thing from ACOG, and I'm sure you've seen it, Ms. Kim. There's tons of money out there.
Absolutely.
I can't believe it. We're talking trillions of dollars. So how do we, tap into this? So grants and loans and stuff like that. So it's just, it takes a lot of work too. I do know that. It's not easy. So, okay, but thank you for...
A lot of work getting the word out there, but we do have one person, because he's the one that's familiar now with all the programs. Every single program has gone out on every social media outlet that we have. It's not like we're not pushing those programs out. And it's not like the calls are not being directed to one place, so that we can make sure that, what their needs are identified with a particular program.
And how about food? How about food?
Funny enough, Chief Naughton, last time we spoke, people weren't taking stuff at the fire department. They were giving stuff, but they weren't taking stuff. Is that still the case?
You can.
Really? Okay. All right.
And so what we did is we partnered with All-Star Healthcare, because they're doing it, and we said that our products would start going down there, because they're on the main strip. And so if we have a need, all we have to do is call All-Star Healthcare and say this family is in need of food or whatever, and they're going to take care of it for us.
Okay. And I learned 2 things. Number 1, if somebody's on getting unemployment, then the county automatically contacts them to try to get them into workforce, reentry and stipend and all that. That's number 1. Number 2, what was the other thing? My brain is... Oh, well, see, it's getting too late. I can't think. But anyway, Anyway, it'll come to me, but that was.
Here, a couple
Yes.
of questions.
Yes, please do. I'm sorry. It's almost midnight again. I'm sorry. Oh, we're going to get this finished. Yes, Councilor Alcacer, go ahead.
Uh, Miss KK, on your, the ultraviolet for the pool, how does that work?
Melinda's gone. Can you answer that, Chief? I know it kills germs in the pool. That's all I know. But Chief can give a much better explanation.
So the use in the swimming pool would be, it's a cut-in that goes in the water pipes that recirculate the water, and it exposes the water to UVC light, and it kills all the germs as the water passes across it. The same as it does if you buy a new air conditioning system today, they put the UVC lights into the air conditioner to clean the air. It's the same exact thing. What you see in the grocery store when you walk in, the blue lights.
Yeah.
Same thing.
Okay.
So does it, how long does it last?
Until the water gets contaminated again and goes past the light. It's a continual process.
But like, will it last for a year, a month?
Oh, the light itself?
Well, the process.
The process goes on. It never stops. As long as the pool pump is running, the UVC light is on and water passes across it to keep the water clean.
So we can swim all year now?
Sure.
Okay. And the other, on the spray, will that allow like the library to be open sooner, or because does that decontaminate books and everything?
Yes, Councilor Alcacer, they said that there would be an extra emphasis on places like a library because they would actually have to spray the products. So, the library would take a lot more time than the conference center because they're actually, things that people are touching, they're putting more of emphasis on.
So if we get it, it would be good to have that done like first.
The library?
Yes.
I would agree.
And do you, when you submit these, would you prioritize so that a couple of those bottom ones are at the top, or does it matter?
I think as long as we don't exceed the 6, whatever it was.
31.
31. I think we're fine. And then if they cut out any of the 631, then we can figure out, where else we can place it.
So how, what would you all cut if you had to cut it down? Or do you prefer to leave it there to see what they cut down? See where we make up the difference, or what's the POA? Plan of action.
Councilor Alcacer, are you asking me?
Yes, ma'am.
So I think the first thing that I would do is, and I actually tried it today, and I will try it again tomorrow. The first thing that I would do would be calling and asking about the 2 vehicles,
Right.
and making certain that they're eligible expenses. Because if they're not eligible expenses, then you don't even have enough yet. Right. And then I would add more to the ED programs. We ran short on the rental assistance one, and so we're going to come back to you next time for a little bit extra money on that one. But that would be the first thing that I would do. So it's kind of hard for me to answer. I would want that answer first, whether or not those, Chief Naughton convinced us to leave them in there and have this discussion tonight, but I still want to call and determine eligibility. And if that's the case, go ahead.
We have to have a special meeting before July 1st?
No, what I would like it to mean is that if one or either of the vehicles are not allowed, if you are all in agreement that that's where your issue is, that your concern is, that I be allowed to take out both vehicles if they're not going to be approved, or one if it's not going to be approved, and go ahead and submit what we do have, and then come back again with another
supplement.
budget, because we don't have to, we don't have to spend it all July 1st. We need the ILA done though, and we need a plan. So, we can put more into other areas.
Okay, sounds good.
I think that's a good plan because I have my reservations about the vehicles as well. Just
So did Chief Salvaggio and I. But
based on
I wanted
you know,
to leave them in for discussion, that this is not a firm budget, and I wanted your input and I wanted citizens' input, because quite frankly, Chief Naughton was pretty convincing today that it could absolutely prevent COVID. But I'm not sure when I read the act that, yeah, and so I want to call and find out before I submit the budget. But tonight was my only night to get your attention and get the ILA done.
Okay, very good. I remembered the other one, Meals on Wheels. They already know. You've worked with them too. They've identified the people in Leon Valley who need and they work with the police department. So, anyway,
we're working with Meals on Wheels.
That's another way to combat the hunger. So I just wanted to remember that.
Okay, I put it down as an idea.
Yeah. So okay. Anything else? Do we need a motion? Are there any other questions to?
We need a motion to.
No, it's a resolution.
We need action on the interlocal grant agreement between Bear County and the City of Leon Valley. And then the resolution.
I so move, Mayor.
And then the resolution that approves the ILA to accept relief funds from Bear County.
Yeah.
I so move.
Okay. Is there a second?
I'll second her.
All right.
1 and 2.
So we have a motion by Counselor Alcacer and a second by Counselor Rodriguez to approve agenda item number 8.2 as presented, the resolution and the interlocal agreement. Any further discussion? Yes, Counselor Hody.
So, Ms. Kinsler, I was wondering, do you feel pretty confident that you will be able to get an answer about the vehicles? I certainly see the connection. It's extremely proactive.
I do too.
I was just wondering if they're going to say, well, you can just go ahead and submit it and try, or whether you think you can get an answer and they just like, no way.
I think I can get it. I think I can get an answer. But my understanding is that's the reason for the auditor. The expenses that are not approved get kicked back, and then you can ask for something else. Okay. So it's not if you don't get it right this time. Okay. Is my understanding.
Okay. Yeah.
We have all the way till September 30th to send receipts.
Great. Well, I really think that all of this is legit. Whether or not it'll pass, I don't know, but I don't think there's any harm in checking into it.
No.
And yes, it's items for Leon Valley, but I didn't see anything out there that's not 100% for the benefit of the community, the citizens.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
absolutely it is.
And is this a reimbursable? Do we have to pay for it first and then get reimbursed? How is that going to work?
I don't know. Yes, we do, in fact, because we have to have receipts.
Okay.
So, yes, we would.
Okay. Yes, Councilor Bradshaw.
I have to say I disagree with Councilor Hody on this, in that I don't think the ambulance or the mobile integrated health resource vehicle will be approved, and that takes out more than half of our budget right there. I will be shocked if they approve either of those expenditures. And I would like to see more help for rent, domestic violence, child care, mortgage assistance, things like that, that would directly benefit the citizens. I mean, yes, of course, we all want a new ambulance. That would be nice for the citizens, but most of the citizens hope that they never have to use an ambulance. And I think it's not something that benefits the majority of the citizens. Some of these things that we put in here, I don't think it was geared with the needs of the citizen in mind. And if we really cared about the citizens, we wouldn't have this agenda item at 11 o'clock at night. We would have put it first thing. We would maybe even have a special meeting about it and put it out on social media and let citizens know, we're spending this money, this is your chance to give your input. But instead, we do these things, I mean, what is it? Now it's midnight right now. It's midnight, and we're talking about how we're going to spend money that's given to us by Bexar County. I just think it's actually
unfortunately,
embarrassing.
Well, unfortunately, we've had a week to put this together, and I can't rush Bexar County's
I was going to
deadline.
say, I wrote about it last week and asked people to please, what are your needs? I didn't hear from anybody. Usually I will hear from somebody, but I don't hear from anybody. So
And we're begging
we try.
people.
I mean, I know I try, because I thought 631,000, man, that's manna from heaven, you know?
And we had to contact the county to say, where's the ILA so we can start working on it. Got it on Saturday.
Yeah, okay.
So this
Chief,
is not something that...
Chief Salvaggio is next. Thank you, Chief, for raising your hand.
Yes, ma'am. I just want to make sure, you mentioned it earlier, but make sure that Councilman Bradshaw knows or understands that most of those social programs, when the county got the money, they got money for all of us, for all the counties, all the cities in the county. And all those social programs that could be developed, they've already developed them, and they're sitting there waiting for our residents, and we urge our residents to utilize those things. The $11 per citizen that they gave us was
55.
Is it 55 now?
Yes, sir, 55.
So those were to pay for our expenses that we had already incurred or that we might incur, and any other programs that we would want to develop. And so, as you can see, as you said, you've put it out. We've gone to our committees to put that out to the Economic Development Board, and also we've put it out. Will's put it out to the businesses. There's not people coming forward to claim the need. That's the problem. And as you said yourself, you put it out yourself, and they're not coming forward for those social programs. So I'm not sure what else we could do. I don't think it should be an accusation on any of us in this room. And if there's programs out there that anybody has, and that's part of what we're talking here to y'all, if there's programs out there that y'all recommend, let us hear it. We definitely want to help the citizens. But a lot of those programs are already available that he just mentioned, and they will continue to be available through the county because they have money for our residents as well.
So, Ms. Kinsler, I know we've got a motion and a second. We're going to vote on it in a minute, but will you let us know just as soon as possible when you hear from Bexar County? Because then we'll know if we have additional monies, and then we can
absolutely. And
really
so if we have additional
try
monies,
to-
I come back July 7th and we say,
Okay,
here's
that
what we've
sounds good.
submitted, here's what I have.
Okay.
And what I might do is put them into some broad categories, and then you all can refine them. But I absolutely agree with Chief Salvaggio and would warn that these programs are in place, and we're begging people to use them right now. And so to go duplicate programs that already exist that people aren't using, it seems irresponsible also. This way, if we get these things taken care of, I strongly disagree that it doesn't benefit every taxpayer because they're not having to foot the bill for this. Tax rates aren't going up, fines and fees aren't going up. So they do see a benefit of this. Everybody does. Every citizen does.
Okay, well, we'll see what the county says, because they're the ultimate decision maker on
and
the
I don't know about the vehicles. I'm up in the air on the vehicles, but I wanted to bring them to your attention, and I wanted to have this discussion because it's not my decision. It's yours.
Yes. Councilor Bradshaw.
I just would like to respond to Ms. Kinsler and Chief Salvaggio on that. We say we have these programs and people aren't taking advantage of them. I think most people, as we mentioned, don't know about these programs. The problem is the advertising and letting people know that it's available. And by the same factor, most people are not going to know that we spent this money and did these things. Most of the people are not going to see any benefit from any of these things that we've talked about tonight. That's my feeling.
Well, Councilor Hody, did you want to say something? Go ahead.
Well, I disagree. I think they will have a benefit. They may not realize what it is. And maybe as far as these county programs that are available, what else can we do? And I'm asking this not like we've done everything to facilitate this. Is there a way that we can facilitate a part-time person to, go door to door or to mailers, or I don't know, what else can we do? Because it's a shame if it's available, just if we're going to make monies available for the same thing, it's still not going to be picked up on. I
Well,
mean,
and
why
they're
should
gonna
we
have- they're
do
gonna have
that
to
if it's there already and we need to get the word out in other ways? I don't know.
It is there already, and, one thing we could do, every social media, every time something's available on Nextdoor, it's always on e-news. We're getting it out in every place that we have available. The programs we're putting up on the flashing board up there on Bandera, we're putting on the board. I don't know what else to do. We're advertising them. When you have a program for businesses, and you can't find businesses to take your money or your bags, like you said, you just heard Mr. Cox, 1/3 of the businesses took him up on his offer.
Well,
And
again, my experience with that small business, they're just they're just trying to make a living. You know what I'm saying? They don't know what's out there. But when I told them $10,000 free money grant, they went, huh? I mean, it was just, they just needed that one-on-one, like you were saying. So I think
These
it's
last
just,
sets of grants, we went to every business
Yeah.
for and
So,
told them about them,
yeah.
the EDC funds.
Exactly. And there was one business that, I don't know where it is.
Or every business that qualified, because there was only 7.
Mr. Bradshaw, go ahead. There was something else
Yeah, so I just wanted to say, things that people do notice is like the stimulus checks that the federal government gave out, right? People know about that, right? And they see it and they got it. So what if we were to do something similar and said, you know what, for the month of July, nobody pays their water bill. All the water bills are paid by the city of Leon Valley. You're welcome. Something like that would, I think
You
people
don't
would.
have enough money to do that, but you could reduce their water
Or
bills.
50%,
by-
something like that.
I think, yeah. I
If,
think
if the
giving
program
them a
allows for it,
benefit.
I'll have to check.
Yeah,
But
exactly.
I'll put that on my list as well.
Councilor Rodriguez.
Ms. Kinsler, I was just kind of curious. I mean, if you have used, or we have exhausted, for lack of a better term, all types of social media to get the notices out, or this is what we have to offer in order to help you. I'm just curious to know, at what point does a citizen or a business owner become more responsible and start questioning? Hey, well, I heard, in San Antonio, they're doing this. Ms. Kinsler, are we doing this? Or Mr. Cox, are we? I see everybody's point of view, but yet, at what point do we make a citizen or a business
responsible for themselves?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, if you truly are dying in your business and you really need help, at what point do they become responsible to start looking to see what others are doing? Just out of curiosity.
I know
I
somebody
agree.
knocking on
They
doors.
just were grateful that they just were not aware, but once they were aware, boy, they jumped on it,
Mhm.
Now, who do I call? And, all this other stuff. Now, on page 598, we had economic support, Mr. Cox, and you had everybody listed, Longtail Brewery, Pixel Portal, Bandera Bowling, SA Fun Zone, Amazing Play, and then there was the last one, it said $10,000 encouragement grant, but it was blank.
Oh, yeah, you're going to fill that in.
So I didn't know what that, who was that?
What were we talking about?
On page, this was on the old packet, okay, in the packet for tonight. But it was a $10,000 COVID-19 small encouragement grant. It was the very last one, and it didn't have a name. And I was wondering, was that the aquarium? Did they get a grant? I don't know who.
They have been funded. So the last one.
Was the aquarium?
No, the last one is going to be Carvel Skate Center on the Small Business Encouragement Grant.
Oh, okay. And so he is back in business? Carville?
Yes, and I spoke with them today, and they said they're running at about their profits. They're at 30%. So he said there's still it's enough for them to limp along because that location is so strong. But obviously they're hoping to get the occupancy rating up higher soon.
As I was going through the packet, I saw that and just wanted to know who that was.
Talked about that blank today, remember?
Okay.
Is that Carville?
You're going to have, that blank there is what they've not applied, that's Carvel.
Carvel.
They did apply since then. Everything's meets our satisfaction. Next council meeting we're going to adjust what the total program was.
Okay, great. I knew there was something I wanted to ask you about. Okay, so we have a motion and a second to go ahead and approve the ILA and the resolution together. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Okay, moving then on to the next agenda item as quickly as we can. That's 8.3, discussion and possible action on a resolution approving members to the Ethics Review Board. Ms. Pasolay, are you going to present this evening? Okay.
No, it's okay. I had just one slide, but I just realized that, or Chief just pointed out that I redacted the addresses and the board members, but I forgot their personal emails, so sorry about that. I pulled it.
Okay.
So you have 2 members that terms just ended because it was a staggered
term. That's
right.
what I was remembering, but I didn't see it in there. Yeah, okay.
Right. So the positions that termed out were for place 2 and place 4. So those appointments do need to be made, and those are for 2 years. The other
2 years.
3 appointments, excuse me, I'm sorry. The appointment for place 1, place 3, and place 5 still have 1 more year.
1 more year. Okay. All right. So the way we did it last time was those council members in those places got to choose their own
That is correct.
board member. So is that how we're doing it again this time?
Yes, ma'am. The ordinance, can you hear me from here?
Yes, I can.
The ordinance does say that to fill a vacancy for a termed out one, it does, the appointment is made by the counselor in that position.
Right. You know, I was just wondering, this is just such an unusual year with COVID, and it's just keeps delaying things. It's delayed our election. So I'm wondering if we would just extend this until the election, and then it's 2 years. And then on the election, after the election 2 and 4, then those counselors would appoint them for the next 2 years. I know it doesn't say anything like that because we didn't know COVID was going to hit. So anyway, that's just the way I was looking at it, but it is completely up to the council on how y'all want to do that. And I believe that's Mr. Smith. Is that correct? Mm-hmm. And it's Ms. Malloy. So, I mean, and they've only been on for 1 year. Yes.
Mayor, I just had a question or a comment. I mean, I think that I agree with you because we've moved everything back, that would be maybe a wise decision. But based on 8.4, it looks like there's going to be the need to hire the ethics compliance officer. So it looks like something is coming up that we will need to have those places filled immediately.
Oh, yeah, I agree. I mean, we would still keep the people that are already appointed through the end of the year or whatever until the November election. That's the way my little brain was thinking, but I didn't have the ordinance, so I couldn't remember 1 year, 2 years. I knew it was staggered. Yes, Ms. Pasolay.
Well, the way I read the ordinance, and I'll ask the city attorney to help me out with it, but I think it's the term of the appointment is with the term of the council. So I think that's the way that works.
The term of the council. So this council term has been extended just to November?
Their appointments would be for while they're in that seat, that's their appointment. So if the seat changes, I don't know how to word that nicely, but if the person changes in the seat on the council, then they get to make a new appointment. Is the way I read this.
Oh, okay. So conceivably, you could have 2 people to serve from now to November, and then it could change again.
That's the way I read it.
Okay.
But,
all right.
Maybe Mr. Zek could.
Okay. So let me hear from y'all. How do you all want to do it?
I prefer that we do it like that, like say it's my appointment, I appoint Mr. X or Mrs. X, and they stay on till November.
Till November. Okay, so it's the same difference. There you go. I hear what you're saying. Yeah, okay, gotcha. All right, so, yes, I believe Councilor Alcacer that your green light is on. Please, you're recognized.
Councilors 2 and 4 need to make that decision, and we should honor it. And I don't know if they checked with their appointees or not, but I think it's up to them.
Okay, very good. Councilor Rodriguez, do you have an appointee?
Yes, I am going to be appointing David Jordan, and I have already confirmed with him.
Okay, all right. And Ms. Malloy's going to continue.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, very good. All right, thank you. So, yes.
Mayor, if I may, just as a
Chief
reminder,
Salvaggio? Yes, sir.
as a reminder, when Councilman Hody came on, he was allowed to
Oh, that's right.
select his person. So I think it'd be the same thing.
Yeah.
Because of what it says here is it's continuous basically
Right.
with the person. So as you appointed today, things change in the near
That's right.
future. That will change, and the new person will be able to select
It
that
just so
person.
happened that you appointed the same person that Mr.
Correct.
Martinez had, so that was the consistency there.
Correct.
Okay, so may I have a motion and a second for those two appointments, please? Yes, Councilor Rodriguez.
I make a motion that we accept place 2 and 4, the new appointed members to the Ethics Review.
Okay.
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Councilor Rodriguez and a second by Councilor Hody to appoint in place 2 David Jordan and place 4 Liz Malloy to as per the resolution. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Okay, thank you. Moving then to agenda item number 8.4, discussion and possible action on the appointment of an outside attorney as the ethics compliance officer for an alleged violation of the ethics law by a member of the city council and city employee. Chief, is that your?
My name's on it, ma'am, only because I'm the liaison on the ethics board.
Okay.
I believe that Councilman Zek is going to take it over from here.
Very good. Mr. Zek? Are you still awake?
I can address it.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am, I am.
That was just a joke.
There was complaints filed against city council members and an employee who rises above the rank of a director, who is a director or higher. And when that occurs pursuant to section 1.12.153 of the city's code of ordinances related to the Ethics Review Board, an independent outside attorney who does not otherwise represent the city shall be appointed by the city council at the recommendation of the city attorney to serve as the ethics compliance officer. I had staff insert the resume of Ross Fisher into the package, and this is the attorney who I would recommend that the city hire as outside independent counsel for the ethics complaints filed. Mr. Fisher has been practicing law for over 20 years. He's current general counsel to the State Bar of Texas. He's a past chairman of the Texas Ethics Commission. He served on the Ethics Commission for 5 years. He has dedicated the bulk of his practice to the practice of ethics and policy considerations. He's very well qualified and will provide fair and impartial guidance to the Ethics Commission as they move through the process.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions for Mr. Zek on this appointee? All right. If hearing none, may I have a motion?
I move that we accept him.
Okay.
I'll second.
I second.
All right, we have a motion by Councilor Alcacer and a second by Councilor Rodriguez to approve the appointment of Ross Fisher as the Ethics Compliance Officer. Any further, any further discussion? Excuse me. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Thank you. Moving then to citizens to be heard. I see 2 citizens. Is there any citizens that want to be heard? All right, seeing none, then we will adjourn without objection at 12:20 on Wednesday, June the 17th. We've got to quit meeting like this, y'all.
It popped up. Yeah.
I just need to get a screen that works. I don't know why. And I'm wondering if it's like maybe loose cords or something. You know, mine started on the last 2.
I think it's hitting the cords or something down below.
I was going to say, Chief, my legs are here.
I haven't had any problems at all, and all of a sudden tonight it went black.
Hers went black, Mayor's went black.
Yeah, not
Like getting my, what is that? The exercise, the slider? Oh, okay. No, where's the six? My legs aren't even long.
No, you're right, there's no wire.
My legs aren't even long.
Make any sense whatsoever.
You know what, I meant to tell you, San Antonio canceled their course.
Yeah.
From
They did.